Good evening. How you doing, guys? Hope you're well. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. Live right now, but if you're watching it later, thanks for having a look. Really appreciate it. I know a lot do. So I have a go. Okie dokie. I hope you've all had a great week. I say it every week, the best that you could have made it, you know. It's all you can do. But now it's weekend time and maybe time off for some people. Chill out. That's what we should do, chill out. Which we normally do anyway. So, okay, don't forget Bikereddie on in a bit, guys. Let's have a look. Who's in? Yvonne Driver. That makes a change, Yvonne. How you doing, Yvonne? Thank you. DJ, how you doing? DJ Samuel. Paul's there. Hiya, Paul. Lovely Amanda's there as well. That's being brought up shortly, Amanda, that video today. Neil, where have you been? How you doing, mate? Third? Really? Hang on. No? Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's right. You can't, can you, Neil? Yeah. How you doing, Al? Good to see you, mate. You and Keris. Much love to both of you. All's good. All's good here. I hope it is at your end as well. Nice one, mate. Thanks for coming in and saying hello. Much appreciated. And our beautiful Sandra is there as well. How are you, Sandra? Thanks for coming in. Oh, Charlie, she's changed her name, look. Nah. Yeah. No, she'll always be Charlie to me. Rather, you know. Higher, by the way. Hello, says Yvonne to Shirley. Shirley says hello back. Dirty dart, like we do. IT man, or is it? Hitman, you're after me, are you? They're all after me, mate. Come and get me. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. The wonderful and the one and only Connie is there as well. How you doing, our friend? Okay. Yeah, right, Ron. You do, Ron, though. You do, Ron. Sometimes not getting there first. Enjoyed the day out on Wednesday, by the way, Ron. Thanks very much for that. Listen, you, just because UK transparency is not in at this moment in time doesn't mean you have to take its place. It's not like that, right? It's not. Tell them, Yvonne, it's not, is it? Apart from once or twice, which I was forced into. Anyway, I don't want to go into private details. Thank you very much. Wolf, how you doing? Every live says hello. Thank you. I'm going to kill him. Hi, Charlie. Already said hello. I was first. Do you know what, James? Did you? Do you think? I'll look into it. If she has, then gone. Pluto, getting way out. Not that I believe in Pluto, as some of you may know. Ryan Wilson, how you doing? Good evening. I don't know what James is talking about there. Right. David Scott's in there as well. The one and only David. How you doing, Dave? Connie Quattro. Do you know what? Excellent, Amanda. Could be a new channel name, that. For Connie. All thunder there. Stick a bit of Quattro in there, you know. There's all bikers doing all that business. Susie Quattro. I don't know where he got that from there. Honestly, I don't. It's imagination. Sometimes, you know. Georgina. How you doing, love? And how's the snow been in those there parts? Round here it's been white, but it disappeared within a couple of hours. Right, that's it. That didn't take long, did it? Okay. Right, that's it. So, whenever bike is ready, I don't have to bring him on.
Got.
Hey up, fella.
I'll be a bit.
Yeah,
Even if everybody
so he's got that
how
link in first, you know, as well.
I was watching you. Swat.
He always is. Sorry, I've dropped something. There you go. Got it now. Usual crew, mate.
Yeah, I can see now. Looking through. Yeah, you'd all say you were first, but in all honesty, none of you's first because I was there first.
Yeah, but that's not.
Yeah, I don't count, like, but I was there first, so.
No, I didn't say you didn't count. It doesn't count the way that happens and the way that happens. That is not fair.
I know it. That's
Well,
why I don't. That's why I don't comment.
right,
Wow.
I've got a bone to pick with you.
What with me?
Maybe, yeah. There was
Go on, then.
somebody called Dino earlier on in that chat.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, not to do with me. Honest to God.
Right,
Straight up, that is not to do with me.
No worries, mate. It's just, if you don't know what we're talking about.
I saw it, mate, and I knew where you were going with it. Honest, not to do with me.
I need to look back, and I'm wondering, because I don't believe in coincidences. Where is it?
Mate. It weren't me.
Well,
I can see it. I'm just about to go to which channel. Have a look. Yeah, it's got Miss Piggy and Kermit on it. Not to do with me, mate.
All right. Well, we'll not give.
That's well, I'll say legit. It's kind of legit.
Okay, it could be the Dino from the past that I knew.
I think it is actually.
Scottish fella.
Yeah.
Could be. If it's you, mate, confirm if you wouldn't mind. You wouldn't believe if it is you wouldn't believe the avatar you put up has been used before with me by certain people, and I was thinking it was someone else, i.e. Biker, trying to wind me up like he always does.
You are, mate.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what? Do you see why he does?
No, it certainly won't be, mate. That's a quick one. Reduced it already. That's good.
Anyway, I've lost it now. Would you get my? Oh, wrong. I thought she listened to this. Like, slap him.
It's going to get a battering up lug oil, isn't it?
Awful behaviour on here.
James Patrick, I don't think you have worked out the Miss Piggy theme.
Right. Anyone wants to tell us what you've been up to? Anything like that? It's up to you. Talk away. It's all good. There's a few things, a couple of subjects and all that, but we'll wait for that. See who comes in. Let's have that laugh and relaxation first. So I know where you, but right, the snow thing, and I know you've had it worse where you are compared to just over the hills here.
I wouldn't say worse, mate. I mean, we've probably got about 3 inches. That's about it. But it started yesterday, early doors, and it was just fine snow all day. And then it just got heavy round about 7:30, 8 o'clock last night, and it just came down all night. It just didn't relent. But sun come out today, and it's melted most of it off at roads and whatever.
Gorgeous today.
Yeah, our lass couldn't get out of the village this morning to go to work, so she turned around and come back, work from home. But we've got some more on its way again tomorrow, apparently.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, like I say, it weren't like here. It melted within a couple of hours, and the only place you can see it is like from where I am is like as you're looking towards the Lancashire Moors, and I'm lucky because I live in a high up and I can see all the Pennines, and it's so beautiful.
Yeah, see Pennines from here. Well, I can't want to get out in fields, but no, I mean I've seen a lot worse than what we had today. But I was coming down last night. I expected to be a lot deeper, but I think because there was a wind as well, that kept it away, stopped it from settling too much.
Paul Hudson and Tony's just come in as well, guys. Tony Whitworth.
Good evening, you too.
Good evening. Sorry you're late. Who's late? No one's late. There's only me who's late. You're always on time. And Tony, keep it, mate. Keep doing what you do on here. We love it. We absolutely love what you do. I've got, right, speaking of snow and things like that, and small island where we live, it affects different areas in different ways. So Yorkshire, I reckon a bit worse than Lancashire side. Going off what Biker said about being stuck at home, things like that. Over here, just fucking bloody wet everywhere after the snow. But I know Derbyshire has it pretty bad as well.
Yeah, Midlands had it pretty bad.
Amanda.
Hello, darlings. Good evening.
Hello, sweetheart.
Good evening, Amanda.
Good evening. Hope we're well.
I'm very well. Yourself?
David, stop.
Oh, still hobbling around. You know how it is.
Doing that.
We just carry on, regardless.
Exactly.
Give me that.
Get to our age, love. That's what we do.
Exactly. I'm a bit worried about Connie Thunder, though, being up at 4 o'clock and having some 4 brownouts. I mean, I don't want to know her toilet habits. Do you?
No, we don't, Amanda. We definitely.
And I certainly went at 4 o'clock this morning having a brownout, let me tell you. Just saying.
Don't take Amanda long, does it, guys? David, if that's you, can you give me the old...
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay, it is him. Okay. Well, you're going to have to wait till Amanda's finished saying hello to everyone and shit like that, so be patient, you big wolf. Right, sorry,
Right,
Amanda.
hang on, I've got to go from top to bottom then, shall I? And make him wait that long.
You take your time, Amanda. Sorry, David. Just going to have
Hi,
to wait.
everybody. Hope you're well. There we go. Bring him on now.
There you go.
Hello.
How you
Hey,
doing,
David.
David?
I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
Not bad, thank you.
Good.
Ron, we're just going to have a brown ale. I won't bother if I were you, Ron. I'd go for a lager or something.
If not, get that Newcastle brown in.
No, it's too brown after that brown out. Evening, Tony. Sorry. I didn't know what you were on about with a brown out.
I know some schools near us were close to there. I'm thinking, what the fuck? We've only got 3 inch. Jesus, we used to walk in waist heights and go to school.
You've got
We ain't got 3 inches.
No, we've got loads here, mate. Honestly, certain parts are like 19 inches. We've got snowdrifts and full shebang.
Well, we had snow yesterday, but today it's been weird because it's been like really fucking sunny for some reason. Like, really hot as well.
It's been sunny here today, but it's still been cold.
Yeah, it's really strange, isn't it? How it just turns from snow into the sun.
Well, we've still got snow, obviously. I think
Yeah, we have.
school's shut Thursday afternoon, apparently,
Really?
and been shut today as well. All
you know what? For
services around Sheffield.
do you know what? For me, for schools, they find any excuse just to shut down.
Oh, yeah.
It's stupid. I mean, how are the kids meant to learn?
Neil
We learn
Robinson.
more at home.
No, what I was trying to say is we only had 3 inches because I had to reduce the 15 inch down. You know what I mean?
Weighing you down, though.
That's it.
I've only got 3 inches, pal, front floor when I'm stood up.
Mine's only 2 inches if you're interested.
Chris, I'm sorry. Hello, Chris. Don't forget Chris.
All right, pal. Hey,
How you doing, Jocker?
Hey up, Chris.
Well, it's sort of Arctic Cage. I took
I
cover
was
off
just
it.
going to ask, but I thought you'd explain first. I thought I'd leave. I didn't want to bring it up, but
Has he come out of his naughty corner now?
don't think of it like that, David. Think of it the other way around. But
Oh, right. Okay, I
what
get you.
Amanda's got.
Yeah. Amanda's got the pants.
You're not kidding, mate.
Somebody's got
Amanda's the
remote
boss.
control.
Oh, Amanda, I picked notifications for your premiere tonight. I never got notification, but I have seen it. And yeah, I'm quite impressed. But you know what impressed me most about that place? Those gardens, how they were so symmetrical.
Yeah.
Are you on about Alveston Castle, Eddie?
Yeah. Unbelievable
Castle.
how symmetrical those gardens were.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful place, Alveston
Looking
Castle.
at how those edges had been made into those different shapes. Is there some other meaning to them shapes, do you reckon?
There might be something to do with the earls that used to own the castle or something.
Well, Amanda knows that that video, it blew me away.
It blew me away as well.
No, I couldn't wait for it. Everything about it, the drone footage were like totally professional. You know, you won't see it any better. Amanda's narration as well, and of course, just the actual visuals of it all and the gardens, like I said, all this symmetrical stuff. And when I saw the small edge mazes and things like that, just an amazing place. I could spend a full day at places like that, but the video was top class, Amanda.
To me, watching that video, it made me feel like I was there.
Well, them shapes in garden, how they've grown it, and the way the bushes were put in place. I've seen that before in quite a few other different places, and these other places have all been occupied by the Knights Templar.
Do you know what I was going to say? Masonic. It's kind of Masonic in its
Yeah.
design, like other designs,
I'm
which is
just
symmetrical.
wondering if
Geometry is what they go with.
Yeah,
Right.
very much
nice
so.
temple were there.
What's geometry? Geometry, or however
That
you say
video
it.
there was done on all kinds of
Shapes and mathematics, basically. Mathematics.
Oh,
and
right. Okay.
shapes,
Sorry, I
yeah.
didn't know.
Well, to be honest with you, that video we filmed it last year, and to be honest with you, we forgot about it, so it was left in the bank because we tried to make a bank of stuff just in case weather-wise we can't get out, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was actually from last year, so
Hey, Amanda, at least you're putting the content up and working hard for it. That's all that matters, really.
oh yeah. But obviously
People
this
enjoy it
year
as well, so that's a good
we've
thing.
got a lot
Brilliant.
better equipment, so everything will be 4K.
And I noticed as well, and I know you got decent equipment, because there were one little bit where it were panning. There was a tree, and you could tell it was windy
Yeah.
at some point.
Yeah,
but
you could see the
every
leaves.
single
You could see the
sound was
leaves
clear.
going, couldn't you?
Just a professional video. That's what I put it down to. Just professional stuff. You know what I mean? So
You could
and
see
when
the
I saw
leaves
that
blowing in the
support
tree.
that chat, and the chat were going like that, and it was live.
I'm
I
actually
really
thinking of
enjoyed
doing a ghost hunt there, Amanda.
That'd be interesting, David. Yeah. Cool.
See if I can get any of the older housekeepers or owners up.
Yeah. It'll be
Might do
interesting.
that. I might do like a little spirit box session.
Tell you what, if you want to go ghost hunting, mate, you want to go to the last place we went to. That
What?
Where-
Newstead Abbey.
Newstead Abbey. Wow.
Where's that?
Newstead Abbey, it's Nottingham. Isn't it? Nottingham?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is it any good?
I would say that'd probably be haunted.
I was thinking about doing Sherwood Forest in Nottingham.
Yeah.
That's meant to be really haunted, so I was thinking about doing there as well.
Well, I don't know.
Tony, hang on. It's a subject I'm going to break up. Keep it there. It's going to be
I've
broad.
seen that. I've seen that comment. I was howling at that comment.
That is a subject that I'm going to bring up, and then obviously, Tony, save it, please.
I've heard something about that, to be fair. I was shocked.
Absolute disgrace, but save it for later. Let's just settle in and, keep clinking them glasses, saying hello, cheers, guys, settle in.
When I heard about it, actually, it made me want to cry, to be fair. I was
Well,
like, no,
we'll talk about it.
We can't go through that again.
We'll talk about it in a bit. But Tony, yeah. Right. All right. Save it. It was a subject I'm going to bring up, so I'm glad you've done it. Dizzy J as well, evening to you. Thank you.
Hi, Dizzy J.
Hi, Dizzy J. Evening, mate.
Good evening.
Links third, you want to come on, guys? Anybody? Of course.
Evening, Paul Hutt.
Anybody's welcome. Can I just say as well, on Tuesday night, when I finished the live on Tuesday, it was one of the best I've ever felt after a live. And the feedback I got after it as well was amazing. It felt good and it was brilliant. So thanks to everyone who was there, panel, chat, whoever was there watching or whatever. It was just such a brilliant live. And it's getting a bit of a reputation as, it's where you can go for a laugh and a chill compared to other places. That's the feedback I'm getting.
That's
because
fantastic.
we always get the right kind of people on. You never know what's going to happen on a live, so something might happen what disrupts it or whatever, and the odd time it does. And I think we should all reserve judgment on Crinkle. To be fair to that guy, he stuck to his promise with me. It's my channel, so whatever happens, it'll be my fault if anything fucks up. But I can't knock him for coming on every time since he made that promise. So reserve judgments on people. I'll deal with it, and let's just crack on doing what we do on here. Simple as that.
Yvonne.
So thanks for last Tuesday, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, Yvonne's a double supermod now.
Yeah, but
Yes,
she did
she's a manager
again
now.
tonight. 6:30 pre-live meeting, didn't even turn up again.
Yvonne got promoted.
What do I do here? I mean, she's already had one verbal warning.
Well, it depends how many verbal warnings you're giving out. Some places give 3, some places give 2.
Normally just one with me, but with it being Yvonne,
3, it's a strike in it, I
the
think.
soft spot. But I don't know. Can you get rid of Yvonne? You can. That's why she takes the fucking piss.
The thing is, she knows it as well, doesn't she?
Yeah.
She's part of furniture, fixture and fittings, isn't she? You know what I mean?
And she knows it. She knows it as well. She knows she can get away with it.
Oh, Newstead, yeah. Keener sings again. Lord Byron. Wants
did.
lived the weather tonight. I like that in one sentence. Lord Byron lived at Newstead Abbey, but in Nottinghamshire it's -9 tonight.
That's pretty cool.
-9.
That's what we want.
So we've got -2 right now. Deal -9.
For me, it's going to get -6 tonight, apparently.
Oh.
Don't know, it's warm in here. Get eating on your tight sods.
We don't have that much money,
Neither do I.
I don't have money to throw away, Manda.
Yeah, but you just give him a bit, and whatever you ain't got, it's tough, innit? I'm not going code for no one.
Fair enough, you shouldn't have to.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sat here in thermal underwear in a sleeping bag with Huddle.
Oh, bloody hell.
Jesus Christ, I bet you look like a fucking sausage roll.
What kind of cheese? Yeah, he has to be cheese.
Oh, no. No, a vegan sausage roll.
Nah.
Hey, cheese is
Can't be a
vegan, isn't it?
So much meat with me, I'll tell you.
Cheese is vegan, isn't it? I think.
What?
Cheese.
Dina, is cheese vegan?
Cheese vegan? No. Where do you think cheese comes from? Fucking cheese tree?
I don't know. I'll tell you something. How the fuck have I got this far in life, man?
Where cheese? You don't know where cheese comes from? Seriously?
Seriously?
Well, it comes from.
Well, don't tell him, David. Go and find out yourself, or think about it first before you find out.
Oh wait, no. Hold on.
You have to pull the teeth.
Wait, doesn't cheese come from a cow? Doesn't it?
Well, you don't pull its teeth and you're out a block of fucking cheese.
I don't fucking know, man.
That all depends on how long
David, you're winding me up, ain't you?
No, I'm not caca.
Cheese, think about it. It's basically sour milk.
Oh, is it? Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh my god.
Have you not seen the mouldy stuff? The cheese with the blue veiny things?
Yeah.
I've heard of blue cheese, but I haven't seen mouldy
Heard of
cheese.
blue cheese?
Yeah, I've heard of blue cheese. My granddad eats it, so.
It's mould. It's basically mould.
It's beautiful.
Oh, is it?
David,
Wait, so
miss
you can actually eat it?
Yeah, of course you can. You can't miss it. It's that stuff that's full of blue veins. You shouldn't be used to things with full of blue veins, mate.
It sticks out a mile.
It's so
Well, I
nice.
feel really fucking stupid now.
So you should, you big fucking wolf. You need to get up with times, mate.
Mate, oh my
Get
god,
a grip. Where does cheese come from? Gosh, I remember a
I
story a few
didn't know.
years
I'm
ago.
sorry. I'm sorry, Dina.
Forget that, Dave. We know what you like. This primary school, they got some pupils got asked, where does milk come from? And this is true. It's true. Where does milk come from? And the kids went, the supermarket mess, or in a carton mess, or in a bottle mess.
Imagine.
That is true. I'm telling you.
I know where milk comes from. I just didn't know where cheese comes from.
Where does milk come from?
A cow.
Or what else can it come from?
Biker.
No, it doesn't come
Think
from
of a
him.
woman.
It doesn't come from him, Dino. It doesn't come from Biker.
No.
It might come from me. I'm in such a good mood.
I'll have half a pound of what he's had.
David, it won't be fucking cheese, will it?
No, obviously not. Not if I didn't know where it fucking comes from.
David, by the way, have you never eaten cheese?
No,
Right, so what does it taste like then?
I have no idea.
I should think it's not. If you've
Hang
not
on, you've never eaten cheese?
No, because I'm vegan.
Yeah, but there's
I've
vegan
been-
cheese.
I've
But you
been-
said
I've
you
been
didn't know what
vegan for
cheese
like-
was. So
I've
even
been
though you're
vegan for like
vegan, you should
nearly
still know where
a
cheese
year
comes
now.
from.
Right. Have you ever had a pizza?
Yeah, I've only
Maybe
been vegan for
with it,
nearly
so
a
we'll
year.
laugh.
Right. So what do you think's on that pizza?
Pepperoni, anything.
Pepperonis. Well, that's not vegan for a start off, is it?
Tomato puree's on there.
Yeah, tomato puree or barbecue sauce, whatever you
Few
want.
onions, David. What do you think? What about olives as well?
And some
Really?
peppers, green peppers,
Oh no.
What
and
about
maybe a chili or two.
What about cheese?
Cheese.
What's-
Yeah, cheese is on there. But you can
Well,
get
you've
vegan pizzas, can't you?
So you've eaten cheese then? You can't get a vegan pizza with vegan cheese on and have fucking pepperoni on it, you div.
I know that. I'm not
They-
going to have
they-
pepperoni
they-
on it,
they-
am I?
Actually, in his defense, they do that version of it in vegan, but
What, pepperoni?
yeah, they call
What?
it. Where is it? Iceland. Anyway, if you look for it,
Sorry,
they
Dino.
call
It's because I'm a
meat-
new vegan, so sorry.
meat-free feast or something. I'm not a pizza.
A
But they do have
meat-
like a meat-free pizza or whatever they call it, and it looks like a real meaty
Oh,
pizza
okay.
with cheese on it and tomato puree.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
vegan cheese, which is mostly made out of coconut milk.
But I suppose pepperoni's got to be vegan because it grows on them trees, doesn't it? Pepperoni trees.
Ha Eddie.
No, that was cheese that grew on tree, weren't it?
But it's like that.
Yeah,
or
that's the
fucking-
cheese tree, Amanda. We're talking about the pepperoni tree
I
now.
remember pepperoni tree.
Yeah,
You don't bloody get pepperoni trees. I'm not that stupid.
not trees. Sorry, shrubs. Shrubs.
Rubs.
Trees.
Bananas.
You're not that stupid, David. We know that. But you thought fucking cheese grew on trees.
Hey, come on
Jeez,
back,
no.
Eddie. Come on, give it to me. Come on.
He's having a laugh along, aren't you, David? But this is another true story, right? Back in the 80s, I do believe, and they put it on the news as an April Fool's prank, right? And because pasta spaghetti, not the tin stuff, started becoming popular, they put this April Fool prank on, and it was showing these people picking spaghetti strands from trees. So some people actually believe, look it up, they actually believe that spaghetti, because it wasn't that common at that time, and it was like, oh, what's this new thing? Excuse me. And they saw this April Fool trick without realizing April Fool, that it actually grew on trees. And you saw these people picking it and putting it into baskets and things like that.
No way, that's bloody cool. That's amazing.
It just shows you, though, on a political side of that, how easily people would believe anything they see when they're not.
Yeah,
familiar.
don't you remember? I think it was Esther Hansen. They did one an April Fool.
That was it. That was the one.
No, it was another one. It was this little
No
animal,
way.
little furry animal, and they call it a lap and loaf.
Wait, are you being serious?
Being spotted. Yeah. Apparently, this very rare species has been spotted, and they called it a larp and loaf. And people absolutely fell for it. Well, larp and loaf, if you turn it around, is April Fool.
No way.
It's and people
That's so
fell for it.
cool.
Yeah, quite good that.
Thanks.
That is actually really cool.
See, there you go. You learn
There you
something
go.
new every day.
There's
I
one.
love
Yvonne.
it.
Evening,
Hi
Yvonne.
everyone.
Hey,
Hi,
Yvonne.
Yvonne, how you doing, my
Hey,
number one?
Yvonne. Is it you?
It's me.
Yeah,
You're
she's
right,
turned up
love.
now.
Because I've made a deal with Amanda. If she become a mod in your channel, I'd have to be on panel every time. I've stuck to my word.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big commitment, Yvonne.
I'll stick to my word. I'll just sort your volume out, Yvonne.
Biker,
What, love?
do one.
Okay.
See what I mean? We get the hassle, right? She's just been promoted to that. She can't be asked to turn up to a meeting tonight.
You see me
And then
snow?
comes on here
No, hold on now. You can't pick on
trying
Yvonne.
to-
You can't pick on Yvonne just because she's come up here. Leave her alone.
I'm
man.
not. I'm not. That
Yeah.
was her commitment, not mine.
Thank
It's like-
you, David
No,
Scott.
every
It's not just
time
an
she
actor.
skies out of it.
You're all right, Yvonne.
It's a crap excuse as well.
It's
Wait.
not
Can you
crap
see me
excuse.
snow?
Leave her
Can you
alone,
see me
Tina. You
snow?
big bully.
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah. It looks like you got more than what we got, actually.
Well,
I've
that's
got
a
loads.
lot.
Well, it's melted a bit, but
Yeah.
I've got
Look at that.
all the snow's gone near me.
And me, it's gone completely.
Yeah.
Oh, don't forget, Yvonne, you'll get different weather than me, don't you?
Fuck off,
Oh,
you live in the fields.
That looks beautiful.
You know what, Amanda? Right, that looks really artistic as well.
That looks beautiful.
It
that's where
does.
dogs have been going up and down.
That's a.
You don't say. I didn't think it was Chris on all fours. For fuck's sake, man.
It'd be bigger than that. Come on, bike.
It looks like the top of it looks like the top of a ski jump.
It's not top of Mount
I'm just
Fuji,
going to
is
get to
it?
the edge and think, fuck that.
Oh God, who's that?
Chris is ready. Look at the Eddie the
Who's
Eagle.
that?
No, Chris the Eagle. Chris the Eagle, 53 meters. Chris, yeah, probably.
Who's that ugly man?
He's going for it.
That's not nice, David Scott.
I'm only joking, Yvonne.
Yes, I thought I'd show you the snow.
Yeah.
Get me thinking.
That looked like Chris were masturbating to invisible men then.
Biker!
Anyone who's joined,
Oh,
if you
here we
keep
go, yours
tuning in,
here.
you'll get it.
Okay, yours here.
I don't know who's worse.
David.
David, stop it with your bloody pig noises. will you?
I'm sorry. Don't make me laugh.
You'll be choking the bloody chicken next, as Amanda says.
Chicken.
They're off.
Oh!
Oh look, Eddie's got me up on the screen.
Bring it down. I don't think she has, James. I'm sure that's a joke, to be honest with you. Anyone who's come in, I'm really sorry. I always have to apologise every week.
I'm sorry, UK Transparency.
No, you'll get it. You'll get it. If you're new, you will get this. It's good. It really is, you know, because everyone gets it. You can have a laugh with it. You can even call a gay man like David Scott the gay of all
Hey,
gay
what?
lords of gayness in the gay land of gay.
Hey,
He's
what's
just
he
a big
about?
mufter.
James
Don't mind it,
Patrick,
David.
I'll delete your messages if you carry on saying they haven't, you cheeky bugger.
He's whining
I
you
think
out.
you should.
Do you know what you're going on about, you big twat?
What you wish? In fact, no, you wouldn't wish for a big twat, would you?
Ha ha ha. Very
Ha,
funny.
ha, ha. Get you.
Just because
Okay.
you're jealous. Just because
This is
you're
what
jealous.
I'm saying is anyone who might be listening or whatever, this is what we do in here. It's what we can do because we all get each other. It's as simple as that. If you get it, join in. If you don't, simple as that. I'm sorry, it's not for you. Go away.
Shut the door on the way out.
See you, Yvonne. Bye. Right. UK's just come in there as well, I think.
Excuse me, UK. I'm the only gay in the village here, boy.
Yeah, did you see it, David?
I did,
David,
yeah.
do not choke the chicken with them.
Charlotte, trust you to come out with a comment like that. Charlotte's very highly, you know, intelligent. Well, she thinks she is anyway.
Neil Robinson. Fucking hell, Neil. I love you, dude.
No, she is a bright one, to be honest. But sometimes not so bright. You know what I mean?
I see what you did there, Dino. Over his head and far away.
You get it. Okay, I'll just read that one private chat. Guys, honestly, thanks for coming in. I love these Friday nights. Amanda and Chris, now regular, superb. I look forward to it every single week. Got a great crew.
Massive respect to Amanda and Chris. They're just brilliant. Lovely, the pair of them.
Snap. They're a beautiful couple
Oh,
as well.
love you all too.
You're a beautiful couple as well.
Oh, they are. They're lovely.
You won't say
They
that.
set an example for everyone.
Well, no, Amanda's the boss.
You know, do you
Yeah,
know
Amanda
what,
wears
right?
trousers.
To actually go out and do videos and be, brilliant on a live as well. Not everyone can do that. So I applaud any YouTube channel. What does that? Goes out, does the stuff, does it brilliantly. Like we've seen that Amanda's today. That is just better than anything any
Absolute
mainstream
stunning
piece of
video.
shit could do. And then comes on a live and has a laugh. You wouldn't think it was the
Listen,
same
mate,
person
your
watching that
videos
video.
are good too, mate. Your videos are cracking.
Mine are just raw. Them are just professional standard. Mine are just straight in, straight out. Right, guys, see you.
Yeah, but people like it, mate.
Some people like
Big
it, though,
difference.
don't they?
But on a live, you see a different thing to Amanda, don't you? Because you watch that video and you think, oh, gosh, who's this? Oh, gosh, who's this?
Yeah, I
Comes
love
on
your
in,
voice,
it's like,
Amanda. The way you narrate that
Warm
video, it's like
banter.
watching it play.
Mate, let me tell you, it's not that easy because I get myself tongue-tied and I have to record it no end of times just to get it right.
Yeah, but
But it's
Amanda, you've
fine.
got a brilliant YouTube voice, you.
Amanda, I
You really
appreciate
have.
Yes, he
that.
has.
Know that.
But we try,
No, you have got a brilliant YouTube voice. You really have.
If you were to narrate a play, Amanda, I would totally pay to go and see it because you're amazing.
I just
narration.
either you get your one-offs, you get your silent channels, you get the ones who just want to view and comment, but you've got to have a channel to do that, things like that. Then you get you guys who go out and just they're just one track minded. They do one thing and that's it. And then you get your guys who do variable stuff on the channel. And for me, them are the real YouTubers. You can do a video and be serious, and then you can be on a live and have a fucking crap. And it just mixes it all up. People with variety, people with different opinions, not people who just go out there and do videos.
I
And
know.
the same kind of video every time. Come on a live and talk about them, and they'll see a different side to you. When you're doing a video, some people are very serious about it, and when they go on a live, it's their time to relax and talk about it.
Dino,
It's different to the video they brought out. I find that that is a proper broadcaster. That is a real independent journalist type YouTube filmmaker. Document.
Dino, what are you trying to say, mate? It's me that does voiceover. She's holding a gun to me nuts.
Is that while you're in the cage or out the cage?
Have you got any for her to hold though?
Oh yes. Don't worry about that.
Tell who's in charge in the house, can't we? Amanda. Right.
Oh, I know. It's
Right, Dino, I'm going for a break.
That's what.
No, you're not David Scott. You're not going nowhere now. I'm on. They bully me without you and Amanda.
Say that
Okay,
again,
I'll
Yvonne. We couldn't hear you.
David,
I'll stay for 10 more minutes, Amanda. Yvonne.
you're not leaving me with bloody these two. And Amanda's muted, so she can't defend me with them.
Oh, I'm going as well then.
I'll
Sorry,
stay
let's
for
leave
10
it
more
on.
minutes, Yvonne.
Thank you.
You're welcome, honey.
I'm going to go as well. Leave him on to it. It's all yours. Bikers there, don't worry. Don't worry.
Hello.
Bikers now, he's putting pictures up.
Who's them?
Bikereddie, your new pants.
Dinos.
I'm reading something. What you on about?
Oh, the Dino's new pants. Dino, I didn't know you were into them kind of pants, mate. Bloody hell.
Dino loves red knickers.
Oh no, not into red myself.
Dino, I didn't know you like songs.
It's not true. I don't. I've never seen a pair of knickers for fucking ages, to be honest.
You're betting all these secrets out now, Yvonne.
Right, so later on we'll be bringing Gary Lineker's scenario up, his involvement with Match of the Day and the BBC. And then, it's gone now, thank fuck for that. And then some other stuff as well. Cheers, Biker.
You all right, mate? No worries.
Yeah, but I love you very much.
Yeah, it's okay, mate. Just sort of bring back some memories for him.
He's muted.
I know. Probably gone for a
We've
week.
got to mute him. He's
Right,
talking to
so-
himself.
I was going to say, I'm not used to these live streams, am I? I'll nip off for a minute. There's someone else backstage. I know Biker's checking it out, and then I'll come back and see what happens with Lord Henry of Crinkle.
Yeah, Crinkles. I've asked him in the back chat if his dad's all right.
Okay.
That don't mean no. And no, it isn't.
Exactly. Okay. Right. Right, piss off, UK. Right, no, obviously it weren't because of that. Brilliant. Zara, fuck off. Because that's who I think you are. Doing that kind of thing. You won't spoil this live. You've been trying for months and months and months and months and months. It hasn't happened. I've cocked up the odd time. But you'll never stop this channel from carrying on. So, wow, you must have absolutely nothing to do at all in your lives. You porn bombing
Piece of shit.
Matt Wooten, like a news reporter, you never see below the waist. Just be careful standing up on camera. Right, you lot. I'll go off camera, then I'll stand up. Then I'll go, and I'll come back while you carry on taking the piss out of me while I've gone. No, that's fine, I can take it.
We wouldn't do that, mate.
We won't take the piss out of you, dear. No, you're lovely.
We'll wait till you come back.
I'm a wreck. I'm a total wreck.
You all right, Amanda?
Yes, love, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Well, I'm saying, yeah. My back's
Well,
still
you're not all
cold.
right, are you, really?
Well, no, but you've got to keep saying so, haven't you? Because that's how it is.
No, if you're not all right, you say you're not all right.
Yeah, but it's boring, innit? Keep waffling about the same old crap.
No, but you're not well, are you? So it's not like you're waffling about the same old crap. You're just basically not well, so it's one of them, isn't it?
Ah, we're just plodding on, just doing it, you know.
That premiere today was good. It really was good.
You enjoyed it, did you?
Yeah, I did. I did enjoy it.
The next place we're going to is massive.
Yeah, the next place I'm going to is a big one. So, yeah.
And thank you as well for all your respect and everything in as making me a supermod. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, dear. You well deserved it.
I'll try my best. I'll look after you as much as I can.
I know you will. And I appreciate that.
Just get rid of any negativity.
Yeah, just get rid of any negativity, no matter who it is. They come in there, start being negative. But my channel's not about that.
No, I will. If you want me to get rid of any negativity, I'll do it 100%.
Yep. That goes for any of the mods. Do you know what I mean? It's not about that end of the day.
Right, I will do.
Thank you very much.
As long as that's what you want, I'll do it for you 100%.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I think David Scott's muted. I think he's gone for a wee or something.
He may have gone for a cigarettes break, maybe. Hey, are they actually vegan or not? Can he have them?
He likes sausages, so they must be vegan.
Vegan sausages. Right, possibly.
I
Could
think
be.
he likes that kind of sausage, to be honest.
He likes Richmond sausages, so I don't know if they're
Really?
vegan or normal.
How do you know that?
Because he told me last time he was on live.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but I thought Richmond only did warm ones.
No, Richmond do vegan as well.
Oh, did
Yeah,
he?
they do.
Yeah.
They're not
Ask Dino.
Alright, he likes a bit of a Richmond vegan sausage and all, does he? Must be catching.
Ooh, I'm hungry now.
What? Hungry for a sausage, mate? Give over.
Vegan sausage we were talking about, weren't we? Yes, we were, Dino. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah. Anyone who's come in, thanks very much. Matt Wooten, like a news reporter, you never see. Oh, yeah, I've done that one. Don't know what it means.
Hey, Michael, you're right,
Sorry,
though.
that carry on thought from someone else's comment. Just found this channel. Oh, right. Okay. Thanks for finding it and coming in and saying that. Nice one on you. Join in. You'll get what it's about. And if it's for you, honestly, stick around. You'll have a great laugh. You will. And we do bring some stuff up as well, which is more serious, just to break it up. You know what I mean? Thank you. Honestly, it means a lot. Alex Cullen's the good vibes always, mate. Alex, thank you. James is still in there, of course. Michael's come in. You come on if you've got space. Oh, you've got space on here, mate, because hardly anyone wants to come on. So, yeah, Michael, no problem. But Connie's going to be coming on in a sec, so there won't be any space for a bit.
I'll drop off if someone wants to come on, Dino.
But stick with it. Yeah, if you don't mind, Yvonne. Cheers. See you in a bit. Bye.
Oh, rude.
She knows I'm joking. She knows I'm joking.
Do you know what?
Michael, this is what it's like on here, right? Listen, just keep listening. This is what it's like. Never any harm meant as well. So,
Unless it's to me off Dino. You're right.
no, I don't mean any harm though, Yvonne. When are you going? Said you were going about 30 seconds ago.
I'll go in 5 minutes, so piss off.
Oh, right. I thought you said you were going now. So it's 5 minutes now, guys. She just can't tear herself away. That's what it is, Matt. That's
Who's
all
picking on my Yvonne?
Because David Scott's come back on, I'm staying.
It wasn't me, David. It was Biker. It was Biker.
Was it Biker?
Biker, yeah.
It weren't Biker, David.
Oh, was it not?
We can drop out.
I was off. I've only just come back.
Were you really, Dino?
Yeah, and they're all going on about shit, and so I've just come back, said hello to people who've just come in and things like that. And
Is he
David,
lying
he told me to
Yvonne?
piss off.
Is he lying to me, Yvonne?
no, I'm not.
Yeah, he is lying to you. He told me to
Right,
piss off
I'll
back in
tell
the
you
chat.
what then,
He's had enough.
I need.
Right,
I
do you know
need
what, Dino? I believe Yvonne more than I believe in you right now. What? Yvonne's she's got like a truth-telling voice. I believe Yvonne more.
Right, I'm going to bring a referee in on this one, I think.
Go on then,
It's the
chicken.
only fair way to do it. Somebody with, an impartial mind.
Someone
Have
who'll
you
probably
got-
stick up for you.
Have you got a coin
No,
you can toss it?
did I just say
Being a referee?
Yvonne, do you know what impartial means?
No, Dino, I'm thick.
You
I don't.
Right. Do you know what referee means?
I'll referee you, Eddie, if you carry on.
Dina,
Right.
I'm going to start on you in a
Okay.
minute if you keep picking on the phone.
I'll tell you what, you two, right? Just wait a minute while you can find out.
Hello, everybody.
It's gonna be
Hello,
Connie
Connie.
Quattro.
Hey,
Bring
Connie.
some decorum to this panel, please, sir.
I'm impartial, so yeah, you can stay on.
Yes.
Oh, thank
Thank
you,
you.
Connor. You okay?
Yay.
I'm all right, thank you. You?
Well, I will be if Dino starts bullying me.
Bullying. Bullying. Strong words.
Who's getting bullied here, David?
Strong
Yvonne?
words.
Hey, you're the one picking on the one. I'm just sticking up for her.
That
So is
sticking what
everyone.
up?
You all good?
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, good,
oh,
Connie.
good, Connie. Thanks very much.
Yeah. I'll see you. Amanda? You
Yes,
still there?
not too bad, thanks, Connie. How are you, love?
All right, yeah. As good
How's
as can
your
be. As you said, as good as can be.
Exactly. So how's your
Enough.
dog?
Yeah.
We're not all in great shape, are we? Dogs are asleep. I've put the fire on for them because obviously it's chilly. So
Got some snow up there, lad.
we have a bit of, yeah, not much, but the dogs don't like it because I've given the number 2 crop, so they've no fur left on them, so they're a bit cowed, you know.
Haven't they got no coats for him, like?
I've got coats, but ooh, there you go. You want one up?
What kind of dogs have you got?
I've got this one here.
Shih Tzu.
Four-legged ones.
Oh, look at her. Oh, him.
Ah,
There you go. That's you.
That's the
Oh,
Mardy
that's
one.
cute.
Is that the Mardy
ah.
one?
It's the Chihuahua cross.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the
for a
Mardy
girl,
one.
Connor.
The both
Oh,
boys.
she's beautiful.
Oh boy.
Hello.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Who's
he's
that?
beautiful.
Who's that? Hey? You sit down now, be good. Yeah.
I love dogs so much.
And then
Let me ask you.
We've got a German Shepherd and she's a
Gorgeous.
bugger.
Yeah.
Oh, German Shepherd. Oh, they're my favourite dogs.
That's going to be my next dog, hopefully. Before I
Gorgeous.
get too old for one.
Oh no, you don't want one. She's a bugger.
Hey? No.
She's a bugger.
Lovely. I used to have a border collie as well, but they're just nuts. You've got
Yeah,
to,
she's nuts.
you've got to work them.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I don't know, Japanese Akita.
Oh, they're beautiful Nikita dogs are.
Oh, right.
Sorry,
They're stunning.
soft as out.
I love how furry their fur is as well. Oh, like a pillow.
To tell you what, you don't see many of. The Chinese, are they called chow? Chow dogs? Chow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't see
Oh,
many.
Chihuahua.
No, chow. Big,
No,
big.
it's a new one. It's a mixed breed.
It's a furry one, isn't it? Furry, very furry.
Yeah.
Yeah, big dog.
Is that the one that looks a bit like an husky? Or
No.
no?
Chows have been going for a long time. They're a pedigree. They've been going for well over 30, 40 years, chows. All I know is the call. I know them as chows. You might have to look it up.
I think it's a chow chow, innit? Well,
Yeah.
chow
Oh,
chow.
right.
But they
They're
are
quite a
very
big dog.
expensive to buy one.
Oh yeah. But they're another like sort of corgi style. You know, they're very limited, aren't they? You know, you don't see a lot of them.
My dog knocks me over. She's bigger than me.
Yeah.
Well,
You don't take much. I mean, I have a Shih Tzu in this one.
What do you mean don't take much, you cheeky get?
What I mean is, I've got a Shih Tzu in this little fella, one in each arm, and they're pulling me up the hill. So I can believe it don't take much for a big dog to take anyone over.
No, I took her to the field and she was being really good, to be fair, but I got panicky because of another dog.
Yeah.
So I went to walk one way, she went to walk another, and I ended up on the floor.
Yeah. No, I can well imagine. Like I say, these two will pull me up my hill. I mean, I'm on a steep hill and I don't have to walk. I just slide my way up.
That's wicked.
That's two little dogs.
As soon as I come in, though, she gets dead excited, jumps up at me, and nearly knocks me over.
Yeah. I can imagine
You have
that.
to have some control, you see. That's where it is there, Yvonne.
She's
Either
a bugger with me.
Yeah.
Either that or just be more steady on your bloody feet.
Dogs just
I'm too
love
old to
the
be steady, bloody David Scott. She knocks me over.
That's not hard, is it? Being a bit of a dwarf.
Shut up, you.
What about you, Dino? Have you never had pets or not thought about pets?
Yeah, I've had pets. I've lived here for 19 years in May, and because of where I live, I'm not allowed pets. But in
Oh,
the
I
past,
see.
yeah,
Right.
I love animals, of course.
Right.
I've had fish. You're allowed
Fish,
fish.
I was
And,
gonna say. Yeah. All right. No, I was with Naughty with my ex-girlfriend. We got the Shih Tzu together. She was in a flat. So I'd have him, say, 3 or 4 days a week, and she'd have him the other 3 days. But he was good as gold. He never barked, you know. So as long as you don't let it slip, I think you get away with it. I don't think they're too fussy, are they, these landlords?
Do you know what? If only dragons were real, I'd love a dragon as a pet.
well,
Yeah,
it
Yvonne,
on.
you've got a house.
He's just said dragon then.
Yeah.
David, he wants to adopt you so he can go in his little pocket. You'd be
No,
a
I don't mean a
Good
Yvonne.
dragon.
David, are you taking the mick? I thought you was my friend. You're on
No,
about
I
pissing
don't
dragons.
mean you, Yvonne. I meant a real dragon.
That's what I'm a real dragon to these.
Dragons are not real.
No, I mean reptile ones.
Dragons
Oh, being a dragon. Right.
Yeah.
out of the
With you
sun.
now.
See, you guys get me. You know what I'm on
My
about.
sister's got
I
one.
thought with you now, David Scott. You can bugger off now.
I wasn't being serious though.
Always falling out on here. Oh, too much controversy on this channel.
You
Ridiculous.
can't fall out with me, Yvonne. I'm your gay best friend.
Pardon? Sorry, David
Mike,
Scott.
is
What?
that you?
I said you can't fall out with me. I'm your gay best friend.
Oh yeah, you can't because you are my gay best friend.
Exactly.
You're my only
I
gay
didn't
best
know
friend.
You were gay, Yvonne.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Paul, you heard this? Oh, did you realise that?
That's interesting. It's
You see what Paul's put now?
Shocker. It's amazing what comes out.
Have you seen that one? What Paul's put?
Yeah, we have.
How cheeky is that, eh?
Rothschild family fortune.
You've got some, haven't you? UK? UK got.
Lord, I made it survive. I'd explain why I've been chucking money after money into it.
Paul Hutt, I'm always nice, you
Matt,
cheeky bugger.
podcast. Nice one, Matt. Brilliant
Come
stuff
on,
there.
dragon,
Thanks for
yeah.
joining in. You got it.
Try and
You
keep
got
going
it.
on. Yeah.
What about that Shih Tzu bred with a bulldog?
Bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit.
No,
Well, my daughter's
that's the
got
one.
my daughter's got a
It's
Shih
an old one,
Tzu.
Amanda, but it's always bringing up, innit?
My daughter's got a dog. It is actually bred. It's a Shih Tzu crossed with a poodle, and it's a Shih Tzu. That's straight up, is that?
I need a jack shit, which is a
Amanda,
shit too. I need one. Just so somebody
I'm
says
telling you, that's the gospel truth. She's got a dog crossed with a Shih Tzu and a poodle, and it's called a Shih Tzu.
sorry, 1 minute. UK, David Scott's not my only gay friend. You are as well. So
Michael?
don't start
Give
sulking.
me a wave. Michael, give me a wave.
I think that what did
Give me
they
that.
it was Labradors and poodles, weren't it? Yeah.
What is it? A Labrador poodle or Labradoodle?
Yeah.
Labradoodle.
Well,
that
yeah,
one.
some
They're one
poodle,
of the
innit?
I think.
Oh, yeah.
Crossbred.
Why, Michael?
Hi,
Hi,
Amanda.
Michael.
Oh, Michael.
How are you, everyone? So,
I'm all right.
Yeah,
How are you?
yeah, not bad, thanks. I thought I'd come on because I've not been on for a long time. So,
Oh, it's nice to have you on, Michael.
Oh, you haven't,
Yeah,
Michael.
it's nice to come on because I've not been on for such a long time, so
I know,
I'm-
yeah. I'm sorry I didn't see you in the chat, but hi
Hey.
you anyway.
yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm so, and hi Amanda.
Hiya, Michael. You all right, lovey?
I'm all
Yeah,
right,
I'm
mate.
good,
You?
thanks. So. Yeah, I thought I'd come on because I've not been on for quite a long time, so.
I know, and
guess
your
Yeah,
connection's
but you've
better
always been
today.
there, Michael.
Oh yeah, but I'm
You've always
using
been
my
watching
tablet
and you've always
actually
commented and
because,
things like that. So you have always
but
been.
I couldn't use my phone for some reason, so.
How's your phone playing up, Michael?
No worries, you're here now.
I tried joining Laura Kay's live actually, but she's gone off now anyway. So that's why I thought
Oh,
I'd
well,
come on
thank God for that.
Well, you're with us
No
now.
offence, Laura, if you listen.
Well, I got the good end of the deal now, haven't I?
You're with us now. You're with lovely company, us lot.
Well, Laura Kay's not too
You will be when
bad,
Yvonne fucks off, Michael.
but I got the good end of the deal here, haven't I?
Pardon, Dino. What have you just said?
What?
Did you say we'll be when Yvonne fucks off?
What, is there a, what? Did I say that?
Just a quick, anybody that's just lost all the chat, all the live chat going up, it was YouTube, not to do with Dino's channel, it was YouTube that did it.
Oh, YouTube, was it?
Yeah. Oh, live chat went down then, Dino.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
It was YouTube, don't worry.
When?
Just now it went down for about 2 seconds. It's back up again now.
That's because you're being nasty to me.
No, I don't believe that. I believe it's other things,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know
think
what
it
I'm
might-
saying.
It might have been Yvonne's volume, I'm not sure.
Piss off, Bike. I've not done nothing
could
to
have
you.
been.
You're just
It could have
insulting me.
Yeah, you're getting a bit insulted tonight, aren't you?
I am, aren't I? Tell him.
She absolutely, right, she brings it on herself, Michael, and actually, when Yvonne said she were going in 5 minutes, that was 6.5 minutes ago. So, Yvonne, see you in a bit, love. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
You're so insulting, you.
I'm not. You
It's
said
the
5
Fusilier
minutes. It's gone
John.
over that.
How you doing, mate?
Hi, Fusilier John.
We're over
Thank
that
you for your
time.
comment. Not like these.
Good evening, John. Hope you're well.
John,
Pretty nasty.
thanks for coming in, mate. Come out and see us. Cheers.
Fusilier John
Okay.
loves me.
As we
Yeah, Fusilier John's pretty good, isn't he?
Oh, he
Yeah.
is. He's lovely,
we all
Michael.
love you, Yvonne. You know that.
You shut up,
Yeah,
you.
what?
You told me to go.
Yeah, they're all pretty good in this chat, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're brilliant. Well, apart from
Yeah.
certain people like Dino and Biker, but the rest are lovely.
What you been up to,
I'm not in the chat,
Michael?
though, am I?
I filmed the Migrant Hotel last week. I did. That was quite entertaining. So
All right. Have you had to put the video up?
Tell more.
I put the video up today. I have actually, and I nearly thought I got arrested, but luckily I didn't. Luckily, so but it was quite interesting doing
All
that.
right.
And then
Oh, well
And then
done,
I put-
Michael.
Who's
And then
going
I'm
to be the
pushing
first
on-
to
Get
put that link
arrested.
up? I'm going for
Oh, no, I
UK
didn't-
transparency.
I didn't get arrested. Luckily, so.
It's lucky you
Well,
didn't get
I wait.
arrested, isn't it?
They'd have been in
I
trouble if they
waited.
did do, mate.
Yeah, I waited for the police, I did, but I thought I'm not going to wait all day at all, so I just cleared off in the end, so. And then I've got another video coming up, the Crime Commission Office I've done, and I'm going to be doing some police stations as well.
Whoa!
So I've got quite a
Watch
lot
this
going on
bloody
in my
space,
channel, so. And then I'm doing
Go
some
on,
Lincoln.
Michael.
I'm doing some Lincoln videos, so I'm non-stop on my channel, really.
Hey,
What
good
are
on
you
you, mate.
to
There'll
film
be
with,
a couple of
Michael?
links going up about it in a sec.
I film all kinds. I do film travel things. I done the Migrant Hotel. I film police. I do so. But I film travel things, buildings. I do the whole shebang. I do.
What,
As long as you enjoy it.
are you on a mobile or are you using DJI
I'm
or
using a tablet. I am, so.
tablet? Yeah, I keep
Yeah,
needing
but
to get into doing some videos like that myself, and I just don't
yeah,
have
it's pretty
good enough
good, really.
phone.
I mean, what you know about the laws, you're pretty much covered, really. So, I mean, I've been doing it for about 2 or 3 years, and
Oh
I've had
yeah,
no problem at all, really.
good.
I mean, like I say,
Michael's channel, guys.
like when I'm audited, I think I'm fighting off half the competition, aren't I?
Right, there it is,
like
Michael's channel.
And like I say,
Alright,
I've
yeah.
got about 14K videos. I've got more videos than the football team.
Bless you.
Hey, good on you,
And also,
Michael. Good on you.
and also doing my lives, they're doing. I'm going to be doing cooking lives, so I'm non-stop, really. We really don't have the time to sit down half the time.
You're
No,
a busy
keep
lad,
busy that
Michael.
way. You're doing your bit for all of us.
Yeah, like I say, it's about educating people and that we're allowed to film that.
Very
unless
important, Michael, what you're doing.
Unless they're breaking
More
any
important
more
than any
at all.
9 to 5 shit.
They can't really do anything,
Well done,
can they? I mean,
no,
like
you
I
keep
say,
standing
like,
up for people's rights, man.
yeah, exactly,
That's
really.
good. It's the lowest
love
paid
the
job
other-
going, and it's the one of the hardest jobs going. Yeah.
I've just
But as
subbed
long as
anyway,
you're
so
as long as you're not on their property, you're pretty much covered, aren't you? I like to say it's about educating people at the end of the day, aren't you? Well, like
Yeah,
I
Yeah, just
say,
keep it going, and then you'll get them people. They'll look. They can't wait for the next one. What you do, and then you
yeah,
start feeling shit. I've got to go out because people are like, it's like, ooh. But then you'll love it even more. That's what I've found anyway.
oh yeah,
It
I
puts you under
find
a little bit of pressure, but
good
you
and
love
bad
that.
reactions, don't you? And then I said, YouTube, you're always going to get the drama, aren't you?
Right,
does the
so
weather not phase you? Do you not bother about the weather, or do you get out in all sorts?
I wouldn't go out. I wouldn't go out in snow at all. I'd probably do it if it was rain at all, but I pretty much go out in any weather.
Yeah, that's the only thing that put me off is expensive gear and going out and getting it wet. You know what I mean? Because I'd rather use a proper camera. I'm more of a photographer, you see, so I like to use video through a camera. But I'd be frightened to go out and to use it, you know, with lenses being so expensive as well, you know.
Yeah, I know you mean about it, and then obviously if the police end up smashing it, which
Well, yeah,
they
that as
sometimes
well.
can do on a lot of the videos, can't they?
Yeah, lose your kit and that's it, you know. I mean, you go out with your camera and a lens and you're looking at £2,000 there, you know what I mean? It's,
because obviously one of them people got attacked in that shopping centre, didn't he?
all right.
Yeah, Tameside Directory got attacked in the shopping centre by that security guard, didn't he?
Oh, I've not seen that. Yeah,
Yes,
when was that, Michael? Was that recent?
not very long ago. His channel's called Tameside Directory, and he went into the shopping centre and he ended up getting pushed in the lift, actually. So
yeah,
it was quite bad what happened to him. So
That's
I'd
not
like
good,
to
is
know
it?
it.
Oh,
Sorry.
right.
But while we're on the subject of like security
James,
guards
is that
and
it?
things, what laws do they have in terms of pushing you out? Can they go hands on without any comeback, or are they
Yeah, I'm
allowed
not
to
too
push you out?
really.
Shopping centres.
Yeah, securities in shopping centres, things like that.
What was that? Shopping centre
Yeah,
security.
regarding
What powers have
security,
we?
how hands on can they get with you? Can they really force you out?
They can
legally?
use what they call reasonable force.
Reasonable force, yeah. But what is reasonable force?
Yeah. So according to some I've come across, I can. In other words, they can touch you, and
Right.
that's according to. Really, they haven't got any powers.
They
They've
can
not
touch you.
At all. They can ask you to leave.
They can touch you, but they cannot grip you.
Yeah, well, you see, that's where
Yeah,
going back
that's
to
reasonable force.
one of the older, well, I've forgotten his name now. I think you encountered him actually, Dino. But there was a shopping mall one where they got really physical with him, got hands on with him. I think Kat might have been there as well. I can't remember who it was now.
I remember that. That was in. I think it was at Preston or Sheffield Meadow Hall.
Is that Preston? Is it?
No,
I think Ryan
Rampage
Rampage
was.
Ryan Rampage,
That's the one.
That's it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Where's
They were out of order,
And they really got hands
you know
on
what
with
they
him,
did.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. Things like that. Did Ryan get a claim in on that, or where does that stand?
No idea. What happened in private after that, I've no idea. But the way they acted and the way they treated people filming and things like that, it was totally out of order because what they did, they falsely detained them, if I remember. And I think the protest was to sit down. I don't have to move because you can't walk me off this premise because it's got to be the landowner and it's a civil matter. So the police can come and they can trespass you off that, but they're not allowed to detain you. They are not allowed to detain you. And that's what they did. And there weren't just one or two of them. There was at least 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah.
The rest of the shopping centre now is going unguarded, which proves how unprofessional a lot of these guys are.
That's what confuses me and scares me, you know, because if I was going to go and do something like that, I'd love to do a shopping mall. I'd love to start with something simpler, you know, than going to a police station. So I'd probably start with something like a shopping mall. But you don't seem to get away with much there, do you? You seem to be clocked straight away and marched on your way, if you will. You know what I mean?
A lot of them shopping malls are private, though, aren't they?
It depends on you. It depends on who's filming it, really. Because you're not
shopping malls.
I don't turn around and go, okay, and walk out. Yeah, but you know, and I said, well, what? You've got to question them, like, under what? Like, what do you mean? But I'm allowed to do the under what? Under what? And they can never hardly. They don't know. They do about 3 or 4 weeks training. They get in. They put that uniform on. They feel some kind of power. They haven't got a clue what they're doing.
No.
So their job is to maintain or keep secure the whole complex of the shopping centre or whatever. And they pick on 2 or 3 people, and then they all gather around that one area. And then the rest of the shopping centre is going unguarded. So that is unprofessional because there's no real threat with someone who's filming in the shopping centre. But they acted as if, you know, it was some serious kind of threat. Or
it's
not
just
the
a power
case
thing, isn't it?
at all.
With most of them, just a power trip.
It is a power thing because I've been in many shopping centres. Believe me, untouched, smiled at. How you doing, mate? What are you up to? I'm just filming. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
And then you get the other type. So it's worth doing them all and you know, putting both sides of it up. Not being one-sided. Look, there's the good guys.
Yeah.
There's the ones who do the job proper. There's the ones who don't. So, in other words, there's something going wrong in that industry there.
The misconception is
most of them who are going wrong are kind of new to the area.
Right,
Yeah,
sorry, everyone, I'm going to go back in the chat because my phone's going to die. So, and James Patrick's moaning that he's the only mod doing anything in UK. So I better go back in and join them.
All
After
right.
you do, after
This
you
is
do
what
that,
I
if your
get.
phone's dying.
Yvonne.
I don't know. You need to get a better
Very
phone
internal.
with more battery on it, woman.
Yeah,
I know, it's doing me
to a
head in.
meeting and try and tell them.
I don't
What,
Oh, don't
Biker?
let it.
But I'm just saying, go back in chat then if your phone's dying, plug it in.
Don't take the piss.
Yeah, 5 minutes was up 20 minutes ago.
I won't
Yvonne.
take it piss, it was just advice. Jesus. Well, you go back in chat.
I know, this is what
Don't
she-
plug your fucking phone in there.
What?
We have to put up with this every time. I'll tell you what I'll do instead.
Remove me. See you later. Bye.
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 Yvonne. Oh, gosh.
Cheeky git.
You know it.
Bless her.
No, regarding shopping malls and things, it's all about trespass, isn't it? That's the big word, isn't it? Trespass.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've got
Yeah, it's a civil thing.
Yeah.
So trespass
That's-
and things like
that's
that.
what
So
people
it's
don't
either
understand.
the landowner or the
Yeah.
Right, see, thing is, with shopping, with these shopping malls, right? They're all privately. It's all private, but it's private when they're
everywhere's
closed.
private. Yeah.
Exactly, it's private when it's closed. Once it's open to the public, it's no longer private.
Yep.
Right. So if they're going to trespass somebody walking through with a camera, whether they're filming or they're not, right? They've got to trespass everybody else that's walking through there with a mobile phone.
Yeah.
So they've all got
Yeah,
cameras on,
exactly.
and they're not filming.
Yeah.
Right. So if I've got my camera strapped around my neck, not doing nothing, why would they trespass me? Because I've got a camera and not the guy next to me that's got a
I
mobile
mean,
phone with a
that's the
camera.
thing. If you want to take a selfie, you should be allowed to take a selfie,
Yeah.
shouldn't you? So,
Don't forget as well, before you even walk through them doors, you're being filmed. So where's the justice in that? It is private property, but as long as there's public access, you can carry on filming until you are trespassed off. Simple as that.
And another
So you
one.
can carry on
I
rolling.
was watching
yeah,
can't stop you
just
filming.
like what happened to that guy, they shouldn't be allowed to use. They're probably allowed to use maybe a little bit of it, but what they did to that guy, they shouldn't be kicking that guy really. So, can I not like the police officers, is it?
Yeah.
No, I was thinking about one the other day about something to say to them. You know, these ports where people go auditing at ports, and you've got port police, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was watching one by, was it something? Oh yeah, I was watching one anyway, and they all came out to him and said, "You can't film this, that, and the other." And just behind him was a row of houses. And I thought, well, if I was there, I'd turn around and say, so if I lived in that house there with a pair of binoculars and a camera, you're telling me I can't film this port? And it just doesn't make sense.
It's because there's laws that you can't film inside a port.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bylaw that you can't film inside. If you're outside, that bylaw doesn't apply, and then you become filming in public, and that's it.
Yeah, it just blew my mind that they come out. These police came out just because he was stood on the pavement outside, and just directly behind him is a row of houses. Yeah. And I thought, well, if I lived in that house, what are they going to do? Come knock on your door and say, stop videoing or photographing or whatever. Just things that I see in videos and I wish people could point out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just, you've got that many uneducated people out there. It's unbelievable. And especially those that are in some kind of perceived authority. I mean, your security guards, for one. I mean, somebody said they get 4 weeks of training. I doubt they get 4. I doubt they get 4 hours worth of training. In all honesty.
Have you watched the latest PJ snip? That PJ did a little short where some security guard was trying to stop him. Have you seen that one? He was trying to detain him, stop him from walking down a public pavement because he wanted to get the police. The security guard wanted him to wait for the police. and he was trying to stop him from walking along the public pavement. It was crazy.
I mean, their jurisdiction stops at the gate of
Absolutely.
what they're trying to protect, and that is it.
Yeah, absolutely.
No jurisdiction outside whatsoever.
No, it's just like I say, people with power mentality. That I don't know what it is. I'd hate to work for these people. I know that.
Well, without sounding a little bit overboard and what have you, I think the security guards that they're employing now, I mean, English is not the first language, is it? Let's be honest.
No.
And they're employing these people to enforce laws that they know nothing about and they're not taught anything about.
Absolutely.
A good example, and I don't normally plug my own videos, but the worst one I came across was when I was down south last time. It was in a place called Feltham. It's kind of a new shopping centre, precinct, stroke, pub, everything attached, that type of place. And unbelievable, this Ukrainian woman come up to me. I was going to film anyway because there was security there. I was going to amble about. And then just by sheer luck, this Ukrainian woman come up and said, "Excuse me, can you help? This man in the shop, he's horrible to me. He was rude and I'm upset and things like that." I said, "Well, did you speak to security?" And things? No, I don't know what to do, type of thing. So I said, "I'll tell you what I'll do, right? I'll come along with you. We'll go to that guy over there, security, and we'll ask him to help you sort it out." So we did, and I started filming. And he was the one who went, "What are you doing filming? You can't film in public." So for me, you can't get a greater example than someone who hasn't got a fucking clue about filming in public and things like that. And he's a security guy. Straight away went, "Face recognition, get face recognition on this guy." And I went, "Face recognition? It's everywhere, mate. My face is everywhere. So is yours. So is everyone else's. We're all recognised now. What's all this?"
That's another one of those points.
You can't film in public.
About when you go out auditing, just remember to say, "Look up there. There's a camera. They're filming."
Yeah,
that's all you need to say, isn't it? Really.
I mean, I got to be some football games on a Saturday, and 9 times out of 10, I mean, I've always got my camera when I go out on them. And I've had a couple of occasions where I've had opposing teams' parents. Some of them have come up and says, "Why are you photographing our kids?" Right, and I'm saying, well, first of all, I'm not. I'm photographing my grandson's team, because that's what I do. I says, and obviously your kids are going to be involved in that photograph. I says, but I'm all legal. I says, I'm checked and everything else. I said, I'm doing nothing wrong. But we have to give you permission to photograph my children. Why are you photographing my kid and what have you? And it just gets a bit, the amount of time I've told them to fuck off, it's untrue.
That's the next route we're going down, though, isn't it? Because of all this, the word nonce and all pedos and all, that's it. Everyone's just clocked onto that since Jimmy Savile. And they're just abusing it now.
Can I just say this before Bikereddie, and going off that subject, so I've actually got a video up on my YouTube in private, and I spoke to Biker before. What do you think? So he watches them, and I'm like that because kids were involved. I said kids. It don't matter, like you just explained. It's all perfectly legal. But I never go out and go, "Oh, kids, let's film kids."
You're gonna lose
on this particular video. But on this particular video, and it's up there ready to go up, but I'm not sure yet. So I went to a place called Charlie. So I went to the police station first. I got a little bit of an interaction there. So I clipped that. And then I clipped it onto this bus station action, what happened. So I'm on my way home. I thought, go on, I'll do the bus station. Just give me a couple of minutes. And me being me, I'm filming the building. I'm going around. I'm not filming people, basically. So I walked through, nothing. But when I come through, I come round again. I thought, I'll try again. And I did. And I got hassled off these kids. Oh, there's that man again, that creep. So I turned round and I said, is it me you're talking about? And she went, yeah, what are you filming kids for? And I were like, woof. Next thing, a member of staff come out from the bus station, a woman, complete Karen, came out. Oh, someone down there, the other end of the bus station, has just told me that you're coming here filming kids. I said, you what?
Yeah,
And I
remember.
wish I could fucking show it you. But I'm a bit like that because there were teenagers there who I never even saw, and they started calling me out as being a creep, and that man's there filming it.
That's
And
what's happening, isn't it?
me doing what I do, I don't go around filming kids. It was a bus station. I've done bus stations before, and I got accused of that. Then people who were queuing up at their particular stands for their bus just started joining in at me. So I did walk out. I thought, phew. But I thought, go on, phone the police and all that. Couldn't believe it. But I think I might put it up actually because I haven't done anything wrong, and it's worth.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Dino. We're going to lose our rights altogether if we don't stand up for things like, walking down the street.
Exactly, and you will see on the video there is no intent of that accusation.
I don't.
You will see anyone who knows my videos and things like that will know that I don't. So I think I might put it up actually.
I think even having that at the back of your mind that you're thinking, oh, there's children on it, that's something that's been blown out of proportion now, isn't it? I've
had it before. I've had it even in a town centre in front of a PCSO. I put it up. It was these idiots acting daft on crack or whatever. PCSO, who already knew my channel, by the way. And I went right up to him and he went, you're not allowed to film me. And the PCSO turned around and went, yeah, yes. And then I turned round after these other couple of idiots, and there were this young guy and a young girl sat on a bench. What are you doing filming kids?
It's just
it's like,
it's land into it, really is.
You know what I mean? So you're right, Connie. It has got to the point where I'm thinking, shall I put a video like that up when it's been non-intentional about that, but yet that's been involved by them?
Think about
Why shouldn't I?
How many people have been abroad on holiday?
Right.
Yeah. Well, if I go on holiday and I start filming the beach with my daughter or something like that, what is that perverted? That's the whole.
How many kids do you see when there's a camera about, whether it's mainstream or whatever? How many times do you see, no matter what age these people are, they want to jump in front of the camera and go, hey, or whatever. They want to be in front of the camera. And then even though they're not, you turn round, you're still filming, and you're walking towards them and they go, what are you filming us for? When you're not.
Yeah, but like you said, when I videoed them,
right.
I mean, sometimes you can't help but get people in the background sometimes, can you?
That's going back to what I just said. If you're on holiday,
I get what you're saying.
And then obviously get accused of stuff, don't you?
You
it's about the intent. So police, what if say I got accused?
Well, exactly, Michael.
Yeah, like with
if the police had come, all they'd have done is.
I mean, I must
just
admit, when I'm filming, I do try to keep kids out of it.
There's a huge difference between having a camera and following somebody, isn't there? Than just capturing somebody in the background.
Yeah, I mean, I've photographed my son from day one that he started playing football, 4-year-old.
Yeah,
I think he was probably about 9-year-old. And every year they have like a gala to play different teams. It's like a 10-minute game and what have you, and then they progress through to the next round and so on and so forth.
Well, yeah.
This particular one, they were playing, and we had two little black lads playing. And one of the black lads, he was absolutely shit hot, but he was a dirty player. He'd go for a tackle and he'd make sure it counted. But he was very, very good. And this game we're playing, and he put in a few dodgy tackles, which the ref pulled him up on, talked to him and everything else. And then the mother of this lad that got tackled by him. She says, "Get that little black bastard off that pitch," and that was it. All hell let loose. And I'm photographing and I'm snapping, and then this other guy went in. He threw his bottle of pop over and squirted it out or whatever it was, and I'm photographing it all. And police got involved with it, and I got a phone call about a week after, I think it was, asking if I got any footage of it. I said, yeah, I've got about 3,000 photographs that day. Which do you want? And it says relating to that incident, so I just fired them all off. But she actually got prosecuted. Right. She got prosecuted for it, for calling him a little black bastard. I mean, God, it's just something you don't know, mate. And you could hear it from other side of pitch. That was the beauty of it. It was so loud, and people just were thinking, "Wow, you know."
Speaking of filming kids, I used to always go and film, you know, the nativity plays when your kids were in nativity play. Yeah. My kids were always in some nativity play for whatever reason. So nearly every year I'd have to go and film. But it came to a point of going in with your camera where you had to then start signing a disclosure to say you weren't going to use this for blah, 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 anything. I just thought, what?
I mean, my granddaughter, she's been dancing since she was 4, and she's in with a professional school. She does all different types of dancing, ballet, tap, contemporary, whatever it may be. And she does a lot of competitions, right? And every year they have a big sort of show for all the parents and everything else.
Right.
But you are not allowed to take your camera. You're not allowed to film them. Right. Not at all. They will not let you take a camera in. And it's held in in one of the local schools. Have got a big hall and everything else and stage and what have you. And I questioned it. I says, why can't I come in and film my granddaughter doing what she does best?
Yeah.
She says, it's against the law. I says, well, it's not. It's not against the law. I says, it's a policy that you might have in place, but it's not the law. And if I want to film, I can film. And she argued the toss, and it was getting heated. I just says, right, and I left it, and I didn't film. But legally, there's nothing to stop you.
I don't think so. No.
Nothing at all to stop you.
No, I mean it's part of
depends on the severity of the intent.
Isn't it?
How you doing, Shirley?
You've got to film them.
Hi guys.
You can't not film them.
Hi, Charlie.
Charlotte's here, guys. Or Lottie.
It's all about. It's a part of capturing them growing up and what they did growing up and everything else. And if you can't capture that because of stupid fucking policies, then what is the actual point of it? It's not law. It's a policy, and that don't trump any law whatsoever.
I think when you look at the different types of areas where you do film or kids are on film or whatever, it's different to say if I go out, it's different to go into a family do and no one minds and things like that. But by accident, if you happen to be there and you see a creepy man filming things going around, they're going to turn around to you and have a different thought process on that.
It's like a wedding.
Thinking that they don't think of the legalities of it. They just think it looks more creepy than going to a family do, having pictures taken of that way.
Just going back to what my granddaughter does, right? I would stop filming or taking photographs as the sort of thing were going on. But afterwards, I got asked if I could take pictures of the kids, that had done like a group sort of performance or whatever, as they come out of the actual arena and stood outside for a group photograph. I got asked if I could take a photograph then. So you tell me what the difference is. I'm still in the same building, just in a different room.
Well,
and I'm thinking, you fucking hypocrites. You just don't know.
You right. So you're out filming, right, and you've no intent of that, and they're there in the background or whatever, and things like that, and you walk through or whatever. It's like I don't are there any kids here? I don't even notice that. Just people. And the next thing, you get pulled up because and even if you're not filming them, so you get pulled up because a guy's filming, pointing his camera up and across the walls and at the building, and they pull you up for filming kids when you haven't done. You know, that's sick.
a scary mentality, though. Now, isn't it?
Where they got that information from? Because they can do that without knowing the law. And I said that to the staff woman at Charlie bus station. I said, check it out right here now. Go and Google it now. You just see if anything's illegal about filming kids. I'm not here to film kids, by the way. But even if I am, right, which would look fucking pretty weird and creepy and horrible type of thing, it's not my intent. But even if I did, okay, unless the cops have got something on me and you phone them and I'm on the paedophile register or whatever they have, right, maybe you've got a case on that one. Not even filming anybody, any person, but yeah, I'm being pulled up by people who think that I'm filming them when the camera's never gone nowhere near them, and I've got proof of that because it's on my camera.
It's just the fact that we've got to the point
paranoia
where
is
you've got to try and you've got to think and feel that you're not filming kids, and I think that's totally wrong. We shouldn't be in that mindset where we're paranoid about filming.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's
right,
true, though, isn't it?
but we are.
Because, you know, when I go
when
out,
you go out there and you do that, it is awkward. Sorry, Amanda.
No, I was just saying, you know, when I go out, I've never been questioned about that. And obviously there has been children around.
Yeah.
I must admit, I do try not to put children in my videos.
Yeah, you see there, they're back in
Because
the mind, isn't it?
I don't know, it's a respectful thing, I suppose. I don't know. You know, I suppose in a public place, you know, it doesn't really matter, but I just try to keep them out.
Yeah, same with me when I'm videoing. I try and keep number plates out as well, so. And I'm going back to school, I was trying to put my phone the other way also.
Well, yeah,
like,
I know what you're saying,
Well,
but I think also... Sorry.
Well, you can't glean any information from number plates anyway.
No.
So I don't understand where that comes from. You can see it if the taxed or MOT, and that's it. You can't see jack shit other than that.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's same as you know. I suppose it's the man film.
Oh, wait here,
Michael, your mic's playing up again, mate.
I'll have a look at it.
Keep breaking up.
Bless him. No, I think it's like the man thing, isn't it? Because a male's filming, I think it's more classed as suspicious. I'll say classed rather than a woman filming.
Yeah. I think Cat's
you know,
proved
that's skepticism isn't it? Because
I'll have a look.
Of course.
Yeah, I think Cat's proved it.
Which
I'm just going to mute you, mate, so you sort that out.
Which is not always the case.
Say hello, Michael.
Hello, can you hear me still?
That's better.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Well, that's good then. So, yeah, because I've got a new tablet. That's probably why it's playing up for. So.
It is a bit sad that all that's happening, and you know, certain people go out to, you know, certainly. I could walk into an abandoned building, Amanda, and a girl could walk past as I'm coming out and go, "What are you filming me for?" And it's like, I've just fucking spent an hour in there,
well,
fucking dicking about, banging my arms and shit, climbing over shit, and what I'm filming you. It's kind of very similar, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know who's there, and I'm not interested in filming people unless it's security or something like that. That's the intention.
Well, exactly.
But to film a building and I must admit, try and get an interaction. I must admit that. That's why I did it for. That's why I went to the police station, got one there. Weren't much. I wish you could see that, because it was a sergeant. Couldn't even be asked to answer a question of mine. Things like that. I think I might put it up, actually. I might do. I've got
Use a
no
gimbal,
reason not
Dino.
to, because anyone who watches it will actually see the patheticness of the way children are acting today. And you'll see it on the video. I'm going to put it
I think
up.
that's what's needed, Dino. I think
I'm going to fucking put it up.
more of that is needed to open the eyes
definitely.
of snowflakes.
Exactly. And I was like that. And like Connie said earlier, why should I feel that? Why should we have to feel like that when you go out there and know it? Fucking hell, a paedophile's going to walk around in broad daylight in a bus station with like about 100 people stood there with a fucking
People
camera
need
on
to-
a gimbal,
Yeah,
like
people need to
making
remember
himself look obvious.
the cameras that are everywhere are constantly filming. Now, behind that camera is 1, 2, maybe 3 guys in a room filming. So why is nobody going
I
to
think
that,
it should go in there.
shopping centre and saying, I want to speak to the guy who's filming that because he's just been filming my child?
That's
Why-
been proven in past. That has
When
been
you watch it, you
proven
see
in past as that.
Yeah.
Somebody actually did that. They went and questioned, why was that camera following these kids?
Right.
Yeah, and it went back, and this guy, it turned out that he was actually filming the screen as he were filming the kids. He were filming the actual screen with his mobile phone, and
Right.
yeah.
So you don't know what's going on in the background, do you? But yet all these snowflakes are not bothered about, Big Brother watching you. They're just bothered about who they can see with the camera.
Yeah, that's it. Too many snowflakes out there, mate. It's a lot of
And
bollocks.
and then when you,
And it's getting worse. It's getting worse by all these other movements that are going on. Anyway, let's change it.
Yeah.
What have you got new for us, Shirley?
Oh, don't put me on the spot.
Oh no! Is your hamster playing up? Is it? What's happening
got
with
a
your
black
rat? Look,
cat
what's
there.
that in the background? Look at that!
black cat
You
in
just
the
all like that.
background.
Look, there's a black cat.
I don't think you realise you guys are privileged.
You
This cat
witch.
never comes. That's Mimi. Hey, Mimi.
Oh, did you see her eyes then? Oh, it's Mimi.
Eyes light up, then no.
Yeah, I could see you.
Oh,
both.
no. Hello, purr.
She's my little.
Oh, yeah.
She is. She's my pride.
Is that Mimi Charlotte? Sorry, Fairclough Boyle.
Mimi Fairclough Boyle, yeah. She's
Yeah,
my
the
oldest
poshest,
girl.
the cat with the poshest name going. Who's done
What?
that?
I've never done it.
Hey,
What's
sorry,
it?
mistake. My mistake.
He's got a nice cat.
Oh, don't be awful.
Went to with that.
I'll tell you what, I look. You can't
That's
do that
horrible.
to me. It's not.
No,
Say
no.
that
That's
regarding
Mimi.
cats, is it true that
No, it's
Toy
not.
Show cat are on the female?
That is.
What?
Anybody?
Sorry,
No,
Shirley,
that.
it's back. Will you let Shirley introduce and say hello to everyone? And
Well, I was just here telling everyone how amazing Mimi was. Yeah.
I could hear him.
No, I was going to say,
Hi, everyone. We all okay?
does anybody know if
Thank you.
tortoise shell cats are only female? Has anybody looked that up? Or
What cats?
tortoise
Tortoise shells.
tortoise shell, yeah.
I don't know.
They're
Do you know
apparently
what?
on the female.
They're not. I
Right.
don't see half as many tortoiseshell cats anymore as you do.
No.
They used to be quite popular. They were nearly as common as tabbies. Now you don't see really any. There was one opposite us, the tortoiseshell, and I always said they look like it looks like a girl because I think you can tell with the face.
Mm.
But yeah, they keep finding them in chicken chow mein and all that.
No. I'm not agreeing with this. Oh no.
But there has been stories from the past where that has actually happened, and I think
Yeah.
Yeah, of
like
course there is.
China. I'm
there's
not
been-
over here as much, but
Listen,
There is some over here
China and that.
with unlicensed rabbit stuff as well, with rabbit meat and other meat.
Listen, not far away from us, right, about 15 minutes away, a Chinese chip shop got done not long ago and shut down because somebody'd been in there and bought some Chinese food and they got something stuck in the teeth. Now, they went to the dentist. It's a true story because I can pull news clippings up. And they pulled a microchip from between the teeth out.
This is a joke, isn't it?
No, it's true, honest to God. And it turned out it was one of the dogs that had gone missing in that particular area.
Wow.
But surely that's more hard work than just buying meat.
Well, it's like the stories of horse meat. I mean, that went through supermarkets, didn't it?
Yeah, but that was imported, though, wasn't it?
Well, it was
All
from
these
Ireland,
ready-meats were
I believe.
imported.
You know, a lot of Irish meat. And if you look at supermarkets like Lidl, you know, maybe Aldi, I don't know.
I think Tesco
all
was
their
the
meat comes from Ireland. All their produce comes from Ireland.
I promise you, I'll get news report and I'll send it you somehow. But it were about 2 years ago, wasn't it? Might be a bit longer. But yeah, they shut it down. It was in a place called. It was in a place called Eckington.
I do remember with the horse meat thing.
About that though,
Tesco was.
Shirley, it is possible because you don't know what's going on in that industry. You don't know what they're doing.
I think anything's possible. I think anything's possible.
No, do you remember a few years ago? It's probably over about 5 years ago now, and it was like it all came out. It was everywhere. Bird's Eye, places like Iceland providing these companies meals in the stores using horse meat, and they admitted it, and they said, "Okay, then we're sorry, we'll do it again." And now they're making more profit.
Yeah, Connie's just said that.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, look at us, we've done well, we're sorry. And now
it wasn't Bird's Eye. I think it was predominantly in lasagnas and stuff that was like meant to be like pies.
And that's what they were telling us about. Stuff. God knows where else it was.
But half don't forget, the stuff that you meant to get is imported. And when you look at like France, they eat horses anyway. I mean,
if you look at
it's not acceptable to say that it's this produce and it's
not
something else.
I mean, I'm thinking from an allergen perspective and from a dietary perspective, you need to know 100% what's in your diet for intolerances and allergies.
Well, the bottom line is that they've lied to people.
Well, no, that, but I'm more thinking
by putting ingredients.
I'm more thinking it could kill someone, like that girl who was on the plane who had the sesame seeds from the bagel thing a few years ago. I'm more thinking from a life or death point of view rather than a dietary or religious point of view.
What about an ethic point of view?
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, I wouldn't be happy chowing down on something in a pub knowing that it's laced with.
No, I mean, don't forget, people enjoyed eating it. It's not like they went, oh, God, that's not.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not on about.
They were lied to. They were conned.
Well, not that, but
that's
imagine
the worst feeling.
I mean, from a vegan to a veggie, nearly vegan perspective, halfway through a meal, if you found out something was meat, you'd probably either be sick or want to be sick.
If you look at
for me, it's all about ethics, and it's the fact that we were lied to, we were conned, and we've carried on supporting. You know, instead of boycotting that, like, whoa, you fucked up big style. I'm never buying your product again.
Yeah,
people after that who enjoyed the taste of horse meat, believe it were beef or whatever, have gone back.
To be honest,
paying more money to that company.
I think halfway.
Changed the way.
I don't think anyone would know the difference between horse and beef.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
I know. I mean, if it was like a steak or a burger or like.
That's how it started, Shirley. It's when someone recognised the difference and they went, "Hang on, this is not beef." And then
I was thinking more, is it in quality control or something, or the size chunks, or the weight cuts, or
it's the bottom line, not the fact that, you know, whether you like it or not, or whatever, it's your particular brand or whatever. Is it not the fact that you've been lied to, you've
Well-
been conned, but you have,
Well,
because some
I've
people
not
might not want
personally,
to
but
eat horse, even though they eat meat. And then
yeah,
they've admitted it and said sorry. And some people, not all of them, have gone, oh, okay then, and gone
I mean-
back and ended up giving them more profit after them conning you. I mean, I vote with my feet. Simple as that. You've lied to me, you've conned me.
I don't think. I think I see
Don't
it in
say
a different.
sorry, because that means fuck all.
I think
to people
I see
these
it in a
days.
different way because I wasn't buying any of the products full stop, and I won't do anyway. From a perspective of if I bought a product with a mushroom in, but it said it was a courgette, I wouldn't be overly angry. I'm eating a vegetable. I get what you mean.
Shirley,
I do get what
please,
you mean.
come on.
But
I mean, come on. And God knows how long it's been going in for. It's just that feeling everyone bursts
I
out
would
with.
want to know. I
Oh
would
my
want to
God,
know
we've been
what I'm
conned.
eating.
Not like,
I would want to know what I'm eating. But are you talking from a I don't want to be kept in the dark perspective, or are you talking from an animal's an animal perspective, or are we talking?
I'm talking. I don't want to be. Well, if I ate meat, right, and I was buying a meat
from
product,
a vegan perspective.
Well, that's different because they can't put any animals into. I know
That's
what you're
what I'm
saying, but with plants, there's no entity there, there's no sentience there, so it's not like the plants.
Oh.
Do you know? Well, okay, people have got their own views on that, but no, it's not a case. If you've no nervous system, you can't have a brain or a sentient feeling, or any kind of.
Be back in a minute, Matt.
Mind.
Well, I don't know if you know about oysters and mussels.
I just think it's the fact that people have been lied to. They admitted
that.
because it were found out. The people who already knew about it, but they wouldn't tell anyone else. So it took some kind of maverick, some kind of person to go, I'll test that. Doesn't taste right. And someone did that and they went, hang on, analysed it, found out it was horse meat. So fair enough. Oh, I love horse meat. Why not make horse meat products then? Why not put bird's eye horse meat fucking burgers or whatever?
I think as well in the
Instead
UK,
of lying to them,
we're a lot of
saying
there's a
sorry.
lot of, yeah, there's a
It's
lot of
just
people
that
who
feeling.
like
Not
horses
really.
over here
Is it not?
and have horses and do horse riding and everything else. And I think it's sort of a British thing to people do have horses, so it is going to be a big taboo eating a horse.
But it's like rabbit. Rabbit's been around for years and years, hasn't it? We've been
It was like
eating
game
rabbits.
and poultry, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
more of like a hunting, like pheasant and duck and goose and
So how-
chicken and
Situation.
How do we define what a pet is or what a friendly animal is?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think to a lot of people, eating a horse would be absolutely like passing a line that no one would want to do. But to me, and it sounds stupid, I respect all animals, and I've been veggie all my life. I'm not saying the sun shines out my arse, but I'd rather just have an animal as a company thing than food. So I don't really put a horse higher than, I don't know, a hedgehog. I wouldn't want to eat either, but I get why people.
Yeah, I think that's the misconception that people need to get over, that an animal is an animal. If you're going to kill it, eat it. You know.
And do you know what? I've always said this: people who do hunt their own animals and prepare them and eat them, hats off to them, because a lot of people don't have the balls to do it. So fair enough, and I can't fault people for that.
Dino, I'm not going to show it all, but I'm just going to put this clip on here, look, because I don't want to cause any grief to anybody. But
oh no!
Hang on,
you
keep
bugger.
it there, Trish. Keep it there for a sec. Pan back again. That's it. Keep it right. So, dog microchips. Local Chinese has been closed from further business after a lady was enjoying her meal when she bit into something which got stuck in her tooth, causing extreme pain. She went to an emergency dentist, and the object was a dog's microchip, the restaurant itself are not at fault as they buy their own meat.
Right. That's exactly what I've just come on to say. Is we've probably eaten
Thanks,
dog.
Chris.
Oh shit!
God knows what you've been eating. To be honest with you, does
Yeah,
anyone know
exactly. I
what
mean,
dog
if they can do it with horse meat, they can do it with anything, can't they?
I do think it's scary. Anything ordering from a Chinese, I do wonder, or a takeaway or an Indian, or anything, a Domino's pizza. You do wonder how many insects you've had or horrible things. No, it's true. You just don't know.
No, you have insects
No,
in
it
bread and
is true.
everything.
Because in some countries, they do that. I think in Japan, they
No, I know that.
have crickets and things like that.
Oh yeah,
God
on
knows what
on
you're
the
eating.
street, they do battered
how-
ones and
for how
everything. They
long.
dip them in honey and everything.
But how bad's this, right? When people started selling, where was it? I think I saw it in Iceland. It were like ostrich burgers, buffalo,
God, yeah.
this, and some people who eat
Crocodile.
meat, they went, "Oh my god!" And it's
Yeah.
like, well,
They did crocodile
yeah,
as well.
crocodile. And it's like, oh
Ostrich.
no. And it's like, well, what's the difference between that and a pig? How do you know you've never even tasted it? It's meat. It's from an animal.
My dad had some crocodile too.
It's just with that, the fact you were lied to about what was in it. Why would they lie to you about the ingredients? Apologise after, and people not even vote with their feet about
I'll
it.
hold my hand up.
The
I've
fact-
had reindeer.
I like it. I like what you do. I buy
Reindeer.
it. But you've lied to, you've conned me and the
Yeah,
nation
Bambi.
and the world, really. So fuck off. I'll go and buy it elsewhere.
When I went twice, when I went to
People go, oh, they've
Lapland,
said sorry. Oh, as long as they've said sorry, that's all right then, isn't it? No.
But I'd try
Paul, what are you
alligator
doing?
meat or crocodile, emu. I would try it. It's just too bloody expensive.
Ah, because it's a novelty. Well, it did come out as a novelty, didn't it? And I did notice they did lower the prices.
And then it disappeared. So you know it's not sold.
Maybe because it weren't selling. And then it disappeared. You're right. It did
What did?
disappear.
What disappeared? What did?
Well,
The 3
maybe
meats
not
in Iceland that they
everywhere. But I've
launched.
not seen it in Iceland since. It lasted about 6 months and it went.
I think so.
It's not appeared there since. That's
Yeah,
in
they were
Wigan
testing the
though.
waters,
So
weren't
elsewhere, though.
you just seeing what people would actually try.
But it must be a novelty because I mean, the fact that they launch it in Iceland, which is a budget frozen shop,
Well,
mainly
you say
for
budget,
families.
it's not budget anymore.
Well, I know, but
It
nothing.
was about £7 for a steak of crocodile or emu. About £7.
It's a bit of a random place to launch an exotic sort of.
It's a fair point. You
It's
can't knock that. I mean, supermarkets, I don't think I saw it in. Man, you hadn't been looking down the meat aisle, but
I can't imagine they
I've
put it
never heard of
anywhere
anyone
else.
say, "Oh, I went to Tesco today and I got an ostrich burger." It just
I think
seems
if
to be
you're
in
going to
little
test
places
something
like
like that,
Iceland.
I
it's
mean-
going to be frozen. You're not going to get people buying it fresh, are you?
No, I can't say I mean, in Iceland it was frozen. Remember, they had it all in the like the promotion bit.
Yeah.
Sorted, Amanda. Don't worry. Come back when you can.
10 years ago-ish.
Don't
15
worry,
years ago.
Amanda. It's always an open space for you and Chris.
Well,
VIP.
hey, it's a lot of it is
Oh,
just.
if you want me to jump off, I don't mind jumping off.
No. It's all right. Amanda's got
No, we're okay,
problems.
Paul.
And can I just say this
It's
is
about
not
time you
whiskey?
came on anyway. Where have you been?
Can I just say this is not whiskey?
Right, I'm not
it's
interested
cider.
in that.
Because when Spunkfish was on advertising his bottle, I thought I put it in the glass. I don't want to upset anybody.
Is that a crystal glass by any
Jolly
chance?
nice, but how come...
It's a nice
It
looking
is a
glass.
posh-looking glass, isn't it, Connie?
Yeah.
And to have cider in a posh-looking glass like that is completely
Is it
not
cider?
right, is it? I mean, is that...
It is cider, yes, it is. I won't say the name, but it's a good brand, and it begins with M.
Patches.
So
Begins with M.
no,
Magnus.
not.
You sure it's
Magnus.
not Cummins?
Magnus cider.
Oh.
There you go. I'm
Yeah.
full for this one. Monetised. The Irish Soirers Magnasoid. Where the fucking hell's Emma McCann
I
tonight?
don't think I've had a Magnus.
I was thinking, I mean,
Mr. Friday.
I come on, and so he doesn't show up, so he doesn't. Mind you, I haven't seen
could
that.
happen, but Eamon, if you're listening, you can't come on. Thanks anyway, and I know you watch it later. You always tell me you do for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't seen Eamon for a few days.
Joseph Benware as well. Thanks for coming in, Mad Monk. Anyone else who's come in, really appreciate it, guys. Thanks very much indeed. I do. We always get great people on here. The odd time it can turn into something else, but there you go. It's live. Who cares?
Biker's not that bad.
No problem. Does anybody want to talk about? Because I do look into a couple of things before I'm live, and I think, shall I bring that up? But up to now, we've had 2 hours of just good laughter and banter, and bloody good conversation as well. But this Gary Lineker thing is bugging me to shit. Right?
Yeah.
It really is.
Don't do football,
you know
please.
that, me and Bikereddie. And I'm not into football, but
I'm not.
Just knowing about this guy, how greedy he's been since retiring from football and getting into television, and trying to become. Remember when he used to shadow Des Lynam on was it Grandstand or something, or Match of the Day or something? And he kept shadowing him, and he was going to be the next Des Lynam. Anyway, he ended up being so. He even fucking looks like him a bit now. But he's had to step down from Match of the Day presenter because the BBC have gone like, he shouldn't be saying that on social media. So on Twitter, he's put, I don't agree with Sunak's asylum policy. And then, so the BBC have gone, hang on, because corporation, propaganda, we'll stick with the government type of company, which we know anyway, But they do bring some good programs out as well to keep you going. But he's, one of his quotes, Ian Wright, very famous footballer, he's gone, yeah, I'm with you, Gary. I'm in solidarity, quote, with you, because, I think you're right. And, you should stand up for yourself and things like that. Well, what he actually said was the words that Sunak had said were, the tweet was that he said, Luke, what you're saying is compared to like 1930s Germany, which we all know was the Nazism at that time, that period. So it was all about that. I don't know much details, but he stepped down from Match of the Day. He's a multi, but he's always after more money. I don't understand that in a person at all.
He likes crisps.
I really don't. He's a greedy bastard. Talented sportsman at the time, but for me, something's gone to his head where he thinks he's some kind of fucking demigod, like these politicians are. And
when Rishi Sunak come out with it, when he come out with this comment, Rishi Sunak, that's when he tweeted it, saying that's tantamount to what the Germans did in 1930. Words along that line.
He didn't say that.
He didn't. That's absolutely utter bollocks. It was nothing to do with 1930s Germany. That's just his opinion, and he tweeted it, and he's fucking wrong. And anybody that's getting on his bandwagon, backing him up, are as fucking wrong as what he is.
He's always been so controversial, like Dino said, since he stopped football. Now, I've served Gary Lineker and his ex-wife, Michelle, who's a lovely lady. But I think he is getting a little bit too.
It's a movie station. No. It's a movie station, and that's it. Has he stepped down from the BBC, or have they fucking dropped him?
They haven't dropped him. Apparently, it's the BBC that say.
No, they've asked him to step down, basically. So he has done. Not that he's losing a single penny out of that. And maybe he can take it as this. He can have a break as well at the same time. He's no money worries or anything like that, but yet he's always after more money. That's the picture I've got about him over the years. not studied him, but it's it seems to be the picture of him. How much more money does he want? What does even his own brother, excuse me, apparently is not with him, and he's accused him of a few things like what he's gone on about in private. You know, so what you see on TV obviously is not the whole truth and nothing but the truth and things like that. So he's just one of them for me. He thinks he's untouchable.
His comment were absolutely bollocks. It were total fucking utter rubbish. The thing that
I wonder why he said that, because
I don't know,
in the past, I don't know about you, Biker, because you're more into football than I am, but has he ever come out with anything political before? Or is it?
Yeah, he has done many a time.
Yes, right.
Oh, yeah, this ain't the first time. Christ.
But the thing is, I mean, he's talking about immigration, but he's actually taken in asylum seeker before.
Oh, was?
I don't know about that.
Gary Lineker. Connie, you look like a football man. What do you think?
It's not about him being a football
man.
The fact is, he said that Sunak's statement is what the Germans did, which is utterly wrong, because, I mean, I will not stand up for Sunak at all, but the law that they're bringing out, that they brought out, that will be, you know, instigating everything else, is absolutely fine by me. Absolutely fine, and it should have been brought out earlier. But as I said last live, it's just nothing but a smokescreen. But at least that law's there now. And for Lineker, for somebody in his position to come out with, right, he's a football pundit, and that's all he is. Why would he get involved in something political like that on a mainstream media? On media, on a media platform like Twitter? Is beyond me. It's provoked a reaction which he wanted, and that's what he's got.
And like you said, it's not the first time.
The guy is just
publicity,
yeah. It's just
like Hamilton, though.
Thinks he's a demigod.
With the Black Lives Matter, and they're nearly down before it started a race.
Same thing there, isn't it? I mean, Lewis Hamilton, like you said, a multi-millionaire. I mean, he lives in Monaco and everything. He's got everything, literally everything, at his beck and call, and he comes out and joins the Black Lives Matter movement. And look what they've been proved to be. And now that guy is got a total fucking idiot. He's been made to look a total idiot, but yet he still follows it.
I don't know how many properties he's got.
Lineker.
Lineker. All I heard, he's got 4 million pound property in London. And that's not the only property he's got. So £4 million worth of property, he's probably hardly spends any time there and things like that. So it is showing off. It is publicity. It's I am a god. And some people are like that, politicians. But like Biker said, this guy, very talented, good footballer, international. Not only could he score goals and be good at his game and things like that, but he also used to poach a lot of goals.
Well, in all honesty, mate, he weren't a good
might
footballer.
Not mean a lot to you at this point. He was the guy hanging around who took the fame for a lot of other people's hard work. That was his mentality back then, playing football. And now look at him. He's completely changed. He got his chance in TV. God knows how he was chosen, but it was the BBC. He's stuck with them ever since. We know what the BBC is about when it comes to being a join to the government, etc. And that's why they've got involved with this, and he stepped down from Match of the Day. Do you think he cares? I don't think so. It's more publicity for him. For one, he doesn't care. He's got no worries. He can fight anything in court. I don't think he's committed any major crime. It's bloody good publicity for him, and that's what it is. All these God-thinking people like, oh, the world's watching me, listen to my story. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Say what you want. Think what you think. I don't care. I'm Gary Lineker.
No, I think he's become too much of a gobshite, to be honest, and people are...
Yeah, because he thinks he can get away with it, because he thinks he's fucking God. That's why.
The greediest people on the planet
right.
are the people who are the richest.
Emre, Yeah, just for me, a greedy, money-grabbing bastard. I mean, before he started his TV career, he was set up for life because of his great skills in football. You know, his brilliance in his job. Brilliant, you know. I just think it went to his head, all the publicity, and a lot of people try and follow that on. You know, it's like, how can I make more money? And you get sponsored off this, then you start doing TV adverts, and it's like there's that much money coming in, you can't get enough of it. And I think a lot of people, especially politicians, are like that. And the more money that comes in, they don't really fucking need it. I just think it's like a drug, a feel-good factor. And the more they get, the more they fucking want.
Because
anyway,
he had a place in here, Surrey, where I live. And that's where him and Michelle was shopping at the wine shop that he used to manage.
I bet he slept, that fella, with about 20, 30. He's gone behind her back many times. I reckon people like that. They're not all innocent and fucking smiley faced and shit like that just because they're in front of the world and things like that. No, it means they can get away with things, and a lot of them do. They do until they get found out eventually. But yeah, they feel some kind of immunity and this godliness about them. And they think money is power to them. It's not real power, is it? Just in the mind, because it's material shit, don't forget. It's not real. So they're not real.
Right, listen, mate, right, you've got some people in back, but you ain't got enough room. I want to hear what Mike's got to say.
I don't mind dropping out.
Right, I've got a dilemma here, so give me I'll leave you with Biker for a minute, and obviously the rest of you. Let me have a quick break. I need to sort a couple of things out. I'll come back, and there is a few people backstage, like you said. So just
I don't mind dropping out. I'll drop out now if you want to add something.
All right, just let Biker talk to you for a minute, and then I'll come back. We'll see what happens after that. All right, there's no reason to drop out at this moment.
I'm just going to take a break myself as well.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, cheers, Paul, for that. Like Dino said, there's no rush right now. Mike, I can see you backstage. Yeah, good evening, mate. It's not my place to bring you on, by the way, it's Dino's, so if I could do it, I'd slot you straight in now, mate.
Well, no, I don't mind dropping out whatsoever. I only came on to Wine Divona, but she wasn't on, so...
Well, she has been, mate. You missed her.
I know, I missed her. I've had company. I'm too much involved in trying to talk about it, but yeah.
All right. Okay, that's enough said then.
Do we want to know? Enough said.
Yes. How are you doing anyway, Lottie?
I'm all right, yeah. Plodding along. You okay?
Yeah, I know you stayed out the football talk. I wish I'd stayed out the bloody football talk because I don't understand it. You've got a husband.
I won't enter into something that I'm just going to... Yeah.
I know.
I don't do football. I don't really do sports, to be fair, so it's best to keep out of it, to be fair.
I don't, but I thought your partner might.
Rugby league.
No, he's not that type. He doesn't like football. He doesn't like sports either. So.
I tell you what, the best thing is the women's team are doing really well because they don't have a lot of money to play with, but they play it for fun. Whereas the men's team, there's so much money involved that they don't give a bugger if they win or lose. They get so far, and that's it.
Yeah.
Hang on, Ozzy's back.
Do you mean Lennon?
Well, I tell you what, I don't know who he is these days.
Lennon.
Guys.
Yeah, you're all right there.
Ozzy, Lennon. Okay, I've had it all. What about Dino?
Right.
For me.
I won't mention your ball patch.
Like me. What about that? Hear what
You
mine
can't
fucking
escape
on.
this. Every live, the ball patch comes in.
Not every
He's not going
life.
to live it down. He's not.
I'm not.
Right.
I'm not. Oh. Right. I've got a dilemma. Right.
I'll go off. I'll be in chat.
I'll go off
It's
if you want.
easier for you. No, Lottie, you stay because you bring a lot more
I
to
think
this
he's got
channel.
more than
Than that.
one. No, I think
Bring
he's
one
got more
person
than
on
one.
before anyone goes. I'm just. Who were first? I think that's the only thing to do.
I'm leaving because I think you've got Crinkle in the back. So right, I'll leave.
Yeah, Michael there first.
Don't. I can join another time, mate. Don't worry.
Nice one, Paul.
Right, I'm gone.
Paul, it's all right.
Well, I'll be
No
gone
worries.
soon anyway, you know.
Are you still going to be watching and chatting? That's a yes, I think. Right, just a quick one. You won't mind when I do this. Drinks. Okay, I'll leave you that.
Obviously not.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
I
Hello,
did think
Dino.
it was you. Right. Let's have a look at you again. I don't want to, but oh god, no! Take it off, fuck's sake.
Take it off. Do you like
Take
playing
it off,
Tekken?
right? Say hello to Crinkle, guys.
Hi, everyone on the panel.
Hello, Crinkle.
Dino, Lottie, Connie, Eddie.
Yeah, I think my favourite little shithead. How you doing?
Mike,
Not bad, man.
give me a
Good
few
lad.
minutes. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Oh, so anyway, are you feeling better, mate? Because last couple of times we heard from you, you didn't sound too good, and you were.
Yeah.
How's your dad doing, mate?
Well, he's still going along, you know, the same as he was last time we spoke.
All right, enough said, mate. Just thought I'd ask.
Yeah. I'm all right now. I felt better after 2 days. It's still there, though, lingering, but it's not really affecting me, the cold. Just a bit of a runny nose. That's all I've got at the moment, really.
No worries.
Know what I mean? Know what I mean, Dino?
Know what I mean,
It's
mate?
lingering, Crinks, I have to say that. You
It's
like for a
what?
while. I'm saying
Yeah,
it's
about a
lingering.
week. About a week. Well, it's not really affecting me, though. I don't feel anything apart from a runny nose. That's it, really. And, yeah. I watched your hotel video today. Woo! That was spooky, Dino. The hotel.
Oh, that. I thought you was. Yeah,
Yes.
hey, I know you're into all that, aren't you?
Yeah, you was heavy
and
breathing like on Alien. I was thinking an alien's going to jump out from one of those.
Do you know what? I was going to bring it up myself, being selfish, and that I could have mentioned a bit of history about that place, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Because it belonged to a very famous rugby league player called Billy Boston. And when he retired from playing for Wigan, that pub is actually around the corner from where the old stadium used to be, which is now a Tesco.
Right.
And that pub, before, during, and after a match, was packed out. It did start off as an hotel. You saw how many rooms were in there, Crinks.
Yeah.
And it was, oh God, I did freak out, to be honest with
I know,
you.
the heavy
And then when I
breathing,
come out, the door was shut. The door was fucking closed. But anyway, it's probably the wind or whatever had done it, you know. But yeah, it was a very famous, world famous guy. Billy Boston became the landlord of that place. He's still alive today. He's over 90-year-old now. Very famous, but during the video, I didn't want to mention anything about that. To be honest, because I don't think he'd ever see it. To be honest, but if he did watch that, he'd be sick. For me to know all that history about that place and the history of this guy and what he did for the town and for the club and for the sport and for what he did after it and retired and decided to stick around near the ground and own his own pub, which he was that famous, it was packed out. And then to see it like that, it was, I did, honestly, believe it or not, sometimes I do shed a tear when I see stuff like that. And it like, growing up, my dad mentioning him, even my granddad, I was 9 when he died, but it were all, I was watching rugby back then, it was Billy Boston, and bless that guy, all that hard work, all them people's lives he touched, all them friendly faces he saw in that place he owned. He came from Tiger Bay in Wales, the same place as Shirley Bassey. Came up here, there you go, a natural at sport. Became a Wiganer, basically, and run that business after that. And it were all about rugby and things like that.
Yeah.
And I know he must be aware of the state it's in now. And I hate to know what's going on in that fella's mind, to be honest. It's one of those old eras, stories, times, what is now, you can see it disappearing, whether it's a building or whatever, or a stadium or whatever. It's an absolute shame, but I had to do it, Crinks, because I was walking past, looking, I'm always looking, and I thought, fuck me, the door's wide open. I can't, I've always got my gimbal. So, yeah, I did it. And I felt, it was awful. It was an awful feeling.
It's like a video game. You know,
I know I can't help it. I'm sorry about that as well. When I do
alien head crab thing.
Myself, though. Every yard I take, and my heart's going like mad. It's like, and you hear noises and you think, shit, and you're on your own.
After the head crab thing went, like the alien thing, I thought, hang on, he's going to come across a load of druggies in there or something. Was there any drug paraphernalia in there? Because the door was wide open.
Actually, I don't know if you got it on camera. I didn't mention it, but I saw it as soon as I walked in. There were a table, and there was a needle on it. And I'm looking on the floor. I'm like this. My camera's like that, and I'm going like this.
Yeah. So, one of these days, you may stumble across people who take drugs in. I mean, that's an ideal spot once they've scored, straight in there. You know what I mean? Like just off the street.
One room, there was a mattress, and there were food, cans, crisps, stick butts. You could tell there were squatters in there at one time.
Yeah.
And then maybe other people who came in, quick dig or whatever they do, and then out.
But
there was a needle there. I was looking around on the floor, loads of paraphernalia and all that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to highlight that, obviously.
Yeah.
But maybe you might have caught some of that on camera. I don't know.
See, if I was homeless, I'll tell you where I'd go. You know that school you went to where they added the naughty kids? Somewhere where it's shut, but you can still get in, and it's an indoors place. I'll go somewhere like that. Surprised you ain't found anyone, like made a little home out of one of these places.
Yeah.
How long can you be a resident in a building before it becomes yours, or you've got rights to it? What are squatters' rights now? I don't know.
Yeah, that happened to someone around here. They moved into somewhere in Hampstead, a mansion. Yeah.
Mike, I'm
now
sorry.
it's theirs. Now it's theirs. They've been there for like 45 years or something, and now they own it.
Thank you, man.
It's not long.
They were maintaining it. I think they were maintaining
I'll
it.
jump off if you want, so Mike can come on.
Sorry,
Okay.
They have squatters' rights.
I'll jump off if somebody wants to come
Big
on.
up, Yvonne.
Hi, I'll big up, Crinks. You all right?
Yeah, man. I had something to say about the Lineker thing that Eddie was talking about.
Yeah, Mike's got something to say
If you
about
want
it
to
as
go
well.
there, you know what I mean? It's up to you.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen that comment.
I'll wait till Mike comes on before we continue with that, because Mike's got something to say on it as well. I think I know what he's going to say.
I do. Yes, I do. But I don't just run out, do I? I carry on. But I will
Yeah, but
stand
you know
there
it's
and go,
scary.
but I can't help the thrill of the chase, and that's what it is for me. The thrill
Yeah.
of the
Yeah, but it's
chase.
scary
I
going
would
out by
rather do
yourself.
them on my own.
Right, listen, I'm going to drop out, let Mike come on, right? And when somebody drops out, I'll bring myself back on so Mike can have a quick,
No
chat.
worries.
All right.
Okay,
See you
cheers,
later.
mate.
See you
Thanks.
later,
Right,
And,
Biker.
I'm still here. As soon as somebody drops
no,
out,
he'll
I'll be
still
straight
there.
back
Be
on.
back on as well. He's just doing
See
some
you.
checks.
I want Mike to come on and have his say because I know what he's going to say. So, right, Mike, it's all yours, fella.
Speak to you soon.
Right, cheers, mate. Right, okay then. Mike, how you doing?
Good evening.
Good to see you.
Oh, hello, Mike. Hello.
Dino, I'm in fucking trouble now. I'm in big trouble now.
Mike.
Hello, Lottie. How you doing? Connie, how you doing? Crinkle, how you doing? Yvonne, how you doing?
How are you doing? You okay?
I'm in so much shit now. Do you know that? I'll tell you why. I'm in shit. Last time I come in here, I got a barrage of text messages from Fluke saying that, what a turncoat you are. Well, can you imagine what he's going to say now? I'm on a stream with you and Crinkle.
Yeah,
Mike, I had it the same night as well,
it.
Mike.
Explode.
Mike, hang on. Mike, I had it the same night as you that night, and you sent me that message. Whatever happens, don't disappear from here because that guy, I fucking dare him. I tell you,
it won't. Anyway, I'm on, and I'm going to get. Well, I've blocked the number now, so hopefully I'm not going to get any more shit. But I took some shit that night. Yeah.
Yeah, but Mike, you're welcome on, so ignore him.
Yeah. Yes. Thanks, you on. Yeah. I know that.
Sometimes what a lot of people don't understand is, and a few of us will get it on here, is when you're not on a live.
Crinkle's mellowed out.
You, man. Off a live.
He's tamed me. He's tamed me. Dino has, that is.
He's put the spell on you.
I'm still ready to go, though. You know what I mean? But in a calm way, and in a civil way. Let's say, you know what I mean. I'm still ready to argue my points, but
you go for it, Craig. You go for it, mate.
Oh, well, I'll just join in as it goes because I know
exactly because we do it on the right way on here, and this is why. And I've asked loads of people. It's about time we give Crinkle a chance because he's kept to his word. Not let me down. He's kept to his word. He's spoke in private. Can't knock him for what he's done so far. So it's all about supporting each other. Obviously, anything happens again, blah, blah, blah. Let him freak out. Let him speak out. Let him freak out. Let him
I won't freak out, though.
Well, listen, look, me and Crinkle's had our fallouts, we've had our shit and all that shit. As far as I'm concerned, look, I mean, if we don't talk about COVID tonight, we'll be all right.
That's what you think.
COVID.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. Basically, yeah. Well, even now, I can go on to COVID now because it's not such a emotive thing anymore for everybody. So
everyone had their own different circumstances. I had mine with my mother and my father at the time, and seeing things that's going on there that weren't quite what they're telling us. And no doubt everyone else has, Crinkle has, and whatever. But at the end of the day, being back in the real world now, back in the room, as it were, after all the COVID shit, there's a lot going on, and we've got to start to look at what the next stage is of what they're bringing in, and it's quite clear on it. It's the climate stuff, and it's and all these other distractions going on. Bikereddie said before he'd like to know what I say about Gary Lineker and what's going on with the migrant crisis. Well, Gary Lineker's the biggest fucking hypocrite I've ever heard, right? That guy got paid millions, right? Going on with the World Cup last time in Qatar and Qatari, however you want to pronounce it. I just look at that guy and I think, do you know what? here he lives in Barnes in one of the most white areas in London. I mean, Crinkle, you're North London. That's quite a multicultural area. I'm from East London. That wasn't a multicultural area. This guy, he's got opinions, right? And they all do the same thing. They all are like Ian Collins and all these radio presenters that are on LBC. Oh God, what's that other idiot? The one I really can't stand, who's on at 10 o'clock in the morning. James O'Brien, right? These are the guys that got all these opinions, right? But they make sure that they're well out of it. They're well out of it. They're hypocrites. These guys haven't got a clue of what's going on in this country. And what real people on council estates and, where we've all been brought up have got to put up with. And, it's great. Multiculturalism works to a certain extent. But when you start bringing people in from Albania that are not coming from a war zone, these are gangsters. When you get people coming in from all these other Eastern European countries that are here just to, the trafficking gangs that they've got.
Just a quick one. I heard a story yesterday. It was about an immigrant who stabbed a student in the back.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
And he did that to get himself deported.
To go out.
What the fuck is all that about?
I want to get out. I want to get. Is that
or
what
is
I
that propaganda?
Can I ask you something? Do you think it's right for papers like the Daily Mail to call for him, Gary Lineker, to be sacked, and for the BBC to actually sack him for having a political opinion? Do you think that's right?
They sacked him.
They haven't sacked him, Crink. They haven't sacked him.
No, I don't think they sacked him.
Do you think he was put under pressure though, and then he's just gone?
Yeah, definitely.
Sort of thing? Do you think that's right though? Or is that an example of cancel culture?
Are you saying they cut down his freedom of speech? Freedom of speech, yeah.
Well, I mean, to be pressured off in that way for having an opinion, and he's not even he doesn't even run like a political program or the news where bias would be really taken seriously. He's just a sports presenter. I just wanted to bring this up because the BBC allowed Andrew Neil, who used to present a political program, to say similar things, but in favour of the right rather than the left, on his Twitter feed and all that. And then he went off and there was no call for him to be sacked by the Daily Mail. And then he went off to try to set up GB News and all this stuff. And, he'd done more than what Gary Lineker did. And he was a political commentator on the BBC. But he wasn't sacked in that way. Like, nobody mentioned it.
How many of the platforms is Gary Lineker on, though? I mean, he must be huge on more social media.
The thing is though, his views on, I think what he said was actually pretty close to the mark, because they've used language on the MPs calling immigrants invaders, like an invading army that are coming for you and your family. That's what the Nazis actually used.
There's a lot here that came over the last 2 years. I do believe, that all men, they're here. They're not here. These are political, not so much political, but they're economic migrants, a lot of them. If we saw lots of families coming over here, women, children, and men, maybe, we could look at it from a different point of view. And certainly from war-torn countries like Iraq, Afghanistan, and things like that. But we're not seeing that now. We're seeing people coming over from Africa. We're seeing Albanians coming here. We're seeing fucking people from China are actually going to the Middle East to come through the same routes to get here as well. But where do we stop? Everyone's saying, oh, well, we've all got to take our fair share of these immigrants and stuff like that. But you've got to look at the size of this country. We're only small. It's a small country.
Do you think
and Crinkle as well, both of you, right? Why do you think Sunak's brought this new policy out?
Because
why no?
They're toast. They're
why are you
toast.
saying let's stop it all? How
They
long
know
have
they're
they been
toast.
saying that? Let's stop it all. So why no? Have they brought a new policy out on it after
Because
all
they know
this
they're
time?
toast. They
and
know
all
they're
these numbers
toast.
of people that have
I
already
think
come
they're
in
probably
from
doing it to win votes at the next election. They want to please a lot of
Of
people.
course, that's got to be
But
cringe.
I
Yeah,
was
definitely
going to
one
ask,
aspect.
you know, do you think if we process these people just quicker, right, so that the turnaround isn't years like it is now, and we're backed up 120,000 of them in the hotels, if we could turn them around within a month or two, like there wouldn't be any in hotels, and the ones that are allowed to stay, do you think they would be able to be trained and fill our skills gap that we have in all areas of industry in this country?
It
We don't need
depends
it.
what the
We don't need
industry's
films.
become, what it's
How
about
many
now.
millions
It's
are out
so
of
easy
work
for
at the
anybody.
moment?
It's
Well,
so easy for anyone to
we have a
join
skills
in.
gap though in every area of employment, that and where there's skills needed, we have a shortfall. Like carers, for instance, there's a shortage of carers, and because of that, old people are clogging up hospitals because there's nowhere for them to go. Like, you know what I mean?
There's another reason behind that though as well, Crink. You know,
That's
the
the problem.
care industry. Sorry, Mike. Just one sec. It's just the care industry, Crink. It's growing that much. You can't get enough staff. So my question is, fair enough, we need a care industry, but
don't get enough staff. That's the point.
Why can you not get in? How come we can't get enough care? What's going on with all these illnesses?
That's simple, Dino. Simple, Dino. That's simple. Whether you're black, white, Asian, whatever you colour your skin are, the people that work in these industries or these sectors. Like I've watched my dad for the last 5 years in a care home. He's got dementia. He's had front lobal dementia for years. They're still surprised he's alive. But the thing is, I've seen people come and go, good people, whether they're black, white, whatever, good people come. And the thing is, it's the circumstances they're working in. They're treated like shit. Right? They're well underpaid. And this is the problem, you know, and I'll tell you something now, right? And this might upset some people, and I don't give a shit. But Britain has been good at that for hundreds of years. We've done this for hundreds of years. We've brought fucking immigrants into this country. We've underpaid them. We've undervalued the sectors that we've put them into work in, like transport, care, NHS and shit like that. And now I think our fucking chickens are coming home to fucking roost because people, even foreigners that come in and out, go, fuck me. This is shit. This is worse than where I've come from, because the circumstances that they're working in, the environments they're working in, let alone their fucking pay, is absolute shit. And I've witnessed that for myself over the last 5 years. Well, my own father, good people, Africans, West Indians, the people that majority are doing these jobs in care homes are treated like shit.
I must tell you something though, Mike. Like, you know,
sorry, I'm just going to go back in the chat now. Okay. So let someone else on panel. All right.
It just tells me something. Hi, Yvonne. If you're willing to, you know, put your life at risk and then be, let's say, an economic migrant, because to me, an economic migrant is somebody that wants to go elsewhere to work, basically, not really to claim benefits.
Well, a lot of them are paying $5,000 to come here.
And if they, well, yeah, I know. I mean, it's an investment to them. But if they're willing to do all that and still go to these jobs where they're being treated badly, it must tell you something about the economic conditions from whence they came. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is, Henry, I think it's all a delusion, because they come here thinking that the streets are paved with gold, when in fact, when they look at what they're actually earning and what the hours that they're actually doing and the conditions they're working in, a lot of them are turning around going, fucking hell, I was earning less where I come from, but I was treated better. I got more of a sort of social life and family life or whatever than when you come here. People are being running, whether you're black, white or whatever, people in general, when you're working in the public services sector, like our nurses and doctors, they're being run into the fucking ground.
Who should we blame for that, though? Who should we blame? Whose fault is that?
Henry, us. We're
the government
allowing it.
Yeah, and unscrupulous employers who are probably British born, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
These agencies, these work agencies, these work agencies are just another banner of slave fucking labour. All these agencies, whether you're working picking fucking potatoes out of a field or tomatoes or whatever, or working in the nursing industry, as it were, that are working through these agencies, they're all, as far as I'm concerned, it's slave labour. That's all it is. And
can I just interject here? Good evening, Mike.
Hello, Mike. How are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm all good. Right. My ex-wife's mother, she was a nurse. She trained as a nurse right from the age of 16. She got high up. She was an SRN and all the rest of it. She left the nursing industry in 1986 because she didn't like the way the NHS was going then. 1986. And she went nursing into the private sector, and she did that till she retired.
Do you know what, Eddie? My mum, she worked for the NHS. She started out as a doctor's receptionist somewhere, and then she ended up a ward administrator in a hospital, going from a private GP practice into. It wasn't a big position she had or anything like that. But she saw what was going on in the ground, and that was in the late 80s, early 90s. And she said to me back then, well, it wasn't to me, it was to my father, but I overheard it. She said, the trouble is with the NHS, she said, it's becoming ruled by fear. They started, but when they started to put layers of management in, because years ago it used to be the matron that had run the wards and stuff like that. Well, what they've done, they've done away with all the matrons and they brought in tiers of management. And she said, what they're trying to bring in now with these tiers of management is a culture of fear. You don't speak out. If you see something wrong in the environment you're working in, just button it, shut up.
Yeah, and she started off as an SEN, a state enrolled nurse, and then she moved on. She got in an SRN, state registered nurse, and then she got the matron position. Once she hit the matron position, that's when her outlook changed.
Yeah,
and I think she did that for around about 18 months, and then she left the NHS and went private.
Presumably, from the sounds of things, you would both support a pay rise for nurses. Would that
definitely.
be?
Yeah, without a doubt.
So the unions are pushing for that, which is something I don't really see that any of you two may support. Is that right? I don't know, because on the right, people tend not to support the unions, and these are the people that are standing up for workers' rights.
I'll be candid with you, right? Yeah, look, listen, the unions have done damage, and in some way, and it depends on the actual union that you're talking about, because they've all got their own sort of policies, they've got their own sort of political views and shit like that. Look, listen, at the end of the day, we can't bring this into it, because if someone's doing a vital role, whether they be a nurse, whether they be a doctor, or whatever, a ward administrator or whatever, if they deserve that money, we all know, everyone knows in this chat that these nurses and doctors, they fucking work their socks off, right? Yeah. And it's been from the 70s and 80s. I've seen it, and there's no doubt about it.
Sorry, just to interrupt. How do we define how much they should get then? How do we?
Well, let's just be simple about that. I mean, your average Joe that works in a bank, right, is £40,000 to £50,000 a year, right, and that's just administratively, right. These people are saving lives. They're not there managing money or stuff like that. They're because, as far as I'm concerned, a life is worth more than fucking money.
I think, Connie, to answer the question, their wages need to at least go up with inflation, because at the moment it's not rising in at the same rate as inflation. So they're actually in real terms taking a pay cut every year for years and years, and they're fed up with it, basically.
Crinkle, if it just went up with inflation, it's still shit.
I know. At least they would be happier, at least, and then maybe think about a real terms pay rise. Just keep it in line with inflation to begin with. At the moment, it's lower. It's going down.
let's compare, say, the police force.
They do God's work, don't they? From the moment we were born to the moment we die, we're looked after by these people, man. They clean up our shit, our piss, our sick.
Shit, the bed we're agreeing on something.
You know what I mean?
I think everyone's actually in agreement in.
Yeah.
You know that.
And you know what?
I think everyone's actually in the same.
The NHS is, if it's anything, it is a socialist type of entity, isn't it? You know, because we all have a share in it. Okay. We all, until it gets privatized, it's run by us. We have a lot of more say. They're answerable to us, and you know, it's for us, paid for by us.
Yeah, but since in the last 20 years,
as a community, as a society.
Hang on a minute. Mike Crinks, two other people have tried to butt in and said a thing, but Connie came in first. Lottie had something to say as well. Connie, about this, what? You were about to ask something.
I think you heard me, but it was just regarding, say, the police force versus the NHS. But both are tax and national insurance funded, aren't they? You know, in effect, taxes are national.
Yeah, state run, really.
Yeah. So, where do you draw the line on how much, say, a policeman gets, or how much somebody, like you say, a care worker gets? Somebody who's putting their life at line versus somebody who's trying to save a life or clean up after somebody.
I guess if you do it by comparing it to the rest of the world, what do similar people get in Sweden or all over the world, and, you know, make it in line with what they get. I mean, because there's a consensus, you know, what people should get paid, I guess. I think they should be paid at least double. But are we willing to pay that in our taxes? But for me, the NHS is all about when you're ill, you get treated, and when you're not ill, you pay in, for other people to get treated, because I care about society and other people, and I know that I'm going to need it one day. We're all going to need it. Okay. If you want to rely on it, then you will need it. And I'm willing to have somebody. I'm willing for my next door neighbour to be able to go and give birth in a hospital, be treated. If any complications occur, she should have use up all my money that I pay. Because when it's my turn, I will appreciate.
I think Connie wants to speak.
Sorry,
hang on. Let Connie. He asked you a question. You've answered. Connie, it's time to come back at you.
If we're all happy,
cheers,
the NHS, carers, workers, anyone in that field, to get more money, would you be happy then for your hard earnings in terms of national insurance taxes to go up? Would that be a fairer way of doing it?
Absolutely, because it gives me security. Not only does it give other people security, it gives me. I mean, what's more important than health, education, and welfare? Yeah. They're the three major things I'll put lots of money into, because I will rely on them one day.
We all rely on it. Yeah.
And so when I do need it, I can say everyone else is paying for me. They're supporting me as a society, as a community, because we love each other. And when I don't need it, I'm paying in. But it's like it's part of living.
I don't want to fucking money going, and I'll tell you something now, Crinkle White. A lot of money's going out. What could be going into the NHS? The trouble is with the NHS is a bottomless pit. The more you sink into it, the more seems to sink out of it. But the that I've got at this very moment is that a lot of money's going to fucking Ukraine at this rate. This ain't our war. This is nothing to do with us. This has been going on between Russia and Ukraine for fucking decades. This is an American proxy war that we're seeing at the moment that we are financing. That money that we're sending out there, all the fucking arms and the hardware and the military equipment that we're sending from our own forces. So we've got a shortage of missiles at the moment because fucking the defense minister last year sent 80% of the munitions that we've got to Ukraine. So if anything went wrong at this very moment with Ukraine and Russia started attacking us, we're fucked, thanks to all the money and the resources being sent to that. No, fuck that. Let's put the money into what we're sending to Ukraine, back into this country, back into the NHS. Let's get the NHS sorted out. The first thing they've got to do is get rid of all this tiers of management. But I'm telling you something now, the reason why all these tiers of management are in there is because the fucking Conservatives are trying to privatize the fucking thing. They're trying to studying off all the services, and the only way they can do that is put these tiers of management in, take out the real workers on the ground.
How long have they been trying to do that since? I mean,
well, they're doing a good job of it, Dino. They're doing a good job of it because it's being raped. Our NHS is being raped.
What I'd like to know is
why have they got Americans? Why have they got
Americans? I'd like to know where did the 50 billion go that was promised to the NHS as a result of Brexit? Where did it go? It didn't go to the NHS. That was just a lie, wasn't it? It must have been.
Crinkle, it was a bit more than that. I think it was 100 million.
That's what they promised. Instead of it going to Europe, it's going to go to our NHS. It was on the side of a bus.
That was a media load of shit from the UK, whatever it's called.
That was spouted by all the Brexiters, you know. How we're going to benefit from that, aren't we? I don't think so.
That'll be swallowed up with what we've taken in with illegal immigrants. That'll be taken up. The NHS would have already swallowed that money up. That would have been like fucking loose change in their pocket. Let's put it this way, compared to the mess that we're in now, that was fucking what, 8, 9, 10 years ago, that all started coming out. If we can draw a comparison to the money that's been piled into the NHS since then, it's just loose change in someone's pocket. That money of what Brexit would have saved. I mean, that was just one big PR campaign. Anyone believe that is mentally ill, as far as I'm concerned, at that particular time. But in perspective, the money that was meant to be, we'll put 150 million back into the NHS saving through Brexit. Well, that's a drop in the fucking ocean compared to between now and the 10 years, what's been spent extra money on the NHS. And I'll tell you what, it hasn't got any better. It's got worse because what they're doing is lining it up to be privatized.
Yeah, they're doing it on purpose. It's a controlled demolition. They want you to think it's collapsing, it's no good under state control. So that's it. And then they can sell you the privatization. It will be better if we sell it all off to Richard Branson and his mates and all that. But I want to ask you, Mike, so what you were saying about Ukraine and missiles, so do you think we should spend less on defense, which is basically offense, and funnel it into the NHS?
Well, look, listen, we've been cutting back on defense for the last 5-6 years, okay? The problem we got with that is now that we can't officially say that we've got battalions and armies because we've fallen below that threshold, which even the French take the piss out of us about. The thing is, what we've done, we've funneled that money into funding Ukraine, and it's like, hold up a minute, you know, that money was obviously there. It's come from somewhere. Why have we not been building up our own defenses? Because, you know, if you're looking at someone like Russia, right, they're not worried about Ukraine. And, you know, and everyone thinks, oh, you know, it's meant to be a 3-day war. It's meant to be this. No, bollocks. This was all media spin from the beginning. Russia don't work like that. Russia go into something for the long term. They go in for long-term pain. They always have. You know, all right, they got their asses stung in Afghanistan, which most people have. The Americans have. We have. The British got stung in Afghanistan. But, you know, for the little wars compared to us and America have caused around on this planet, the few wars that Russia's been involved with, they'll go in for the long term. And, you know, we've heard all these stories about, well, fucking Putin should be dead by now because he's got Parkinson's, he's got cancer, he's got this, he's got that, he's got this.
How's our money being spent when it comes to Ukraine war? How's it being spent? What's it being spent on?
Let's just go back to what Mike said about, let's go back to what Mike said about our forces being cut back and everything else. right? That goes back. It's not just 5 or 6 years. That goes back to the Second Iraq War, stroke Afghan War, right? The kit that those troops were given were second rate, and they were based on the kits that the Americans that were given. They used the same stuff, the body armor, everything else, right?
Yeah.
And it was an American conglomerate that came up with these, right? You got a body armor that weighed 12 kilos, right? Which were meant to be lighter, enabled them to walk around better, you know, than what they used to be wearing, which were 30 kilos, right? My son was given his body armor. It weighed 27 kilos, right? And he said he was going to wear that and not the American version that they were issued. He actually bought his own body armor because of the cuts that were going on. And that's when Blair were in power. That's when it all started.
I was doing that in the 90s, Eddie. I was doing the same
Exactly.
boots. The were shit. And the combat uniforms, they were shit. They were the cheapest bits of shit they could buy at the time. But in answer to Henry, right, where's this money going? This week, last week, there was a great, and if I can play if I can play a few seconds of this video here, this will answer Henry's question with regards to money, because in America there's a Senate hearing going on at this very moment. It's called the House Armed Services Committee, which are holding a hearing into not just the hardware that America's providing to Ukraine, but the money as well on top, because there's lots of schemes going on. There's schemes to rebuild the place, there's schemes for the hospitals and stuff like that. And one guy's asked the question in here in this Senate hearing last week about, hold up a minute, where's this money going? Because they're getting reports on the ground, and it's been in our mainstream media about there's lots of people all of a sudden getting sports cars. One of the ministerial secretaries, she was caught on the Moldovan border with $22 million in her fucking handbag, near enough, in her suitcase, trying to get across the border. But this guy's asking some pertinent questions, and it's not just about the money that's put in there, it's also about the military hardware and kit that's being put into America. Because America's got a register that everything they spend on defense, because they've got to answer to the taxpayer, like they should be, is like, this should all be accounted for. But since 2020, right, apparently, and I didn't know this, there was armaments being moved into Ukraine from America since 2020. Mm-hmm. And none of it's been accounted for, and this was brought up in the Senate. And the guy that was answering it from the DOD, the Department of Defense in America, was his automatic answer was this, and he had no fucking answers. This is what the money in that. I mean, you just got to listen to this to believe it. So if I can share a screen with you, I'll play 2 minutes of it. And I might answer fluke. Oh God! Don't
get him out of your mind, Mike.
Don't call me a swear word.
Get him out of your mind, for God's sake.
That's
come
calling
on.
me a fucking Nazi. No, I'm joking.
Mike, I'm telling you right now, get that fucker out your fucking mind.
Where's my A4 sheet, man?
I'm sick of doing so much work for you. Fuck off
I've done my research. Right? Look, I've got a Rizzler.
Don't
Sorry.
get in trouble tonight.
Why this war is even going on?
That goes against Dino's YouTube policies.
A couple of Rizzler papers.
Oh, fuck's sake. I'll put
right.
it on. I don't know if you want.
Mike, I've got it.
If we can just play a couple of minutes of that and just listen to these questions that are being asked in this committee hearing that's going on. There it is. There you go.
Audio.
When you're ready, here we go. With no sound, Mike. On that.
Can you hear it?
No,
we can't hear it. We can see it.
Are you on Firefox or Chrome?
Oh God. No,
Chrome shares the audio, but Firefox don't. So
Right, okay, right, 1 second. Right, so let me
take your time, loads of time. Listen, guys, while Mike's doing that,
You might have to be on StreamYards in Chrome,
really
otherwise.
appreciate it. Thanks very much indeed for all your support, all your nice comments as usual. Tony Whitworth, please take notice of what he puts in there, as always. Base Welshman, thanks for coming in and thanks for...
Oh, Space Welshman in here, is he? All right, you old fucker. How you doing?
He's always in here when I'm in here. Come on, man. You know.
Well, you know...
Me with a bit of string.
I'll entertain anyone as long as they're all right and join in like this. And
Space Welshman is his top dogs. He is, mate. He's top. Right, I don't know if you can hear this now. Can you hear this?
Storage, you're our watchdog.
Yeah.
Right?
Here we go.
There's a lot of issues with corruption in Ukraine.
Infrastructure minister arrested for stealing $400,000. Deputy head of Zelensky's office can't explain where the sports cars came from, so he had to resign. Deputy defense minister resigned over contracting corruption, but the defense ministry put out a statement that his resignation was a worthy deed. And the wife of a former Ukrainian politician was found with $22 million in cash crossing the border into Hungary last year. Seems as though a lot of the zeal for enforcement of the anti-corruption efforts seems to align with the Republican control of the House of Representatives in our country. Maybe that's a coincidence. But let's get to this end-use monitoring you testified to. The Arms Control Act of 1996 requires end-use monitoring for certain defense articles that are sold or leased, right?
Correct.
And there's no feature of anything we've passed that exempts what we've given to Ukraine from those requirements in the Arms Control Act, right?
Not exempts. There are different provisions as to how that plays out in different circumstances.
That is controlling law, controlling policy. And here's the upshot. As you testify here today, you cannot testify truthfully under oath that the DOD has complied with the policy and law regarding end-use monitoring during all times of this conflict. Isn't that right?
So I want to be careful here when I respond to you, Congressman, to make sure that I'm clear. We are conducting a series of evaluations that look at the controls that DOD has in place to ensure that they are taking the steps that are required.
And I get all that, but here's the operative question. We haven't complied with end-use monitoring according to the law with everything we've sent to Ukraine to date, have we?
So our 2020 report, which is our last public report on this, made a number of recommendations. All of those have been
I know, but you're sort of dodging the question. You cannot testify that we have complied with the end-use monitoring requirements at all times during this conflict, can you?
So we have an ongoing evaluation right now.
I get that it's ongoing. I'm looking backwards. You cannot testify that everything is complied with the law and the end-use monitoring, can you?
So some of that gets into the classified report issued previously.
But I think everyone watching this could see that if you could testify to that, you would. You're citing a classified report. I don't know why that report's classified. I think the American people deserve to know if this 1996 law is being followed or not. You can't testify that it is being followed, and so I think they can draw reasonable conclusions from that. Do we have, Dr. Call, do we have DOD personnel in Ukraine now?
We do. We have a couple dozen at the embassy.
Other than the embassy, any other personnel?
Nope.
How about CIA?
Crucial question coming up.
Not going to talk about that in an unclassified setting. Happy to talk about that further in the classified briefing.
Is the Azov battalion getting access to U.S. weapons?
Azov getting the money?
Not that I'm aware of, but if you have information,
I'd seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the Global Times investigative report that talks about training. It's from the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensics Research Lab, citing that the Azov Battalion was even getting stuff as far back as 2018.
Without objection.
I'll tell you what, right now, if everyone wants to listen to that in full, right, it's about 1 hour, 20 minutes, right? Just listen to that investigation, right? It's on Forbes. It's on the Forbes website. They broadcast this live, right? And do you know what? The American administration, right, there's all this money from taxpayers being poured into Ukraine, and they can't account for it. They cannot account for the money that's being poured in. If you look, it's billions. It's absolute billions that's being poured into that country. Okay, here in the UK, we've put a fraction in compared to what the Americans have put in. We, right, effectively, like Ukraine this is where I feel sorry for them in a little bit of a way. The Ukraine is being used in a proxy war at this very moment against Russia via the Americans. The Americans are using the Ukraine as a platform to get at the Russians. That's what this is. All the coup d'etat back in 2014 was about. The money's been piling in since 2020 in terms of military resources. That money has not been accounted for on their normal accounting system. Any money that comes out of the sort of the government from America that gets spent, whether it's upgrading AWACS aircraft, whether it gets providing boots on the ground, as it were, every penny, every cent gets accounted for. But funny, isn't it? The money that's going to Ukraine hasn't been. It's not been accounted for. And, there's big, you got Zelensky's wife at Christmas in Paris spending fucking, what was it? It was nearly $1 million in a French handbag shop doing a Christmas shopping. You got this politician on the Hungary border, trying to sneak 22 million across the fucking border. Look.
Would you rather we didn't support Ukraine or the US militarily?
No. We should keep out of it. We've got enough problems of our own here in this country. The Ukraine is corrupt, right? Everyone said it. Even Bill Gates said it back in 2018. It's very corrupt.
Did anybody actually know what was about to go on before it happened?
Yes.
Because it seemed to have happened overnight. So
no, it didn't happen overnight. Dino, Dino, do you remember, Dino, back in 2014, right? When the coup d'etat happened in Ukraine, right? The Americans placed Zelensky in power. The president that was there at the time had to run off. He had to fucking fly off on a private jet. It was the Americans that done that, and there was the Minsk agreement that was brought in. Everyone forgets this about the Minsk agreement, right? The only reason why this all kicks off is because there are indigenous Russian backed, or I wouldn't say Russian backed, but Russian bred people in the eastern Ukraine that were being crucified. The videos are up online for you to see them. For years, they've been crucified. They've been slaughtered in the street.
Do you think Russia has actually done America a favor by invading Ukraine?
No.
To do their job, their dirty work. But let me tell you this now, Henry. Look,
I'll tell you a bit of history.
Well, let me get this clear before I carry on. I am not a Russian supporter in this. I think Ukraine and Russia are the cheeks of the same fucking rancid arsehole, right? They're both as corrupt as one another, and they have been for hundreds of fucking years, right? Yeah. But I'll take no sides in this war. Putin or Zelensky, I think they're bad as one another. And I'll tell you what, the worst thing we're doing is getting involved in it. We should just let them carry on. And if Russia wins it or if Ukraine wins it, fair enough. Let them carry on.
That's Russia done America a favor.
Right. Can I just ask you a question before Crinkle comes in?
Ukraine.
Can I just ask a quick one before you come in next?
Yeah.
Does anyone know what this war's about?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to bring up ages ago. Is it not all about gas?
NATO.
Oh, no.
NATO. That's what it's about. This is what it's been about. Since the 80s, the end of the late 70s, early 80s, this is what it's been all about. And I will say one thing, I'm not a Russian supporter, but one thing NATO have done over the last 35 years is to encroach further and further onto the Russian borders. If you look at the map, right, if you look at the map of Russian bases that encroach on the borders of Europe, and you look at the map of NATO bases that are encroaching on Europe, it has exponentially grown over the last 35 years that NATO are the ones that are being the aggressor here. This is a proxy war. This proxy war that we're witnessing at this very moment, it's tragic for the normal people of Ukraine, and I'll give it that. It's tragic. But politically, it's fucking a disgrace that we're involved in this. We should let Russia and Ukraine fight this out between them. It's been a war that's been going on over fucking centuries. Land's been taken. Land's gone backwards and forwards. Poland to a certain extent. Sorry, Dina.
Yeah, Mike. No, it's all right. We get that. But Crinkle, he wanted to come in, but I just wanted
to say
why? Sorry, Crinks. It's you next. Why are people everywhere you go now? It's do you want to donate to the Ukraine? Do you want to donate to? You know, why should we give money towards bullets?
That's what it's all about.
It's like making people feel sorry for people who are dying. It's like, oh, well, you know, war, that's what goes
but that's
on.
war.
So, let's give money to them. And they don't realise they're paying for a bullet.
Do you know what makes me laugh, right? When you look at our mainstream media, since we got rid of all the Russian press, like Russia Today or whatever, the mainstream media in this country over the last years has had a field day, because what they've done, they've just said, oh, well, Russia's launched these missiles and it's hit this block of flats, it hits this building. And it's like, well, hold on a minute. That's fucking war. No one complained in the Second World War that they hit fucking huge parts of East London, North London, West London.
Right. We're getting that, Mike. We know what Mike's like. You know what I mean? But it's only for that Crinkle who tried to come in before. Go on, Crinks. What were you?
I just wanted to say,
just before Crinkle comes in, I'm going to drop out because Mark Kelly's been sat there for a while.
Cool, man.
Yeah, I know, but
I'll drop out. I'm going to let Mark Kelly come on.
If you want. No, Eddie, I'll drop out if you want. Don't worry about it.
No.
I'm going to drop out. Let Mark Kelly on.
It's fine. Mark knows anyway. He's still there, so he knows. At some point.
I asked Mike the question. Has Russia done America a massive favor and given them what they want?
Yes.
Yes. Have they?
Yes.
Who said yes?
Right. I did. I said yes.
How come? Why do you think that?
Because this is what the NATO battle is all about. It's a proxy war that's going on in Ukraine at this very moment. And by Russia... everyone's going, Putin's a fucking maniac. Well, he sat on this for 7 years, right? And I think if you look at all the world leaders that have had conflicts in this world, that's quite a long time to sit back and sit on your morals.
Why does America love what's happened? Why would they be rejoicing and thinking...
Because they were the ones that initiated it. They initiated it back in 2014 when
I'll tell you my understanding of this, right? Because I've done a little bit of research. I did do my own research, and I've looked into the history of this, right?
Sounds like bloody fluke now.
Yeah, no, there's been where's my Rizzler? I've done some research. Yeah. So look. I looked into going back to World War II, and I know the reasons why Russia is provoked and all that. But what Russia have done, right, according to history, has shot themselves in the foot, because since World War II, there's been a massive debate over what should happen with Europe, right? Should it be in Charles de Gaulle's vision? Yeah, this was his vision after World War II, the French leader, that Europe should be like a third power. So you'd have United States, Europe, and you'd have Russia, the three superpowers of the world. But then there's this other vision that America want, which is called the Atlanticist vision. And what this entails is Europe becoming subordinate to the US, under NATO, so that the US controls NATO.
Don't surprise me.
Are subordinate, are the underlings of the US. And what's happened by Russia invading Ukraine, because that would have been part of Europe. It's pushed Europe into the pockets of the US. So now that's what they've always wanted. They're rubbing, and they've got it for free. Basically, they haven't had to do anything. Like Russia has invaded and given America Europe under the NATO umbrella, which is the Atlanticist vision. rather than allowing Europe to go its own way and be a power in the world.
What's your thoughts on the New World Order, Cranks?
Eh?
For me, I think there's been a one-world government for a long time, i.e. since the last World War, since a lot of things have changed. So the illusion's been there.
Well,
you know, all these
no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Well, I do think there's something going on behind everything that you see. The illusion.
I thought that would be the natural conclusion to what you've just said, Henry, is what Dino said, is that there is a one world order that's trying to take place, whether it be through
US, the US would love the one world order under the US.
Yes,
that's why they like this Atlanticist vision, and they're glad
what I'm talking about.
Ukraine.
Sorry, Henry. Sorry, I'm talking about something that's unbelievable, not what we see and things like that. It's just there's certain patterns and things in life that certain people like yourself, Mike, ourselves, Connie, intelligent people like ourselves, we pick up on certain things, and you think that does not add up, and you notice, our ages type of thing, and you see all these changes going on, and things don't add up. And I do believe there is a one world order going on, and it's in some kind of stage where they've tested this thing out, where it's a COVID 2 meters apart and things like that, wearing masks and things like that.
Well,
Maybe
Dino,
can I interject there? This has been a test run, but there's a one world order. I've said it before many times. You cannot sit there and look at someone, a politician, a leader, and anything who goes like this. Right.
Can I tell you one thing, Dino? Can I tell you one thing, right? The
Right.
Right, Klaus Schwab, okay, has
Right.
done more than Hitler has ever done in his fucking life, right? This guy has not fired a rocket. He's not fired a shell. He's not fired a bullet from anywhere. This Klaus Schwab, right? But he's got all the world leaders under his thumb. You tell me that's correct, right? This guy's an unelected guy that's come out of nowhere. All right, he's been the WEF fucking head of WEF for 30 odd fucking years, whatever it is. But you tell me, right? Hitler could not have done what he's done in Europe and in the West in the last fucking 5 years compared to what the Nazi regime was going on in the 1930s in Germany, right? Here we got another Austrian that is now shaping world policy, not just policy for the UK, not just policy for the US or Europe. This guy is shaping policy on a planetary level.
Right. Okay. Listen, guys. Let's not
I'm
forget.
going to drop out, Dino.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. Sorry, Connie. Right. Connie's next to speak, but I would love Merck, because Merck's just come on.
I was going to say I'm going to drop out because this is not my bag.
Okay.
Yeah. So if there's anybody in chat who wants to come in and talk about something.
It's all right, Connie. I know you understand. You know what it's like, Connie. Yeah. Sorry.
What is your bag? We'll go back to your thing, Connie.
I'm not. I hate politics. I hate anything like that.
Let's talk about science.
I hate
hang on, Craig.
Wars and things like that. I really despise it. It's just a man-made world, and
I like the natural world, like you, Connie. You know what I mean? Understanding that.
But anyway, so if there's somebody in the chat who wants to come on, my offer's there, Dino. Just let me know. I'll drop out.
Don't go, Connie. Come on, let's get you in here again, man.
I'll tell you what, Connie, before you go, because you're brilliant, by the way, and I'll never forget that night, right?
Don't go.
Right? These guys were on, right? So it's not your thing, and that's fair enough. But you know for a fact it's the way things go on here, and no offense meant by me.
Connie.
I've got to go with the guys who come on and. Luke, have you got anything to say about this? I mean, do you have your own?
Well, Mark Kelly's here. Let me listen to Mark for a bit. How about that?
I'm trying. I'm trying. Right. guys, Mark Kelly. And
I can always take myself off as well and let someone else on. That's how
How you going, guys?
It's fine. It's fine as it is.
Cool, man.
Leave it as it is.
Kelly,
Believe
is that
it.
the
If
Kelly
it
on?
doesn't, I'll change it. Mark.
How you doing?
Our swab impressions.
Right, Eddie.
I do like
Connie, I know it's not your subject, but perhaps maybe.
Hang on a minute, Crane, calm down a minute.
Sorry, I was going to speak, but silly bollocks.
Exactly. Thank you, guys. Excuse me, Mark Kelly's on. New guest.
Yeah, I do love that, Mike. Come on, man. That's entertaining shit, man.
Connie, I know it's not your subject, but maybe you should take a little bit more note of it, because if it went the wrong way, it could be catastrophic for us all.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I'm not ignorant to that. No, I'm not ignorant to that now.
Yeah, I know. No, I understand, Connie, but I mean, I've been looking into it, and you know, I'm just looking at all these world leaders, whatever side you know, people say, oh, the Russians are at fault, or the US are at fault, or the Ukrainians, or whatever side you're looking at. I don't see anyone really promoting peace. I see them just all promoting more war. Let's get involved. And if it goes the wrong way, it's not looking good. It looks almost like history repeating itself from some of the former world wars, the way the politicians are all acting.
America have taken the diplomatic option off the table, and it's still off the table.
This is what I'm saying. There's no table. If there's no table, it could end up.
They've made it clear there ain't no table at the moment. So things could escalate pretty badly. And you know what? You know, the Russians also have their contingent of neo-Nazis, with the Wagner group. So
Well, I'm talking of something a bit bigger than a few neo-Nazis. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, those who like to paint out Ukraine somehow that they're neo-Nazi, the Russians have also...
they're definitely corrupt, Ukraine.
Neo-Nazis. They got the Azov group. The BBC and both France 24 back in 2014 done 2 documentaries. The France 24 one was an hour-and-a-half documentary. The BBC World Service one was an hour's documentary. Deutsche Welle done one on the Azov summer camps for children, which were Nazi fucking... Look, listen, this is what I say. We cannot differentiate between the two here. They've both got Nazi elements in them. Ukraine has as well. Azov units were renowned, and everyone knows.
Wagner are bigger as well. The Russian Wagner lot.
Yes.
They're all fucking neo-Nazis too.
They're both the chiefs.
There's one thing you can say for certain: whatever happens, Ukraine is going to be obliterated by the end of this.
Ukraine is finished.
I don't agree. I think they're going to be supplied unlimited weapons, and so eventually Russia will just run out because the whole world's on Ukraine's side.
Who's going to supply them?
It's not quite true, is it?
Oh, well, we are. The whole of Europe will eventually.
Why would we do that?
What about China?
We're already doing it. We're already
What about China?
Yeah, but why are we doing it?
Why? Because they're our ally in NATO. They're our ally. They want to be, most of them want to be a part of Europe.
Ukraine's not an ally.
Well, they are. Yes, they are.
Never have been.
Yes, they are. They want to be part of Europe. Yeah.
Hang on, guys, please. One at a time.
They want to be part of Europe. A lot of them, I mean, it's a 50-50 split, yeah?
I want to be a spaceman, but I can't become one. Ukraine will never become a part of Europe, I'll tell you that now.
They want to. They want, and the US...
the only thing I will support that on is, when this started, obviously there was a movement of people, and 8 million people moved to the west, and 1 million to the east. Can I finish, Sprinkle?
Yeah, all right.
So 8 million moved to the east, I mean west, and 1 million moved to the east. So that would potentially tell me that most of them prefer the west.
Well, Russia wouldn't invade
there's still a lot of people.
Russia
What?
wouldn't invade a country where most of them
And
wants to
I would
join
also
Russia.
suggest,
Crinkle,
I should, yeah, I'd also suggest that you'd probably be better housed and looked after in the West than you would be on the East. So that's perhaps the reason why they moved to West. You know, the people escaping war I'm talking about.
Having done some research,
on a back of a cigarette paper.
Yeah, somebody who studied some of this, I listened to a couple of lectures, and there's roughly a 50-50 split between the civilians of Ukraine. The ones that live on the West are favourable and want to join the EU and want to become part of Europe. The ones on the East are more in favour of Russia. They don't mind not being a part of NATO, and they want to be joined with Russia, right?
Well,
so
what
if
about?
If what you're saying is true, and that most of them don't want to be part of Europe, why would Russia invade Ukraine if most of Ukraine want to join Russia?
Is that a question, Emery, to everyone else
Yeah.
on here?
That's not the argument, Crinkle.
Let people answer it then.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
So go on, Eddie. Go on, mate.
I'm going to go back. Right, 2014. Who remembers the genocide that Ukraine committed against the Donbass region?
Yes. And the Minsk agreement that was.
I've done a bit of research.
Does that answer the question, though?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't answer the question. Well, what I'm saying is, right, you've got all these people back in the Ukraine, but these people have got small memories. They cannot remember the genocide that the Ukraine committed.
Yeah.
Right. So you've got NATO now backing the Ukraine. You've got the UK supplying them with Challenger tanks. You've got the Germans supplying them with equipment. You've got the French supplying him with equipment. You've even got the Americans supplying with equipment.
The whole world is funneling arms in there. How can Russia win?
It's all supplying the Ukraine.
Eddie, can I just interject there? Right, I lived in Cyprus for 7 years, right, and everyone would think, "Oh, what the fuck's that got to do with it?" Well, I'll tell you what it's got to do with it. There's a massive Russian population in the west of Cyprus. There's also a big population of Ukrainians as well. Most of the Ukrainians that have moved to Cyprus have got away from what was happening there. Now, this was back in 2005, 2004 last year when I lived out there. And it was like, well, what's the problem? Well, you know, and they're saying it was terrible because the towns and the cities that they lived in Ukraine were, they had Azov units crucifying Russian sort of born and bred people that lived in that part of the Ukraine, and they didn't want nothing. They felt they had to move because if they didn't support it, if they weren't on the side of the Azov units, they would become targets as well. And you know, I never got my head around that until 2014 when I moved back to this country. I moved back here in 2010, and it wasn't until 2014 this all kicked off with the coup d'etat that was going on in Ukraine. It was like, oh, fucking hell, makes sense now as to, you know, what these Ukrainians are going through. So it's not quite as cut and dried as we're being told by the BBC, Sky News and everything else here in the West, that all of a sudden Putin feels like he just wants to invade Ukraine. This has been going on a fucking number of years.
Yeah. How do you feel, Mike? Can I ask Mike a question?
Hang on, you asked the question and you're not letting everyone answer.
I want to just ask another question. How do you feel when you hear from Putin's own lips, his own thing, and this ain't no deep fake, that there's a possibility of London being nuked will wipe you off the map?
Oh yeah, but
I think you might be lying. I want to hear what Mark Kelly wants to say. Actually,
well, you know, it makes me think. Choose a side now.
Hang on a minute, Drink. Come on, we've all
yeah.
Merck's come on later. It's not further.
Yeah. He's made.
So go on, Mark.
Yeah. Crinkle's making a fundamental mistake straight away by saying choose a side.
Well,
is a mistake, because what do you gain out of it? What does any of us gain out of it? Bar fucking death and people going to the front line and stuff like that. Now,
Well,
if it does go, listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you. If it does come to a part of a certain end is losing badly, almost getting, do you think these elites will not do what they got to do? That's what I'm telling you. It could end into catastrophe for all of us. And the mainstream media, to me, is just stirring it up. And you watch it and thing it. And I've been watching a few Russian bits. I watch a bit of that redacted TV because it gives another side of the story. Things like the biochemical labs. They've actually said in the Senate that they do exist, but they're not for weapons. They've said, now listen to this. This is the maddest answer I've heard yet. And it was on redacted. And it was quoted. I saw the senator saying it, whoever he was, or the general was in the Senate. And he said the bio labs are being used to help Ukrainian soldiers what have got HIV. Now, if you believe that, you'll believe anything.
I'll see that. No, I'll see that.
Yeah, you saw it, Mike. Did you see it?
Yeah, on redacted, yes.
And it was a general or something, wasn't it?
Well, that video I showed earlier, Mark, was from redacted, and I looked it up myself, and I thought, surely this has got to be a wind-up. And then I went to the Forbes website and downloaded it myself. But you're quite right. Yes, they did bring that up about the HIV in Ukraine, and I had a fucking chuckle to myself then when.
Yeah, I know. It's just insane that they expect people to believe that.
Sorry, guys.
It must have been the first thing what came into his head, Mike, for an excuse.
Mark, sorry, Mark. Carol's just put a couple of quid in, so it's only fair to ask you or anyone on here, what do you think about that Ukrainian executed? I know nothing about it. Does anyone else?
The Ukrainian what?
I was gonna say.
We got a Go video on it.
If somebody's gonna threaten obliterating your whole country, why wouldn't you choose a side? I'm against the guy that said that.
Right. Well, okay. I'll tell you why you shouldn't take a side on that. Because if he does, it doesn't matter what side you're on. You'll be obliterated. Simple as that.
Well, yeah, I guess it's true, but I'm still on the side of the people that are opposing him. You know what I mean? Because he's opposed to you.
Right.
My enemy's friend. What's that old saying? The friend of my enemy is my
hang on a minute.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
I'm no friend of Putin. Let's get that right. You know.
Exactly.
I'm no friend of any of them, to be quite honest. It's like, all I see, like I said, is people, warmongers all at it, and there's no one promoting peace, which is a terrible thing. You know what I mean? It's a terrible thing.
Do you think there's a certain amount of, brainwashing of the population into thinking that we need defense? We need to spend money on arms. We need it because of wars, because there's people out there, the bad guy that might want to come and get us. And along with this is this idea, hang on one sec, Dino, is this idea that, it seeps through into places like this, like we should all support those veterans, Like this is an idea to support defense and then have something against someone else, but support veterans. So we support wars, and basically it's welfare for the rich. It's public money going towards rich companies. Raytheon, Boeing, all the arms manufacturers. It's a brainwashing technique.
Yeah, it is. Brainwashing, for sure. Right, I can't understand myself personally. I mean, just being the way I am, maybe it's wrong or whatever. But when you see people actually getting brainwashed into giving their money into a war situation, actually believing what they're told, as if that's the way to solve things and things like that, and you're saying, people should stick up for each other and things like that, but we don't, type of thing. So how come we're not doing that? Is it because we're more influenced by what we're being told?
I think so.
Yes. Yeah.
You may give us
Train on the money.
Be a better place, but no one can tell me. I'll ask you again. Anybody in here tonight? I'll ask you. Simple question: why are Russia and Ukraine at war?
And it's not just territory. I'll tell you that. Henry, you go on about the Daily Mail, mate, but you seem to be sucking up everything the Daily Mail are telling you, mate, because you're going. Have you got a Ukraine flag outside your house?
Probably.
No, but I'm against the guy. I support the enemy of my foe. So I support Ukraine because the real foe is the guy that's threatened to obliterate the UK with a nuke.
Can I say this? When I knew this was a bit something.
As much as they suck, yeah. Like
a
guy that's going to claim to obliterate the UK, I'll support all of his enemies.
All right, you said that 5 times now. Said that 5 times. Let's now. Yeah. Do you remember at the start of this, one thing what really pricked my ears up, and I thought, did I just hear that? Was Liz Truss. I don't know what, I think she was Foreign Secretary at the time or whatever she was. She wasn't Prime Minister.
She's my favourite Prime Minister.
Anyway, she right, when it started, the very first day, I couldn't believe what she said. And her words were, if any British people want to go to fight in Ukraine, I will not be stopping them. Yes. And I was like, wow. I can't believe I just heard our Prime Minister say that.
Mark, I'll tell you something now, right? And that was one of my last shows I ever done. And I turned around and I said, that is a very dangerous statement she's put out.
Yeah, I couldn't believe she said it.
That is if Russia, if British armed forces people are caught on Ukrainian territory fighting Russia, that is a declaration of war. Basically, what she made there was it was an underlined base of a declaration of war. She's encouraging ex-forces, armed forces, whoever wanted to go out there. Right, and there were idiots,
mercenaries.
And look what happened to them idiots that went out there, right? They went out there. Well, this is what got me, right? This was all a psyop, right? They went out there with cameras and they were live streaming where they were going, oh, I'm here in Lviv. The question I asked was, right, in the military, if you're ex-military or if you're in the military, is that you do not use mobile phones or anything or cameras or laptops to upload your footage from where you are. And what happened after Liz Truss done that? We had a dozen people go out there from the UK, right? Military, so-called military guys, right? That couldn't get the fundamentals of what, if you're in a war zone, the last thing you do is turn your fucking personal mobile phone on. Because
I'll just interject there, right? My son went to Afghanistan. His phone was taken off him in the UK before they even took off.
Yes,
right.
They don't do it.
I'm just gonna come up with another one now, going back to UK, Germany, France, America supplying weapons. Do you know that the UK now are asking ex-squaddies to join back up as the rank that they left at? My son got a letter 2 weeks ago asking if he would be willing to join back up, right? There'd be no physical exercise, test, there'd be none of that. He'd basically join back in where he left off.
And you're going to die for Ukrainians.
That's what they're offering right now. All those that left after they come out of Afghan, right? You had literally thousands upon thousands leave after Afghan.
Can I mention the unthinkable?
No.
Like, This is
what do you think about that?
This isn't beyond the realms of possibility, yeah, from what I've heard on panels, yeah, that maybe America and Russia are in an agreement, yeah. So let's pretend to have a war. Let's do it over Ukraine, so that everyone, so that we can get taxpayers' money in both of our countries, yeah, to earn all the rich corporations billions of dollars on both sides, and then we'll just fizzle it out some way. I mean, I've heard worse about World War II, that it was all planned. Couldn't America and Russia just get together and say, let's do this? We're going to all be rich. And everyone's going to pay for it. Because everyone's split and we support both
what's
sides.
What's that got to do with Russia going to war against Ukraine? Can anyone answer that?
well,
Why
usually-
are these two countries going to war when Ukraine was part of the USSR at one point? So what is all that about? Why Ukraine? What's going on there?
Because they hadn't
before.
Well, because they hadn't decided what they were going to be a part of. So there's a money-making opportunity.
If you're Russia, who cares about that extra piece of land?
Yeah, but there's a money-making opportunity. That both countries are earning money. All the arms manufacturers on both sides are earning, and in Europe, because we're supplying them with arms. And, you know, Russia are using their own arms and we're supplying Ukraine. All that money's getting spent and giving companies like
I'll interject here. Right.
Making money
right. When Ukraine,
call it the military something complex, they're earning money out of this, bro.
Shut up. Let somebody else have a fucking word in there. Right. When the Ukraine left Russia, right? Ukraine had a massive nuclear capability. Yeah, we all know that. Russia invaded because they wanted that nuclear capability back. How about that one? Sure about that one?
Well, Ukraine didn't have their own nuclear. It was US weapons.
Right, it's not just
and all that.
Yeah, it's not just nuclear power regarding arms. It's nuclear power regarding energy. Right, Russia's nuclear capability was depleted, right? But the Ukraine had a massive nuclear capability. And when they parted company, right, they wanted that back. That's why the invasion is there, because Russia has not got the nuclear capability that they used to have.
Energy, i.e.,
and who parted company?
Rather than, I mean, all these threats. Hang on, Crinks.
Hang on, let me get the same post.
Hang on. All these threats on about nuclear war, not energy, you know, but yeah, there's nuclear energy and things like that. But all these threats about nuclear war and bombing other countries and things like that, that's never happened. For me, it never will, because there's other people who can attack them back the same way with the same amount of power. So what would be the fucking point?
Yeah,
so
well,
all I think of is it's kind of a fear control tactic.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Dino, but these, if it did come to that, don't worry about all the people in control. They're put under the ground long before that.
Oh yeah, Mark. I get all
what
that.
I mean?
But would it? Well, yeah, I do get that.
Yeah, don't worry. They got jacuzzis down there, tennis courts.
I know. I mean,
yeah.
If you're someone who makes so many threats over so many decades, i.e., every single year over all them decades, nuclear war, watch out, listen, we've got these, we're more powerful than you, and all that. It's never happened, but it has caused. It has been a certain.
Well, we had the Nagasaki, the Russian
It's a
man.
control factor. They won't do it for me.
Yeah, I can get it, but I get that. But like I said, man, if it did come to it, and there was one of these countries with these weapons, what was being let's just go back to Berlin in 1945. Now, let's say Hitler had that power then. As his country was being encircled and obliterated, would he have pressed that red button? Probably yes.
Well, back then, Mark,
Without a
maybe,
doubt.
but I don't think
Yeah.
back then they had that. I just think it might have been part of the agenda. The agenda.
Can we just
Even back
define
then.
nuclear though? Can we define what nuclear is today? I mean, are we talking one big rocket annihilation, nuclear gone?
Well,
Or are we
that's the way
talking-
they,
Several,
are we
innit?
way they
talking smaller
portray
fields?
it.
Are we talking?
How many
looking at
people think,
cities?
oh,
They got
nuclear,
little
oh,
nukes now. They
Yeah.
call them tactical nukes.
Are we taking out
Little
cities
yield
or-
nukes.
No,
That's what he's getting at.
hang
Let
on
me
a minute.
talk.
Hang on a minute.
Cyclops, let other people speak.
Yeah,
Oh, don't-
hang on.
what? No.
Nuclear power is meant to be a power, an energy supplying thing, right? How many people in their homes have a nuclear powered system or?
In where? Whose homes?
Well, yeah. So no, all I hear about is nuclear is war and.
No,
weapons.
70% of France's energy comes from nuclear power, bro. 70%?
So what do they? Well, over here, what do we get?
I don't know. It's a percentage, but France has
Why
the
Google it?
highest.
Where else?
Well, we can look it up, but it provides a certain percentage of everyone's energy. France is one of the highest in the world. Most of their energy comes from nuclear power. So
Well,
that's,
that's fine. If
we've got Sellafield,
kind
haven't
of
we?
energy, fair enough. But
Yeah.
I'm more worried
Sizewell
about.
as well,
They
we
mention
got
it. They mention nuclear. They mention nuclear more about war than giving us energy.
The UK generates 15% of its electricity from 6.5 gigawatts of nuclear capacity. So
Yeah, that's from Sellafield, and what's that other one?
the one on the
Chernobyl.
Cumbrian coast, isn't it? Not
Sizewell.
And then you got the Chernobyl disaster, Russia, Chernobyl.
Yeah, that was totally different, mate. That was totally different than
Still a
producing
nuclear disaster, though.
Yeah,
you wouldn't have nowhere to explore, though, Dino, if it weren't for places like Chernobyl. They are the ultimate explorers, urban
It's
explorers.
giving nothing to me, energy-wise,
All sorts of
energy
deformities
progress-wise. Nuclear power has given nothing to me. Is anyone else in there now tonight where you've had nuclear power that has benefited you, advantaged you in any shape or form? Have
Yes.
you got
Yeah.
it in your home?
Yes. Yeah.
You have.
Yeah, I have. When I went to France, I lived in France for a little while. And
How long?
A few months.
Right, nuclear
Few
power.
months.
Whereabouts, if you don't mind me asking, whereabouts?
Le Barthenu. Le Barthenu. Look it up. Yeah,
people
it's
have
near
got
Le Chat. Le Barthenu.
You're
It's
talking
in the
chat.
middle of- It's almost in the centre of France. Yeah, not far from what's the station? I've forgotten the name. Le Chat. Look up Le Chat, and you'll find that's where I live.
What kind of energy systems are we living under now in our homes?
Right, so hang on. As of 2019, 30% of energy produced worldwide is through nuclear power. That's a significant chunk.
No.
Really?
I don't think so.
What,
Should be more.
what? A third? Come on, that's a lot.
Oh, come on.
It should be much more than that. That's
Well, it should be. I agree. It should be to cut down on carbon emissions, yeah? But that is still a big chunk. 1/3 is a lot.
Yeah, but Henry, are you willing to take your life to save a bit of carbon footprint because you're made up of carbon?
If I'm what?
Are you willing to take your life for the for this green fucking net zero agenda? Because you're mainly carbon.
Well, I mean, many poisons are made of carbon. Cyanide, for instance, is 50% carbon. I mean, that sort of argument doesn't really get you anywhere with me. But, you know, I can see the
Don't you see that?
I can see the negative parts of nuclear power, radioactivity, and what do we do with it, all that waste, yeah? I can weigh that up against a global catastrophe where the world becomes unlivable and a sixth mass extinction can occur and chaos ensues. I would rather have some radioactive material to deal with than the second option.
The nuclear waste argument, shit. We can put satellites in space. We can put everything in space, apparently. And, you know, for the little waste that comes out of nuclear energy, why can't we encapsulate it, shoot it out into fucking space?
Well, the reason why they don't do that is because if there should be a malfunction and it explode in the sky, then you rain down radioactive material on.
But a nuclear power station could blow up. You know, the risk factors are all the same. They're all the same measure. When you look at
I would rather that, though. It's more containable than a global runaway, you know, climate scenario where
how many nuclear waste trains run up and down this country every night?
Hey?
You've got a nuclear electricity meter. You've got a nuclear gas meter.
Yeah, and we're not affected by that.
No, exactly. It's.
I don't know anyone who's been affected by.
I saw a thing where they said to power, I think half of Florida, with solar panels, they would have to cover 4/5 of the whole United States of solar panels.
No.
Yeah, to cover just half the state.
It's not the only. I think nuclear is the way forward because it's a technology.
If it was, the amount of time it's already been around, it would be the way for. Okay.
Well, 30% is already a big proportion.
No, you don't have smart meter, nuclear meters.
No. Hang on, though, Dino.
Any nuclear energy going on in your home.
Well, Dino, if we wanted to cut down on CO2 emissions, we already have the technology. Unfortunately, it's nuclear. We have other technologies too, but nuclear doesn't produce CO2, which is the major benefit of it.
Right, I'm going to interject. Right, I've heard enough right now. I've got to go to bed. My head's smashed. So I've listened to Henry for the last half an hour, and it's just fucking brain cells are fucking mashed.
Come on, Eddie.
Everybody in chat, thank you for all your comments. It's been brilliant. You guys on chat, you've been brilliant, but Henry, you've fucking mashed my head tonight, mate. You really have. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say good night to you all. No offense, Henry, but you fucking.
Well, explain why. Come on, that's not fair.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, mate. You've pulverised my fucking brain cells. So I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm going to say twat in a chat, signing off. Take care.
Good night, Eddie.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Have a good one, Micah.
I'll just say this,
Emery, calm down. Can I just say thanks to Biker as well?
Yeah, big up Biker, you know what I mean?
No
worries, bro.
No
CBR 400 RR, bro. Aye.
Right, guys, agree, disagree, whatever.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, we love this.
Just about it, have a chat about it. It's the best way to go. Believe me, it is. Whether you like someone or not on here, it's my channel. I'll bring them on. And I think it's been fair play tonight. And everyone's been respectful. And I respect all you guys for being that. So thanks very much, guys. I really appreciate it. Anyone who's come in, and I know a few have, I really appreciate that as well. Thanks very much indeed, guys, for all your nice comments. Really appreciate it. Everyone who's been on the panel tonight has been superb, by the way, as well. No complaints. Thank you. It means a lot. Thanks.
Yeah. Can I ask this one? Do you think the mainstream media is spinning a line to get people fearing of
everything.
Yeah, everything, but global warming, for instance.
Of course, Mark. Come on.
Yeah.
Who can deny that in here? Come on, guys. We're all of similar age.
honestly
We've all
say
seen
because I
so
don't
many
watch it
films.
anymore.
Oh,
It
come
depends
on.
That's a
whether
good
it's
thing not to watch it,
justified or
yeah.
not. Well, I mean, would you say that somebody who says to you, be afraid when you go out at night alone walking down the canal because there's someone that may want to do you in and there's no CCTV, is that legitimate or is that illegitimate?
Well, can I tell you this today? Just a quick one, Mike, and it sort of freaked me out a little bit today. I went into a local Sainsbury's and the security guard had to help behind the counter to take, there was people queuing up. And I try to use cash as much as I can. And I looked at the security guard and his chum and the cashier, and all of them had cameras on their chests. And I thought, what a way we live now that every human being is carrying around these cameras on their chest. Exactly what humanity's come to, that no one trusts anyone no more, that we got to put a camera on our chests to make sure nothing happens. And if it does happen, we can try and sue someone from the smallest insult.
Does that tell you something about humans, though? That
I think
given their own devices, they may want to do bad things to each other.
Actually, no. This is the thought process I had. No, humans generally ain't like that. It's the fear they've put in everyone that there are some humans like that. We know there's some bad people out there. But me personally, I think most people are good. Most people will help someone who's in trouble.
Well, when there's no law, right, I'll give you the prime example, right? When there's no law enforcement around, people do bad things, yeah? And this was a case in point, demonstrated, in all its fucking brutality and whatever. When Hurricane Katrina struck and that city went down in the floods, yeah, people were evacuated into football stadiums, no police anywhere in sight. There were women getting raped in broad daylight.
By who?
What about? Is that the famous news clip where the guy was going, "She gone, she gone"? That was horrible.
Yeah, no,
do you remember that? That was horrible.
They made them all go like where.
Right. Well, can I put this to you, Henry? Let me put this to you. Then you mentioned Hurricane Katrina. Now I'm gonna mention Atlanta, where I think Antifa took over the middle of the city when Black Lives Matter was going on. And your left-wing friends took over the city, and the police basically left that part of the city, and they were all shooting each other, and there were shootings, robbings, rapings, everything going on because they wanted to defund the police force.
Well, look.
Yeah.
Well, it just goes to show when lawlessness ensues, yeah, people do bad things to each other. They think they can get away with it. There's an inherent competitiveness and brutality in human beings. We need
a force. You don't need a force of people. You just need a mentality that if you do wrong, you're going to get persecuted.
And what better mentality than, and now dare I mention a swear word? Socialism is exactly that, where you care about other people. You're not interested. Capitalism. Hang on. Let me just make a point. Right? We all know capitalism. Hang on. We all know capitalism. Yeah, instills in us. Yeah, a sense of individualism, that we're all individuals competing against others. Yeah, and so the more they can drive solidarity with our fellow human beings out of us, it benefits them. Hang on, wait a minute, let me finish. The more you have solidarity with your fellow man and you care about society and your next door neighbor, yeah, that the more these sorts of things about people being individual competitors like predators goes away. It does. It's simple.
Oh, Henry. Fuck's sake.
No, it's simple. It is.
Do you look at? You've only got to look at all these protests that are going on around the world at the moment with Antifa, and these are the only people dressing up with black with masks on, right? And they got the cheek, whilst they're dressed up in black with masks on, to be calling everyone else fascists and fucking Nazis. And it's like, well, hold on a minute. Just take a look at yourselves. You are the epitome of what a Nazi.
Yeah. What is fascism? What is fascism, Mike?
Well, fascism is just any other view than what the government or the authoritarian regime is, whether that be a Labour regime, whether that be fucking this twat that we got here that speaks out of his nose, what's his name, the lawyer, or Jeremy Corbyn. If you don't go with their line, there's violence involved in it. And we've seen here in this country, not just in the United States, here in this country.
Is that all, though? Is that all? Is there anything else to fascism?
The only answer that these left-wing organisations have got is violence, and that's it. But they're the first ones to accuse everyone else of committing violence.
Is that all that fascism is to you, though?
Yeah, well, considering that the Nazis would come up from a socialist regime, yes.
Well, hang on. Let me explain to you, because I did my research. Where's my Rizzler packet? I went and studied what fascism is, yeah, from political scientists who do lectures online, yeah, and these are some of the signs that you are.
I know exactly where you're going here.
Living under fascist leadership, yeah, and one of these things doesn't make a fascist regime, yeah, but when you start to see them all coming together, then that is a sign of fascism, and this is common to all fascist regimes, yeah? Nazism and also Mussolini, and there's been other fascist regimes, yeah? That we have a mythic past. Once we were great, yeah? And it's not even true, you know, being great is not... being great does not mean having a British Empire invading all these other countries. Hang on, let me finish.
If you've ever listened to any of
Mike, please.
I don't big up the empire flag.
Okay, look, the fascism comes like this. Okay, once we were great, we had a mythic past, but now we are under threat. Hang on, now we're under threat. You and your families are under threat from the leftists, from the gays. Yeah, from the minorities, the immigrants. Your life is under threat. This is what the fascist leader will tell you. And the way we can get out of this is by a strong military. So we love our military. Hang on. Hang on. Fascism. Mike, one sec. Fascism is also...
Guys, please,
fascism is the politics of us and them. So you need a Sodom and Gomorrah. You need somebody to blame. Hang on, you need somebody to blame. And it's usually the gays, the
that's just what Antifa do. They blame anyone who doesn't like.
Well,
you just explained Antifa apart from the nationalism.
Well, and it's also a politics of ultra-nationalism. That's not just to say... You know,
that's the only bit you can leave out. The rest of it applies to Antifa.
Hang on.
Ultra-nationalism.
Fascism is... Let me finish. One more point. Fascism is also based on...
You are very dangerous. The you're coming out with now.
Let me finish. It's also... Fascism is based on ultra-nationalism. That's not to say, like...
Look, I'm going to have to exit. I've had a great panel tonight.
I might leave as well now. I can't stand it.
Henry,
can I...
Let me
stop
finish.
Cyclops.
Come on. Let me finish. I'll let you finish.
I wish you'd
finish.
I'll tell you what, mate. You are dangerous.
Let me just let me finish. Ultranationalism, fascism is based on ultranationalism. That is to say, it's not bad to say I love my country. I love my country, yeah. But ultranationalism means that you and your citizens of your country are better than everybody else. That is ultranationalism.
Yeah.
And I
Right.
see
Well,
that.
you've just described Antifa, but without the ultranationalism. That's what you've done. And on that note, I'm going to have to leave as well because we've been through this before.
No,
So
you just
I'm not
don't
gonna...
like to hear the opposition.
No, it's just pathetic.
You don't like to be painted out.
Thank you for having me. Cyclops, I'll see you again. And my friend, sorry, I didn't get your name up the top, my friend.
All right, I'll be quiet. I ain't shouting over no one.
What is it?
Well, you can respond, Mark. Why don't you respond?
I can't hear the man above you, Crinkle. I've not engaged with him because of you.
Instead of leaving, respond to me.
Can you be quiet just for a minute? You've made your point. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah.
Matt, come across to you as well. So fair enough. You've had that conversation. Connie's there, patiently waiting. To put
Sorry, sir.
All right.
Above Crinkle, I ain't got my glasses and I can't see your name.
Oh,
So.
no worries. Just known as Connie.
North, nice one, mate.
All right, Mark.
Where are you from, North? That sounds a northern accent.
Connie.
Connie, where are you from?
Near Blackburn.
Oh, Blackburn, yeah, nice.
Blackburn, Lancashire.
Blackburn. Yeah, Preston that way.
That's right. Yeah.
Near enough, Mark. Near enough. Not far
Yeah,
from
I
me.
went up that way many years ago. I went to what football match did I go to? We went by coach and we stopped at Blackburn and Preston. And I can't remember what game it was.
Stanley.
No, we was on our way to Blackpool. That was it. A friend of ours was having a stag night up there. It was a bit wild, but yeah, we went through Preston and Blackburn and that. I'm sure it was Blackburn. Yeah.
Preston's on the way to Blackpool and
Yeah, maybe Blackburn was another time, but definitely went through Preston.
Deepdale. Deepdale.
Yeah. It's a town. It was a bit rough looking then. That would have been in the 90s. Has it come up a bit?
It's come down quite a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's Preston's not the nicest place anymore.
Yeah.
No, I studied in Preston for 2 years.
What did you study?
Come on,
electronics.
Oh, brilliant, man. Do you remember the old electronic shop Tandy?
Tandy, yeah.
Yeah, they were massive, weren't they? And then they just disappeared overnight. Obviously, they went bust.
Speaking of electronics, I believe Philips have just gone bust or finished, or you know the Philips.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're a Dutch company.
I'm not sure, but Philips apparently I heard it through some media that they've gone now. So Philips.
Wow, you'd think in the modern age, electronics would be needed.
I know. Yeah, well, it's greedy Samsung and LG and Apple, isn't it? That's all there is now.
I think most of them might agree that they're all under the same bloody company, so corporate type of thing.
Yeah,
listen, Base Welshman's just joined us, so we've hardly got on, but he's welcome on. Never been blocked. So Welsh, thanks for putting your good comments in tonight as well. So thanks for coming on. Let's keep it good.
It's like the comment was basically we import foreigners to look after our elderly. It shows more about our family values. And it does. In the West, it fucking stinks. The way
would you say, Welshie, would you say that was the whole of the West?
Yeah, well, not the whole of the West. Things like Italy are very much family-orientated. Spain, once again. I'm not too sure about the northern European countries.
See, I've always seen, I don't know if it's just because of TV or whatever, but I've always looked at Italians to sort of live together, and the grandmother lives at home and all that.
So I can go.
But it's not like that in the UK or America, is it?
No. It's because people are under so much pressure to go out and earn money to keep a roof over their head and pay all the bills that they can't afford to.
It depends
keep.
where you're at in the country. I mean, 20 years ago when I was taking my son to Great Ormond Street, most of the doctors, nurses, they're all black. They're all, you know,
yeah.
29% of NHS staff are migrants. 29% are migrants, NHS staff.
Well, Shay, no offence, where have you got that information from?
It's a figure I've known for a while. You can check it out if you want to. I'm sure it's correct.
No worries, mate. I'm only asking, you know.
Yeah, no.
Can I just say hello to Lottie? I've never spoke to Lottie before.
Hello,
Lottie.
Mark Kelly. Hello.
Hello, Lottie.
Right, Lottie's back on. There she is, Charlie. You know. Right, listen, calm down. Keep your fucking hands off, all right? Right now.
I believe Lottie's a married woman, so behave yourself, Crinkle.
It's only because Zara's been taken off by
Zara and Laura Lou. It's Laura Lou's birthday today, so I'm surprised you ain't over there.
Come on.
No comparison. No comparison.
Dino?
What?
Yeah, I see your flags in the back. Is that a Trinidad and Tobago flag in the back of there?
Yes, Lottie.
That is absolutely. That's all for Nigel.
And that's an Irish flag, is it? Then on the other side.
It sure is.
Excellent. I'm a bit of a fiend when it comes to nations' flags. I think they're important to a nation. I think they're very important, and I can see. I don't know why you've got the Trinidad Tobago, but obviously the Irish, mostly for family roots, and maybe a Trinidad for something else. But there's nothing wrong with liking a country's flag or being proud of a country's flag.
I will tell you the reason why very quickly.
Dino, just let him dig his grave.
That one to get a supporter from Trinidad and Tobago and to get him to get other people to watch as well or support the channel, magnificent. Who'd have thought, wow, Trinidad. And of course, I have absolutely loads of Irish supporters as well. And Eamon McCann, who's not been in tonight for some reason.
I will absolutely pick his everything. I
just have so much support from the Irish, you know, and things like that. So,
good old Eamon.
That one, I've got to put that one up because Biker made me do it. So Yorkshire, Trinidad.
But Dino, what I mean by it is you should be proud of nations' flags for reasons to your own. But that would be one of Crinkle's points to fascism, being proud of your history or your culture, your flag.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
It is
true. You pointed that out to us 2 weeks ago.
Guys, please.
There's a big distinction here. Let me just point it out to you. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your nation and whatever. But as soon as you start,
I'm doing this for other
people. As soon as you start to think you're better than other people's nations and that somehow we're superior, that is when it's a problem. That's ultra-nationalism.
Right, Crinkle, can I ask this then? You know most councils in the UK, if you put a St George's flag outside your window, will ask you to take it down. So is that ultra-nationalism?
What do you mean? Is that ultra-nationalism?
Well, what I'm saying is councils will ask you to take that flag down. Let's put it this way. If Dino now draped the Trinidad and Tobago flag outside his window and left it there, I'm sure there wouldn't be nothing said. But if he draped a Union Jack or St George's flag outside his window, he might have a visit to say, could you please take that down?
Mark,
I don't know about that.
Mark, it's like the typical left. It's different when they do it.
Hang on, you're trying to put something over to me.
You've had enough, sir.
Hang on, he's trying to put something over to me that he thinks I support. I mean, I don't know what to make of that.
He's made this point about this fascism
point
about 3 times.
Cool, right? Crinks, you've had your say, mate. Please calm down. I know you're passionate, right? But we've got new guests on, and it's only fair to let them speak.
For real, man.
what you're doing. So let Welsh
You
speak.
still support our
Okay,
heritage.
yeah, but
can't you?
basically, it's the third time he's presented this. He brings it up like he's got some sort of Christmas cracker, and he comes out with points like being proud of your nation, being proud of its history, its culture. You know, these are these pointers for fascism, and then now he brings up this.
Chris,
It
No,
makes you
you're
believe.
mixing it
It
up.
makes you believe. You know, wait there. Let me
Hang
finish
on.
Right.
All right, let me finish my point. And then he turns it into like you believe you're better than everyone else. Well, I don't even believe that as a statement, right? I honestly, I don't even believe that as a statement in its entirety. Nationalism is wanting to conserve and protect your nation and its culture and its people. It's not saying you're better than every nation in every other nation in the world, but either way, he tries to corrupt people's belief and their history and their culture, and he turns that into something bad.
Right.
Well, let's stick with what we know. Let's stick with our heritage of you know, what have we got? We've got the railway, steam. We've got telephone, TV. Come on, help me out here.
So much.
Let me just make a little distinction before you get it all confused, yeah? And then it's one sentence, yeah? So the meaning of an ultra-nationalist, which is a facet of fascism, is a very great love for your country, yeah, which is nationalism, and but you have a belief that it is better than others.
That's what I just said.
Why would
Plank.
you love
That's
your
what I just
country?
said. I literally just described it like that. I literally described
Why
it
would
like
you
that.
love your country?
Well, I've seen in Welshie that he thinks this culture is better than others because he said it the other night.
Let me respond. Can I respond to that? Like I've said on multiple occasions, I believe Western culture is shit. I think we're right down on it, right? We're not at the top of that list at all. There's many cultures in the world that are better than Western culture. But also, I don't want to import worse cultures than Western culture into my homeland because that'll just create more problems, which we see every day, like the stabbings that Dino brought up about 3 hours ago, which Crinkly moved on about, where the guy said he wanted to stab someone to get deported because he didn't really like his hotel. I mean, you know, when people like that are in your country and that brain set, it's going to cause more friction. So yes,
so how do you
the Western
judge
culture is better than other cultures, and there's many other cultures better than Western cultures.
That, Welshie? How do you judge if our culture's better than another culture? Tell me that. What do you do? Because the other day you were saying the Muslims, I love them for their family values, all this. So how do you weigh it up? How do you actually judge? Wait a minute, because in our culture, there's so many things I can point out that are shit, and some that are good, and in other cultures the same. How do you measure that? How do you measure it?
Shut up then.
You have been able to measure it.
That's why I like some.
Then you can talk better.
Yeah, that's why I like.
You have been able to measure it, Welshie.
You repeat yourself. Like I said to you the other night, that's why I like bits of all people's cultures and ideologies. I think there's good and bad points about many different things.
Okay. Right, you just said a minute ago,
Islam,
though.
including Christianity and Judaism.
Okay.
All right. So what's wrong with thinking that? You describe that.
Please let him speak.
Right, okay.
That's not a culture, though. That's a
You
religion.
just said.
I said ideologies as well.
Hang on a minute.
All right, I'll just say this and then I'll shut up. Right. Well, she just said.
I won't let you do this.
Well, she just said that there are cultures out there that are worse than ours, right? Okay. Can you tell me which ones they are and why?
Crink, 1 sec. Dino.
That's it.
Is it?
Hang on a minute. Excuse me. Other guests on here. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, man. That's it.
I'm trying to
go on. Question.
Excuse me, guys, please. Go on,
I'm trying to
Lottie.
calm him. I'm trying to calm him down.
That's it. That's all I wanted to ask. He's already said there's cultures out there worse than ours, right? So which ones are they and why? Which ones are they and why?
Can I say something about what
Go on, Mark. Hang on, Craig.
Whatever culture you're from
please. Go on,
is
Mark.
the culture you're used to, and it's the one you're going to embrace. But whichever culture you're from, so what you're saying there was absurd, because someone who is so someone who's Turkish would probably say their culture is better than anyone
I
else's.
see us all as equal.
And the same as someone who's Ethiopian, because that's what they're used to.
You want to say it to Welshie, because I think all cultures are equal. I see everyone as equal, but he seems to think.
No, you're not. You didn't listen to what I said, you idiot.
No,
I'm sorry to call you an idiot, because
let him speak.
No, Mark,
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Hang on.
What I tried to explain to you there is every culture, what they're brought up into, they're used to that culture with the food, the music, or everything they're embraced in. So every culture would say, yes, that the culture they're used to was better than the next man's culture. So why would that make someone ultra-nationalist?
No, do they though?
Yeah, well, I say most people do, because when you get groups of, hang on, let me finish. Let's take London for instance, Dino. I'll just quickly say this, Dino.
I don't think. Hang on. Do you think you're better or
Can
worse?
I finish?
Excuse me.
Can I finish?
Excuse me, guys. On here, one person talks, and then
Right. Well, let's take London, Dino, for instance. Yeah. Now, I remember Sir Trevor Phillips. He was the race equalities for Tony Blair, and he said he made a massive mistake with the equalities. He looked over London, and he said, "Look, over there in Finchley, you've got the Jewish, population. Then you're coming over to this side here, the Kilburn and all that. You've got the Irish population. Then you get to Brixton and all that. You've got the West Indian." And he said these people choose to live together because they're culturally the same. They want to eat the same food, play the same music, go to the same whatever they do. And that's why they live together. And he said he messed it up with the race relations. He said, I messed it up so badly that, for instance, say for schooling, there was everything in place for every other culture apart from English British culture. There was placements for Muslims, Eastern Europeans, Africans, West Indians, and there was nothing in place for white, especially white English boys. There was one thing in place for white English girls, but nothing in place for their own culture.
And he's a black chap, isn't he, Matt?
So Trevor Phillips was race relations for Tony Blair, and he was a black guy, and he's saying he made a massive mistake.
And Mark, can I ask you something then? Right?
Yes.
If you think that all cultures think they are supreme over other cultures, which one is right?
No one said the supreme.
What that would mean, though,
let me expand on the question.
The only culture that should be is that every single human being. Hang on, we've all got these differences and things like that, but at the end of the day, none of us know the real truth.
Right? Yeah. So what I was going to say is, if you think every culture thinks they're
together,
what I want to say is, if you think that all cultures think they're supreme to the other cultures,
I don't know if you do think that.
Hang on a minute. Let me just finish the question, please.
They're proud of their country. They're proud of their homeland. They miss their homeland. They miss
let him finish. Look, he never let me finish, but I'll give you.
I'll let him finish. So look, the question
No, you didn't.
The question is, right, if you think that all cultures see it this way, that they're somehow supreme to other cultures, right?
I didn't say that.
Can you explain why which one is the best? And if you can't, then do you agree with me that anyone who does think that is wrong and is just
a what? Is a what, Trinkle? Is a what? Is a what? Name that person. What are they?
An ultra-nationalist.
There we go. Which would make them a fascist, in your view. So that would mean anyone who embraces their culture is a fascist.
No, that's not right. No.
Calm down. Calm down,
Get him to
mate.
shut up
Please.
now.
He's
Let us
trying to
respond.
I don't think Crinkle's okay. He's just raising his opinion.
Anyone who
He just hates
plays
Britain.
ultranationalism on its own.
People speak, man.
Right,
Just
okay. Ultranationalism on its
Right,
own, Mark.
Crinkle, just let other people speak.
Right, yeah, I did.
Fully agree with you having your view, and I
Right.
get it. I know what point you're putting across.
So Mark,
But just let other people.
Just shut up.
Having one particular facet.
Shut up. Shut up, Crinkle.
Supreme is the wrong word.
Right.
Supreme is the wrong word.
Crink, just
Right,
let someone else have the
See,
part, and you can
if
have
it's
yours.
my go, I'd like to
Alright.
just explain. The thing with Crinkle is he says about he's asking that question which culture's better than the other. Now I'm guessing if you're brought up in each individual of these cultures, you would say your one was. So that would make everyone a fascist in Crinkle's eyes.
No, Mark, you see, you didn't understand when I defined what fascism is. It's not any one of those single things, but when you start to see them grouped together...
Well, that's not what you said a minute ago. That's not what you said a minute ago. I said call them what you want to call them, and you went
all fascists, hang on,
on one
all
point.
fascists...
On one point.
Hang on!
See, you've double backed.
Wait a minute.
Craig,
Please
double
let me
back.
respond.
This is where you start to
Mark
fail.
Kelly.
See how he's double
Mark
back,
Kelly.
you know?
Guys,
See how he's double back. Now it's
guys.
multiple points
No,
again.
all
But the lady's
fascists...
leaving because of
Hang
you,
on.
Crinkle. Let's
All
change the
fascists-
subject.
Look,
No, hang
I
on.
think
Let me just explain a simple
Crinkle.
thing to you. Wait a minute, please.
Crinkle, I'm going to
All
mute you
fascists-
any second.
Crinkle,
I will.
listen to
Hang
me
on.
a sec.
Please.
Right.
All
I think
fascists
we're
are
all-
ultra-nationalists, but not all
That's everyone on this
ultra-nationalists
panel,
are
then.
fascists, Mark.
Right.
That's all you need to know.
Listen, I think we all...
Crink, I've muted you because you have talked over a lot of people and
I
you
think
have
we all
said
need to
more
take-
than other people, and it's
Right.
about time other
Right, you
people
don't-
spoke.
right.
And we
I
have
think
got a
we
new
all
panel
need to-
member on
I
as
think we
well.
all need to have a section of literally you've got so much, like a minute to
Crink,
talk,
calm
you've got a minute
down,
to talk, and you've got a
please.
minute to talk. And I don't like how people are muted. I think we all need to say a portion of what we think, but it needs to be cut off at a certain point. And
Here,
then-
here, Lottie.
So, like, Mark Kelly needs to have a little bit of a thing without Crinkle, without Base Welshman,
Yeah.
and then Base Welshman without the other two, and then
Yeah.
Crinkle. And
I do try.
I know, but without having to put in the mute. So, guys, keep it to yourselves until we've all had
But we
our
have to
own.
understand each other as well.
I was just going to say, Mark.
No,
We know-
seriously,
we-
just let
Yeah, exactly. The
Let's
voice
get
of
our
reason.
own. Let's get our own point out, and can we have some
Voice of
I'll draw a little
self-control?
spot on my
Well,
cheek
honestly,
there and I'll
guys,
be
on here,
shooting.
you'll get a lot further on this channel.
Let's
right?
have some
Talk
self-control.
like-
Research.
Keep it civil and just go one at a time. And things like that. But Crinkle, honestly, mate, don't try and talk over each other, especially
Yeah,
when
sorry,
we
man.
all need to respect each
Yeah,
other.
good chat. Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down.
It's not the right time to butt in.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
people
yeah.
finish,
So,
then
Lottie, do
finish.
you have a view on this?
Right now, let's just focus on the panel of all of the
calm it
views.
down, that's
I'm
fair
not
enough.
adding
What I wanted to do is just point out Mark's mistake in his understanding in what I said.
Right.
All it was, hang on.
Craig.
Oh, hang on,
Just hang on a minute, right? My channel, my rules,
Yeah,
right? I
cool.
don't believe Lottie finished what she was saying.
Well, okay.
I was going to say you can't start a sentence saying his mistake because
Well,
that's
why not? Well, this is what I wanted to. He's made a mistake. Hang on, he's made a mistake
She's
about
not
what I was
finished
saying.
yet. She has
He's
not
made-
finished what she was
Craig.
saying.
Well, okay.
I will listen to you
Right,
all
okay.
the time if you let me finish a sentence.
Just go on mute, Crinkle.
No, I don't
Well,
think
finish
he
then.
needs to be muted. All I'm
No,
saying
no,
is
he goes on mute. He can't help himself.
Don't let Don't let it down. What we've spoke about.
I ain't gonna let it down.
Crink,
mate,
you are a
please.
very well-versed individual, and you don't need to be muted or put in a corner. There's no need for you to be like that. You're not a thick individual. You're not. You're a very intelligent person, but
Time it right. Do it right, mate. It can be done.
You put yourself in a situation where
All right,
people
sorry,
fall
Mark.
out with you, and there's no need for that.
All right.
He's like myself. You've got so much passion. You want to get
I've said,
it out
and do
before
you know
you
what?
forget,
I've said
don't
the
you,
exact same
Crink?
thing to Dino. I've said that. I've got so much passion and energy that you say things and you think it all comes out in one direction. You think, oh shit, I shouldn't have said.
I've got a
I shouldn't
passion
have said all
for
that.
logical reasoning, and all I wanted to point out. Can I interject now? All I wanted to point out is Mark's failure of reasoning, because what I said is fascist. A feature of fascism is ultranationalism.
Okay.
That's not to say. That's not.
Let me pose something
Let me
else.
finish the sentence, please.
And then you're next.
That's not to say that all ultranationalists are fascists. So if I call you an ultranationalist, I'm not calling you a fascist. You have to have all those other attributes for me to say that. So, Mark, your failure of reasoning is real, bro.
But
that's it.
You're not going in with that approach of.
That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Calm down. Basically, calm down,
So
right?
you're not-
Welsh wants to say something back
You're not
to you.
going in with that
Hang
approach.
on. Let's everyone have their
Yeah,
own say at the right time.
let's
Don't
let
forget.
Welshie.
It's not, also, right, Mark Kelly as well. He's been cut off so many times tonight. Crinkle.
Yeah, I know.
Right, not fair, mate. Not
Right.
fair.
I'll be answered, man. I'm here. I'm zipped for a little while, you know what I mean?
Right, good. It's about fucking time as well, because
Of
I
my own
am
accord
going to
as
end it.
well.
Yeah.
I'm going to end it at 1:30, guys.
Okay.
We've got 15 minutes left.
Can I pose this then, please? Right. Do you believe that when white people move out to the suburbs, I believe it's called white flight? Do you think that's like bad, and do you think that's like some sort of form of, I don't know, maybe into your ultra nationalism or nationalism or whatever fascist that you believe? It's called white flight. Have you heard of it before?
At all.
No,
Crinkle?
it's not.
Oh, you're asking me? I'm being quiet for a minute.
Well, I put your name to it
Ask
straight
the
away.
others
So let me
first,
ask
and then
you. Let me ask you again.
No,
It's
no,
not
ask them
a big
all.
question.
Not me.
Well, I'm asking you specifically because you've got the
No,
opposing opinion.
no, I don't want to talk. I said I'm going to be quiet.
Wait there. What's going on here? It's a simple question.
You just
simple
said
question.
you'd zip it and let everyone else speak.
Exactly. He's asking
Right,
me
let's
to
do it
answer a
then.
question,
Shut
so
up.
I'm saying no.
I wanted to respond
for
from
a
his
minute.
statement.
To be fair, if he's asking him, then give him some.
I don't want to answer
leeway.
because I said I'm going to be
Why
quiet.
can't you answer it? Let yourself down after what we talked
Yeah,
about.
Just answer it. Don't be a child. It's not a trick question.
Don't bait him though. Don't
Ask
bait him.
everyone else first, and then I'll give my answer. Ask everyone else first.
Look, the question's aimed at you, Crinkle. I've aimed it at you, right? It's not a hard question. It's not a trick question. So when white couples and white families move out of the urban areas, in the towns and the cities, and they move to the suburbs, it's called white fright, right? No, white flight. Sorry, white flight.
Sorry, Base. Fright or flight?
Sorry, flight. White flight.
Why is it called that based? Welshman?
I don't actually really know, but if you
Yeah,
can
but
sort.
what is it insinuating?
So basically, it's basically where working class British English people end up moving out of the urban areas of towns and cities, and they move into the suburbs if they can afford it. Of course, that's obviously money orientated. But would you call that like some sort of ism or nationalism or ultra nationalism or some other ultra mega ultra nationalist? What would you class that as, Crinkle?
Well, if people choose to move out of an area into somewhere else, that's up to them.
Yeah,
Like,
but they're moving into like predominantly sort of like obviously white areas then, and you don't see that as a
well, how
problem.
do you know? They might be moving abroad, but you know, just
No. I'm
just
actually
highlight Horace's
talking about a
comment
real
on
life
there,
thing that's going
just
on
to
around
get
the
things
UK.
into balance. Look, if anyone wants to move anywhere, Welshie, that's up to them. Everyone has their own brain, don't they?
Yeah. So I would call that in-group preference. Would you agree with that?
In some respects, I would.
Yeah. So would
what's wrong with
that be in one of your ism charts then, or anything
Well,
like
look,
that?
do you enjoy going to Chinatown to get a Chinese?
Well, this is my point as well. So when you see Sri Lankans and Indians living in the same areas, it's just in-group preference, isn't it?
Not necessarily, because...
Well, it is, isn't it?
Hang on.
They choose to live
in
together.
London, I can give you the history of London. Hang on.
It's the same.
Well, no. The history of London is not because of preference. It's because at the time when people were coming
But it is
over...
now.
Hang on,
I'm not about 100 years ago. I'm on about today. It is now. They can live anywhere, and they choose to live. They choose to live in like in their own postcodes.
Please, this is my channel. I'm sorry, calm down.
It's my turn to speak then. Tell him not to butt in and I won't raise my voice.
But you talked about 100 years ago. We're talking about present.
I'm talking about now, right? When anybody goes and moves into another place, such as when people moved into London, from the Caribbean, they're not choosing to live together. The only 3 places available were in certain parts of London. So anyone coming into London, were put in the same place, not because they chose, but because that's the only places available.
In the 40s.
So we see, so we see places like Brixton, Lambeth, Newham, they're predominantly black because at those times when the Afro-Caribbeans were coming in here,
He's talking about 50 years ago, 70 years ago.
Yes.
I'm talking about today. I'm talking like from that point onwards.
It still stands today.
I'll debunk that straight away.
Look, hang on, because
please.
They're just butting in though. You're not letting me talk.
Kelly, please have a word.
Remember,
let me just debunk that. Let me just debunk what he just said.
Let me finish it. Like,
Yeah,
what
we
kind
know
of
what
a
you
debate
mean.
is this when you just not letting me finish?
Go on, Dean.
Let me
I'm
debunk
letting you
what
all
he just
finish.
said.
Go on, Mark.
You've had the chance to finish
Right,
many times.
he's talking about the history of London and saying how certain people move to certain areas because it's the only places available.
Calm down.
Now, in the 90s and the 2000s, we had a massive Polish influx to London, because of the EU. And there was a massive Polak in London. And most of them choose to live in places in West London, Perivale, Ealing, and there's lots of Polish. Hence my daughter's schools mainly Polish kids. And that's not because they were the only places available, because they chose to live together. No, they didn't.
Preference. That's what it is. It's all in group preference.
Time, they were the only
nothing wrong with in-group preference.
What, in 2000, the only places available was Perivale and Ealing. I don't think so, Rob.
To do with the economics, at that time, the cheapest places to house people, where there was social housing and the rest of it, was in West London.
No, it wasn't. I tell you why. Henry, I can explain why it's like that if you listen.
What you're saying, Mark, what you're saying is, hang on, what you're saying is,
guys, can we just regulate?
Right, I'll explain it very calmly and clearly why the Polish people moved to the likes of Ealing and Perivale, because right on the doorstep of West London is a massive, massive Polish centre. It's almost the size of
you see it on the M4, don't you? You see it on the M4, don't you?
Was that there before they came?
That's it. You got it well, Steve. So
you see it on the M4. Yeah,
That's only
massive.
there after they came, not before, though, Mark. They
It
didn't
makes
do
sense, Mark. It makes sense. Why?
getting it all back to front.
Am I
It
fucking
wasn't
here?
there
Makes perfect sense.
Calm
first.
the fuck down.
It was, you idiot. It was.
No,
It's
it
been there.
wasn't.
It's been there since the 80s or the 70s before the Polish come a massive influx.
Oh, God.
Yes,
It
it
was
has.
only there
I've lived.
after
Hang on,
you
hang
grown
on.
up. So
Hang on. I've lived in the area all my life. I'm
know
going to
the
Google
area
it now. I'll tell you what. I'll Google it and I'll prove you when it was built and it was used as the Polish centre. I'll say no more. I'll say no more.
Look, the only reason an Islamic centre or an Irish centre may be built somewhere is after you get.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Before. And if
Right,
there
let me
is,
try.
the only reason it may have been built is because there was a Polish contingent there already. So they may have been attracted towards their own contingent, but you know the reason why it was built is not first. British people ain't just going to build a Polish centre.
It's fine,
and then
Crinkle. It's
think,
just called in-group preference. Just call it what it is.
your logic
In-group
is so back to
preference.
front. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's not racist.
Go on, Welshie. Go on.
Yeah, it's not racist. It's just called in-group preference. It's just it's what we naturally normally do. You spend time with the same people that have the same backgrounds, culturally, historically, and religiously. And the Polish, like you said, they're very religious people, and they're going to congregate in the same areas that have those things that remind them of home. It's not difficult or racist that the Sri Lankans hang out together in the same one or two postcodes, or the Indians, or the Pakistanis, or the Chinatowns you get in Manchester and London. It's just normal in-group preference.
Look up the history, though, Welshie. The reason why you get areas where there's concentrated
Just
any ethnic
in-group
minority, it's not
preference.
because they choose it. It's because that's the only place they can go.
So the British only choose to spend time in Spain in these British estates that are mainly for the British.
Well, look, anyone
they could go all over. They could go all over Spain. They could go all over Spain, but they want to go where it's familiar. There's people that speak the same language as them. There's people with the same sort of history as them. It's normal.
Welshie, look, in the 1950s, London was expanding, and where it was already full, where there were new people coming in the 50s from the Caribbean, the only place they could go were on the outer boroughs of London.
Dino, can I just say this?
They are.
Mark,
can I say this, please?
You only need to look it up, man. Google it.
Right, listen. Please, let me finish now. Right, the Polish centre I was talking about, as Crinkle says, it was built when after the Polish came in. A massive influx was in the late 90s, early 2000s, because I was here and I lived in London. And let me tell you, he said the building came afterwards. Now, let me just read you, because I know it's been there for years since I was a kid. Right, the Polish Social and Culture Associate Centre in West London, England, was funded by public subscription and founded in 1967, my brother. Before I was born, my brother.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about? You made a statement that it was built afterwards, so you just told a lie.
Are you trying to say, hang on, are you trying to say the British built it before the Polish even came here? Are you mad?
Well, there obviously was Poles here before that, but the main influx was in the 1990s.
And they all moved, to the same postcodes, Mark. They all sort of migrated around the same areas.
I know. This is what I'm saying. I live in a Polish area.
In 1945, after World War II, bro.
Well, you said the building came afterwards. I proved you wrong. I proved you wrong. It was built in 1967. Yes, I did. Because you made a statement and said the building was built afterwards.
Why are you lying?
You said it was built afterwards. Thank you.
They didn't build it before Poles arrived in that area,
well,
bro.
No, I'm telling you that when the main influx came was 90s, 2000s.
Look,
and the centre's been built since 1967. So
Look,
you've just made a fool of yourself.
No, the British
we all
don't
need to
just
look
choose
this
to
up.
build a Polish
Right, if you
fucking
don't
church
fucking
when there's
listen,
no Poles
right,
here.
you can all
Come
fuck
on,
off,
Guys,
Mark,
right?
are you that
Excuse
thick?
me, excuse me.
All
There's
now.
other people on this panel.
Fucking
Right,
you must be
listen,
thick to believe that.
whoa, I'm going to end
You
it.
don't build a skate park when there's no skaters.
Listen,
Just
right,
don't-
my
Come on.
channel, okay, Friday night, fair enough, great
Sorry,
one,
Dino,
brilliant.
sorry,
No, it's
man.
all right.
Yeah, let's calm it
5
down.
minutes. No, I was going to end it at 1:30 anyway, okay, and then I'll come back whenever next. Great stuff, no worries.
What a wanker. What a
Good
wanker.
stuff, truthful stuff.
What a
But
wanker.
honestly, come back next time. Okay, I'm very
It's all
tired.
right.
All right. So I might do a live on Sunday if you fancy it, and things like that. If not, definitely Tuesday. But I just want to say, honestly, guys, I know it was going into it, and I can go on all night, as you know, but I'm not up to it tonight. All right. So I just want to go back and thank many people who've come in.
Why
Josie
don't you let
Ben,
Lottie run your channel?
You are?
Why don't you let Lottie run your channel if she's up for being?
I just want to say to Mark, yeah, after World War
really
II,
don't.
there was
Anyone can
massive
do what I can
influx of
do on my
Poles to the
Shut
UK,
up,
bro.
Crinkle.
That's
Shut
the
up.
reason why. You ain't got your history straight, bro.
No, you had yours wrong.
No, you're
calm
fake, bro.
down. We can do this another
Even
night.
before World War II, Poles were coming over here, bro.
You were wrong. I was correct.
You were
No,
wrong.
you ain't right, bro. You can't
I
say
was
that.
correct. You was wrong.
In
We were correct.
1951,
Guys.
162,339 residents
Yeah.
have listed Poland
Good
as
night,
their
guys.
birthplace in the UK.
Right.
Come on,
Let's
you
stop there.
sicko.
Let's stop there.
Mass
Everybody,
migration started in the
Dino,
50s.
what do you want to do? Your call. Oh, he's gone. Somebody's gone.
No, to be honest with you, you're
All
all
right.
gone.
All
I'm
right.
trying to end it. I don't want it to be this way at this time.
All right. Okay.
We'll carry it on, no problem. It's just this time. So if this conversation happened about 4 hours ago, no problem at all. But there's a lot of people who are tired, who've been watching, etc. And they want to get off to sleep. So do I. I'm very tired.
Yeah.
I really,
Yeah.
Mark, it's just that, you know the score. And thanks as well. And
No, thanks for having me, Dino. I'm just going to say goodbye to Lottie and goodbye to Connie
Yeah, thanks,
and
Mark.
the chat. So, yeah, a great show, I feel.
No, cheers, Mark. Just always respectful.
Yeah.
Mark. Don't
No
forget
doubt
Mark's
I will
channel.
I
Bloody
will speak
brilliant
to him.
lives. Mark just sits back and goes,
Anyway.
fucking go for it, guys. You know what I mean? And then he'll go, I'll butt in right now.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about Mark.
Yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
mean,
He'll let people have their set, and it's like, hang on, and then he'll come in. That's what I love about Mark.
Mm-hmm. I've not spoke to him before tonight, but I have.
I'll tell you what.
I have seen the wrath of Mark. He is not to be messed with.
There is no wrath. There's no wrath.
It's true. Don't get on the wrong side of Mark
Will
Kelly.
sit back and go, right, I'll listen. And then he'll
Right,
go,
listen,
right.
anyway, thanks for having me on, Dino, and nice talking to you, Lottie and Connie. Didn't get a lot to say, but at least, look, I will say this, Dino, it might have got a little bit heated near the end, but at least there was no personal insults or nothing, so
No.
that was
here,
quite
mate.
good.
You know what it's like.
So, big up the channel and big up the chat, and I'll see you all soon.
Yeah.
Big up to Mark Kelly as well, guys. Thanks, Mark.
Take care, everyone.
Top class. Cheers, mate. Mark Kelly. There you go. Check his channel.
Right, I'm going to say good night. Big thanks to everybody.
Connie, do you know, poor Connie, he's been all
Don't be
night.
Susie.
Do you know what? He's so beautiful, and he sits there and joins in.
Have you got a
I'm
man
sorry,
crush,
it's just the way
Gino?
it goes. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Oh dear.
I do my best.
Oh, Connie, I
do.
think he's got a man crush on.
I do my best, guys. I really do. But anyway, there's always next time, of course.
Yeah.
So
It's always
Sunday
nice
it
to
could
be
be tomorrow. You never know. You never know with me.
Night, everybody.
Let's
Night,
carry on.
Foxy,
But
night,
listen,
Dino,
Craig,
night,
still
everybody in chat.
listening, which I
Night,
think I
Connie.
know
And
you
your
are.
lovely little dog and the other dog and everything adorable. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very
Give
much.
him a
Good
cuddle
night.
from me.
Love you all.
Good night. And
Much
night,
love,
the-
mate, and much love, Connie. Thank you. And see you on the next live, no doubt. Hopefully so, anyway. But guys, honestly, everyone involved tonight, absolutely superb. I know I've missed a lot of people out on that chat because the conversation went fairly intense and things like that. I've got to keep up with shit like that as well. But anyone who's come in, I know a few people have who's been new. Thanks very much indeed. Really appreciate it. And it does mean a lot. It definitely does to me. I think it's been another great live where, Crinkle, all right, Luke, let's keep giving him that chance. There's something in there, but there's something about him that he at some points he just can't control it. And he'll even say, right, Dino, I'll shut up, and then he won't, and things like that. So it's just a case of someone we have to put up with, as long as he's on my channel. And I'm sorry about that if you disagree with that. Okay. Oh shit. Like, come on. Don't worry. Right, that's it. Okay, so that's it. Friday. Okay, so I'll see you on You Never Know, but definitely Tuesday and definitely next Friday. So we'll keep it going, guys. It's brilliant. Look who comes on. Look what's being said. It's good stuff. And we have the banter as well. So you can't beat it in my eyes. Okay, so massive respect, much love, and I'll see you the next time.